Veteran Lai, the governor of Tekena County, Kenya, His Excellency Jeremiah Lomurakai, representative of the Gamanche, and all the other queens and chiefs here gathered. The Director General, National Sports Authority, Mr. Yahufu Accra, the Deputy Director General, Veronica Komen, the Chairman of World English Language Scrabble Players Association, Mr. Chris Lipe, Chairman, World Youth Scrabble Association, Mr. Tariq Beves, the Chairman of the local organizing committee who I have earlier recognized, who I'm told is also the chairman for this opening ceremony, the multiple World English Scrabble champion and current World French and Spanish Scrabble champion, Mr. Nigel Richards. Thank you for your presence to make this event a great one. Scrabble philanthropist, Mr. Bika Oje Femitibi. Thank you also for your presence. Distinguished delegates, corporate partners, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. On behalf of Government of Ghana, I have the honor to welcome you to Accra for the opening ceremony of WESPA 2025. We have 25 nations, I've heard 28 and more. We hope that the remaining will join us if they are still on their way. Here today, a rare convergence of brilliant minds, diverse languages, and an unrelenting appetite for intellectual competition. Accra is delighted to receive you, not as visitors, but as family. Not as guests, but as contributors to a vision we deeply believed in. That the power of sport is not limited to brown and balance, but also extends to the architecture of thought, to language, and to memory, and of course, to wit. That is what we are seated here today to engage in. This week, our capital becomes more than a host city. It becomes a global theater for wordplay, and our people with warmth, spirited, and sharply competitive will match your energy, move for move, tie for tie. I don't want to dare go the way of my brother and reverend who said the opening prayer, who prayed and exhibited his wishes. Mine is to wish all of you well, that all of you will engage in back. Let me assure you, you may have come for Scrabble, but you will leave remembering much more. Let me commend the Scrabble Association of Ghana for its tireless work in building a structure for mind. Sports in this country. It started somewhere very little. Today, it is growing. Your discipline, Consistency and clarity of purpose have brought us here. Hosting WESPA on Ghanaian soil and raising Scrabble to the rank of what? Demonstration sport during the 13th African Games was no mean exercise. It was a great work. Indeed, as I said, it was not a fluke. It was vision paired with what? Intent. And I knew how challenging it was because I engaged with your president. And let me once more salute you for what it is that you have our respect from the ministry and the entire government. To our international colleagues, let me tell you something every Ghanaian child hears growing up. If you can't wrestle them, I'll take them. Scrabble for us is not just a board game. It is a tool of education, of empowerment, of expression. That is how we see it. It levels the playing. Ladies and gentlemen, let us speak plainly about what Scrabble brings to the table. Beyond the dictionary and double word scores, it sharpens the way we process thought. It teaches the value of holding back and playing long. It shows our children how to delay gratification to find structure in chaos and to stretch their imagination with strict limits, a skill that mirrors real life. So Scrabble teaches us so much beyond just the scores that we get, beyond the dictionary and beyond the words that we put together. Scrabble builds vocabulary, but more importantly, it builds discipline, emotional intelligence, time management, and memory recall. As sports minister, I have attended a number of events, and I must say, you were time conscious. It challenges learners to compete with themselves, not just their opponents. And it does all this while nurturing friendship across backgrounds and borders. These are not mere ideas. These are observable, measurable developmental gains. As Minister for Sports and Recreation, I say this with certainty. Scrabble deserves to be in the same spotlight we shine on all other sports. And under the administration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, that is exactly what we intend to do. This administration has made its position clear. No sport will be left behind. Football will not eclipse the rest and swallow the budget. Every discipline, including Scrabble, will receive its share of investment, visibility, and inclusion. You receive your fair share of investment, you receive your fair share of visibility, and you receive your fair share of what? Inclusion. Ghana's sporting future is inclusive, strategic, and values every arena, whether physical or intellectual. In that spirit, ladies and gentlemen, we will integrate Scrabble into the National Recreation and Wellness Program being rolled out across all districts and regions. Whether you are in Samsung, Winneba in the Central Region, Hobway or Half Bay, Scrabble will be part of your wellness program, your school sports week, and your community program. We want to make sure it grows. For me, that is why hosting this event in Accra, Ghana, gladdens my heart. It gives us the opportunity to push this agenda and wherever we are. Furthermore, the ministry is working closely with Ministry of Education to formally embed Scrabble into our school system. And we are not going to do this as an extra, but as a structured, resourced, and competitive activity that supports learning outcomes. The goal is not to produce professional players alone, but to develop sharper students, thinkers who can analyze, imagine, and articulate with clarity. That is what we want to do when we introduce it into the school system. To our corporate partners, we see you. Your presence here affirms that you understand the long game that minds we sharpen today becomes the workforce you depend on tomorrow. Scrabble may not fill stadiums, yes, yet it fills classrooms, libraries, and now national calendars. We thank you for walking this path with us, you the sponsors. We thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before I close, let me offer you this invitation. After your games are done, take a moment to discover Ghana behind the scoreboard. Walk through Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park. Let the breeze from Osu Castle carry you. Share a bowl of fufu in a wooden chopper in Adabraka, or take in the colors of Makala Market. Colleagues, players, friends, welcome to WESPA 2025. Welcome to a country that believes every sport deserves a place in the sun. Welcome to a city that listens when minds speak. Accra is your home. Welcome home. Thank you very much.
We're grateful to you, Honorable Minister, and considering that today is a very, very important preparatory day for the presentation of the budget for next year, we're very grateful to you, Honorable Minister, for taking time off parliamentary work as well to be here, because you consider this a very, very important aspect of running the yearly calendar on sport here in Ghana. Shall we appreciate the Honorable Minister? Honorable Minister, LOC Chair, WESPA President, distinguished guests, Nimen, Namen, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're joined by a whole host of guests who are from different sectors in the country, who are all here, believing very much in the idea of hosting this tournament here in Ghana. And of course, they, together with many others, have supported us greatly to ensure the successful hosting of this tournament. At this time, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Managing Director of the Graphic Communications Group, which has within its stables the national newspaper, the Daily Graphic, Mr. Ato Afo. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are also enjoying massive support from the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, Madam Gloria Hiaji is the Executive Secretary. Shall we do a big round of applause for her? We also do like to say a very big thank you and a couple to Mr. Kwejo Ade, who is the president of PANASA. Shall we do a big round of applause for him? Well, from the kind of cheers that we heard, you should start, he should start running for political office back in Nigeria because, he seems to have a lot of fans here. Shall we do it one more time for him, ladies and gentlemen? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the beauty of all of this is that we also have individual sponsors for this very important tournament here in Ghana. As we go along, I'll be acknowledging them. But at this time, it gives me great pleasure to welcome here to the stage for a message of goodwill and support, the global president of English-speaking Scrabble, the man who oversees everything in terms of policy and direction from all over the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome the president with a big round of applause for his message?
Good morning and welcome. Honorable Minister, dignitaries, Scrabble Association of Ghana, local organizing committee, thank you all for your work and support in putting this on. And everybody, welcome to the World English Language Scrabble Players Association Championships. Every WESPA Championship is both the pinnacle of Scrabble, but also a reunion. Last night, as we were all registering for the tournament, I saw friends from Asia, from Europe, from Africa, from the Americas. All of us gathered together here from wildly different backgrounds, but all gathered together for a common purpose. It really is the best in humanity that brings us together, despite our differences, to focus on one shared goal. What we have in common is so much stronger than what divides us. And Scrabble, and those of us in this room, are an excellent example of that. The whole world could do well to learn from the example of the folks in this room. Many thanks to the organizing committee for this remarkable event. It really is, it's a beautiful thing to see the drummers outside and the logos and even the stuffed toys provided to the players. This is a truly a world-class event. The last few days, I've had the chance to take a tour of Accra, learn much about the nation of Ghana, its history and people. Ghana is a country of different people, where Christian and Muslim live together in peace, in a shared goal, with a shared sense of identity and community. In many ways, it echoes what brings us all here together, Scrabble. It's no wonder then that the famous Ghanaian hospitality has welcomed us so fully with open arms. It even started from when we arrived at the airport, and the local organizing committee and the Scrabble Association made sure that we were all met and taken to our hotels and all taken care of. It's been truly a world-class service. So thank you all for putting on a wonderful and notable event that is truly worthy of the name World Championship. The eyes of the world will be on us here this week as we all play over the board and spar with tiles. So to borrow the catchphrase, extreme engineer, let's play Scrabble.
Let's play Scrabble indeed. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that also just tells all of us that we are looking ahead to what will be one of the most competitive WESPA tournaments in history. Shall we do a big round of applause for the At this time, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome here one jurisdictional president who obviously is basking in great pride, considering that he is the host association for this very important tournament. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me with another big round of applause as we welcome the president of the Scrabble Association of Ghana. Good morning. The representative of the government chair, my honorable minister, the director general of sports, Mr. Yao Accra, chairman of WESPA LOC, invited guests, and I'm still continuing with the protocols, which is Tue Nov. Thank you. It gives me a great pleasure to have all of you here today. In the beginning of this journey, I think it was myself, architect XM Quality, and my NASA president, Adekoyejo. He came to visit us last year at Moving Peak. We sat there. Then we all started saying, it will be very remarkable to host WESPA here in Accra. Something that started as a thought. Today, look at us. I mean, I would say that this historical event taking place from 9th to 16th is going to be a very packed and memorable 1 week that we are going to spend together. Like the minister said, not just as visitors, but we are going to let you feel the Ghanaian hospitality. So, one thing that I've been driving on ever since I paid homage to the minister, he said, look, Scrabble, as you know it, is not going to be just for you playing. He's trying to structure something that has been added to his ministry. That's the recreational part of it. He's taken it to all the corners of Ghana, which today he has re-echoed it again. And it gives me a great pleasure to tell him that we are also going to work with him to achieve what he said. Yes, so as my colleagues would say, I mean, I've always been the man of short words. And it's always been like that. But I would like to thank my LOC committees for helping us make this occasion a memorable one. I mean, tirelessly, we've cracked everything we can, and the sleepless nights that we've had have sort of paid off. So, on behalf of myself and the Galilade, architect SM Quality, and the rest of the team, I say a big echo to all of you. And to the visitors, and my fellow Scrabble players, I say, thank you all. And God bless. As we say in my contractually, I'm born in Accra here, we say, go back here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to say a very big thank you to the Honorable Minister. And at this time, we respectfully ask that himself and all the members of the days be at the bottom so that we take a memorable photograph with the trophy together with Nime and Name. And he will do the official declaration of the tournament to be open. And then after that, we'll take the final message from the President of WESPA. And then the only game on. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, that's all to the Minister. Shall we do a big round of applause for the Honourable Minister? Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the chiefs and queen mothers representing the overlord of the land. Ni Bokete Oye Imu. Ni Bokete Oye Imu, the second, is the chief of Maijo. Can we do a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Ni Sokwa Ako Anum the fourth is the chief of Umoku. Shall we do a big round of applause? Ni Abose Okai, the industrial chief of Accra. Shall we do a big round of applause? Numo Chloe. Shall we do a big round of applause for Numo? And our only queen mother representing today of the team, Na Dede Baki Koba. Shall we do a big round of applause for her? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before the final message ahead of starting the action here at the Parks by Eagles, I'd like to also say a very, very big thank you to some individual sponsors who have been very, very supportive within this journey. Peter and Carolyn Gralla, Brian Quarte, Philippe Ivo, Reginald Lai, Horace Lai, Ambassador Fred Lai, Mr. Amano Dodu, Dr. Ralph Owusu, Dr. Robert Bannerman, Mr. Christian Mensah, Mr. Kofi Aqua, Mr. Tony Otik JC, Sir Knight Tofuo, Michael Kobler, Charles Edubuahe, Ikria Owusu Nati, Mr. Caesar Kabute, Mr. Alex Asari, Mr. Raphael Darte, Kwabena Ahmed Nkrumah, Reverend Nana Opong, Audrey Akufo, Smiley Bannerman, Stephen Tengan, King Safo, Mrs. Shirley Lai, Joseph Azumire, Stephen Akume, Dr. Henry Benya, Mr. and Mrs. Rexford Darko, Mr. Samuel Richard Nibedu, who has just joined us here, Mr. William Nati, Anita and Francis Doyumu, Dr. and Dr. Bernard Doyumu, Dr. and Mrs. Sam Kofi, Mr. Wakohene, Her Excellency Shirley Ayoko Potri, who is the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Dr. Adam Kojo Hiaji, Kweku Mediakum, Christopher Komla Dake, and Ato Frimpong. Shall we do a big round of applause for today's guests? And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, we will be having a final message after which we will get off the action started. But ahead of time, would like to say a very, very big thank you to all agencies and individuals who have supported us greatly to be a part of all of this. At this time, as we await the next message, we'd like to do a brief performance by the cultural troupe. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we do a big round of applause for Blonku Dance Team? They have treated us to an aspect of the culture of the Canik people of the Greater Accra region. We are eternally grateful to them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have our final message, and that will be delivered to us by the president of ANASA, who surely has been very, very amazing in terms of the support he has organizing committee, the coordination, and also ensuring that this came to the continent of Africa. Shall we do a big round of applause as we welcome the president of ANASA to address us?
Thank you very much. I think it's right about these protocols. It's been a long day. I know the players are itching to start the day. All I'll say is thank you very much for coming to our continent. For you, our continent was not too foreign. Thank you for the financial sacrifice. I will make it what you want. Thank you.
We're grateful to the president of ANASA. Shall we do one more big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And so to every single player representing each of the 28 First Nations that are here in Accra, Ghana, what we want to say is may the best player win. And considering that the winner from the Las Vegas Championship is not here in Ghana, we sure are going to crown a new winner at the end of the day. And this glittering silver trophy will be going to a new winner from WESPA 2025 Accra, Ghana. And so at this time, once again, on behalf of the Minister, the Director General of the National Sports Authority, Nime Name, the President of ANASA, the Local Organizing Committee President of WESPA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we wish everyone well, and it is our hope that we'll see the most competitive tournament ever played in the history of WESPA. May the best player win, and may we enjoy beautiful competition and amazing sportsmanship. It's been wonderful having you here for this official opening ceremony for WESPA 2025 in Accra. My name is Nathaniel Atom, and what I'll say is, let us leave Accra with amazing memories that we'll want to repeat in the future. Thank you all very much. Now we have representatives of the sponsors also join. Thank you very much. The president of Manasa, thank you very much. Representatives of all of our sponsors, please join. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so at this time, respectfully, I'll ask that we all rise as the chiefs and queen mothers take leave of us. We're very grateful to them. Shall we do a big round of applause for them as they take leave of us? Thank you very much. One of our exhibitors here, supporters, Caveman Watches, has prepared a special winner's watch that will be presented to the eventual winner. And so, just as a way of whetting your appetite and pushing you to perform, during the break, you can go have a look at the winner's watch, which is displayed at the Caveman stand in the foyer. Thank you all very much.
If in a table meeting at club, let me know. Confirm your tempo as a complete set of movements in the main championship.
Good, good. How are you? Where do you sell the
Hello, gentlemen, please. Can I have your attention, please? Attention, please. We don't want people standing around. Have your seats. Timioko, please have your seat. Have your seat. Please, slide you get the sticker. Just find a place to sit. Your bearing will change. Please find a place to sit. We don't want people standing around.
Stay tuned, guys. Sounds like hearing's going to change. Oh.
People. Good morning to you all. My name is Khalil Adedeji. I'll be assisting Chief Technical Director Mwema Mumbi from Kenya. Before we start everything, I would like to give the mic to him to give us the technical details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canik. Once again, welcome to Accra. Let us I add my reverend, right? This man, but we all here want to be as want to be us to play Sunday. So my friends, the best event there we on the finals. We are going to touch all your troubles. You are what I'm preparing you to the community. We will try to use that. There are blocks or your that might be used to you. So in case you have any challenge, just let us know and we will have the team of runners. Today we will try and play and find many things. But because the day is coming, we have a challenge. We try and cover 7 games and then apply for the commitment. So we want to start, and first thing we need to confirm is whether everybody has their opponent ready. We will want to start with the block and we can join. So we want to start. I know you're all itching to play the start of the level. So let's have dynamite and bring the submission so that we can start.
In order to submit the results for the game, you have to scan the QR code WESPA. If you are doing the main event, you have the submit results. On the submit results, you have tournament as WESPA Championship 2025. You have to select the category where you select your main event. The round number, the round from 1. Your table number, the winner fills the form. The winner fills the form. You fill the winner's name, the loser name, the winner's score, and the loser's score. The loser also consents what you have liked on the solution. For consenting this, it will throw up a unique ID for the user to fill. Your unique ID for this event is the name of every code name of the event, nomenclature 1000 plus the rank number. If you are rank number 10 for instance, your player number is 1010. It's the name event you are playing. You are playing the WESPA. The nomenclature is WC. If you are playing Sika, the nomenclature is SIK. If you are ranked number 15 in the World Championship event, your number will be WC 1015. Do you all understand that? Should I repeat myself? Okay. If you want to submit your result, you have to fill around the category where you are playing. You are playing the main event. You have to fill the table number. The winner fills the result, fills the name, fills the user's name, the scores. The user has to consent the result the winner has filled. Not to consent what they have filled, the solution shows up a unique ID to authenticate what they have filled. To get your unique ID, we have the event name plus the rank number plus 1000. If you are rank number 1, instance, you will be 1001. And you are playing the WESPA Championship. Nomenclature is WC, all in capital letter. WC 1001. If you are rank number 100, you have WC 1100. If you are playing Sika and rank number 10, it will be SIK 1010. Once you validate your unique ID, it takes you back to review what you have submitted, and you have to click on submit results for you to successfully submit your result number 1. So we are here to assist you for the round 1. We will assist you for round 2. For round 3, we believe we are accustomed to the system and we will get it.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think we are now ready to start now. Give your opponent an action and wish them back in the game to qualify now.
painful it is. Okay. I just want to make sure. Very quickly, I can't remember if you played on this before or not. So it's just free spinning, right? Racker, lock, camera. Try to avoid hitting it, but if something happens, I can come over and make an adjustment. Playing on the phone swap. And the only thing that's a lot is you can't quite see the top of the tiles. I'm watching to make sure nobody's playing for me. But if you're at the end of the game, as long as it's not like under 30 seconds, I encourage you to ask each other. Okay. You can bang.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the coverage of the 2025 WESPA Championship, aka the World Scrabble Championship. Matt Canik here, bringing you the action, joined by the great Josh Sokol. Josh, how are you this morning?
Oh, man, I am antsy. I cannot wait to see what we have in store for this amazing African World Championship. Matt, I think the players are ready to go. We're probably not going to do much of an intro here, but it is time.
It is time indeed. Let's cut over to the board. Round one, we're going to feature a player who has finished second at this event once before in Chris Lipe of the United States. He's got a tough draw in round one of Jack Moran of the UK. Josh, what do you know about Jack Moran or Chris Lipe as players?
Well, I think people know a bit less about Jack, but Jack is an incredible player. He's up and coming. He's finished second at the British MSC Masters Scrabble Championship. He's won a bunch of tournaments in the UK recently. He's also an avid runner, an amazing footballer as well. He's just a man of many, many talents and trades, and he's really, really good.
Well, tough task for him in this opening round, but Chris Lipe finding trouble early. His first two tiles out of the bag, I. He finds two more I's. Josh, this has to be an exchange on the first turn for Lipe, yeah?
Yeah, and he's going to exchange down to AIT, which is a very sensible approach. Normally, you might not want to keep an I for fear of duplication, but he's throwing 3 back. He's way less likely than average to draw another I, so I like this by Chris. But yeah, terrible opening rack.
And Jack has two options here, BEZ, just the 3-tile play, or BEZEL. This is 10 additional points. Josh, you're taking these points, right?
Yeah, I think this is worth it. Definitely a much better leave than the LEST, but 10 extra points this early in the game, setting yourself up for the S hook on Bazels. That's probably what I would do as well. And he doesn't hesitate. This is a 27-second play. He is definitely confident, I would say.
Yeah, very confident. To make a play like that so quickly, you've got to have a great grasp of the words. You've got to be very confident. There's no other five-letter Z words that could score better. Jack has done that. And now Chris, with his first playable rec of the tournament, AEIOTVX, could score as much as 61 on this play after the opening of Bezel.
Yes, and I don't expect him to miss this option. And he's playing it very quickly. Yeah, VTEX for 61, taking a pretty nice lead, but Jack Moran going to strike back with the first bingo of the World Championship, unless he really has nerves of steel. It feels like he's just going to play risotto pretty quickly. It's just question of whether he has just noticed the word immediately. It's sort of hard at the beginning of a World Championship. You might be nervous, but I feel like the play of Bezel could indicate that he's not. I think he's seen risotto like very quickly, and there we go. It's coming down. First bingo, hype, hype, hype. Very nice.
First bingo of the Worlds, but certainly not the last bingo of Worlds. So this one is tasty. A nice 76 points for Jack. Puts him ahead 114 to 61. And Chris has barely even taken his tiles out of the bag before he gets bingoed on. But look at that. First blank spotted. And Chris, depending on how many words he knows and how confident, could score 91 on this turn. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And whoa, in and of itself, WHOA or WOAH, that's the first play you see probably, just using that triple and that double letter score that the O in risotto opens. But yeah, if Chris is able to spot this low probability word on his rack, he has to make the blank and S. That's the first thing you think of. We'll see if he spots it.
Indeed, the 91 point HOWDAHS, Howdahs, playing with risottos for 91. And Josh, if you see this word, oh my god, he's seen it right on cue. He's got it set up. Now he strokes the beard. Now it is test time for Chris. Can you pull the trigger on this insanely low prob double H word that probably has other spellings? You think he's going to play it, Josh?
I think so, but you don't know. I mean, there's another spelling of this word, at least one other spelling. Who does with a U instead of a W? There's why does. There's and he gets there. It's amazing to see this.
Fantastic.
Man, I think these guys are ready. It's so amazing to see these plays come down so quickly, so early. Matt, this is great. Oh man.
This is big stuff, man. Howdahs is so hard to pull the trigger on. As you said, the play of Woe for 51, keeping the blank back, is probably only about 5 or 6 points worse than this play. So you have to be insanely confident of the words to do this. Chris Lipe has done it. Chris Lipe now leading 152 to 114 after the 91-point bingo. This play does not appear to be on hold. Jack has accepted. He knows this word. He's on turn now, DDEFSTU. What do you see here, Josh?
So I'm hoping that Jack takes a little bit longer on this turn. He was gifted a pretty nice play of Feud, F-E-U-D, next to the H and O in Howdahs. But he does have some options he might have seen prior to the play of Howdahs, fused or defused through the ZE on the board. And those look pretty strong as well. So I'm liking fused here, Matt.
I think Fused is a very strong play indeed. It scores 5 fewer points than Feud at the top right corner of this board, but holding that E back, giving a little bit of stability and a little bit more bingo probability to yourself next turn is big. Avoiding opening that triple word score is also pretty big. Your opponent scores nearly 5 additional points after you play Feud over the play of Fused because of the exposure of that triple word square. So a little defense perhaps coming from Jack on this turn. Fused is the engine's top play by about 4 points.
Yeah, and it's not a make or break moment yet. However, This is kind of a weird play to look for, especially after risotto. You're staring at that triple on the middle right of the board. After howdas, that triple is a little bit less dangerous, but it looks like Jack has separated the 3 tiles we want him to play. He could still play FUD in the same spot as Feud for 25, but Fuse is 30, so we'd like to see that come down. It's going to be interesting to see. He did take 2 minutes already on this turn, so he does know to take his time in this position, and that's one of the things that I wasn't sure about. The only time I've played Jack is a blitz game, but he's playing Thud instead. This is a very strong option as well. Wasn't on my radar, though.
Man, I mean, I personally hate the F tile with a fiery passion, especially when I'm trying to bingo. I would have done almost anything else to try to get it off my rack, but Jack opting to play Thud here. This sim's about 10 points beneath Fused and about 5 points below a handful of other options, but putting the D out in space means this is going to be a spicy game for us. So much dynamic possibility from or to that D. We'll see who's able to capitalize on it first, but it won't be Chris on this turn. BJNPPWY. Josh, are you playing through this rack or are you throwing them back?
Well, the only spot that I see that's really worth looking at, I would say, is through the O of howdas. But in terms of what you play there, Jiao? What are you doing? Like, you'd want to play 3 consonants. It really feels rough to play Jiao for 26. Job is even worse. That takes the E hook. I am not liking any options here for Chris.
Would you play Toppy, Toppy?
Toppy, that's a great option. Actually, I would definitely play that Toppy. Yeah, I didn't see that from the TO in the middle of the board. That looks definitely worth it. But instead, we're seeing Boney. Keeping both of the P's, you might think that Pony would be a better option, not keeping duplicates, but actually the P's together is better than keeping the P and the B together. So I like this as well. Problem is that Y gives back such an easy scoring spot for Jack, and the leave is horrendous.
Yeah, the Y is indeed going to give Jack what I think is a very straightforward play of Defy. Of course, you can't know what's on Jack's rack. Perhaps Jack just bingos on you, and then you get to execute with the Y. Yeah, it's so tough to know. But while Jack does have fenders on his rack, that does not play. No bingos play on this turn for Jack. We'll see how long he looks for bingo options or perhaps doubles through the ET. But to me, this seems like a very straightforward play Defy to the Y. And right on cue, Jack setting up D, E, F. This will be 33 points when he pulls the trigger. And will give us almost a tie game, just 1 pointer.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think about as well the decision to play Boney by Chris. When you have racks that are so inflexible, it's a lot easier to see what your options might be on the next move, even if those options are bad. And now that I'm looking at it, it might have actually been better to play Pony. Just in case Chris drew an A, you would have been able to play BAP, B-A-P, to the right of the plays on the board for a huge score if you drew an A. So actually, I said Boney might be better than Pony, but I'm regretting that right now.
Chris passing up the opportunity to play Pony Club, or Pony on stream. He's a member of the Pink Pony Club, as am I. Sang that song at karaoke a few months ago at a Scrabble tournament we were both at, and crushed it, I might add. But Defy the play from Jack, another rough pull from Lipe, who into the double P combination found the Q. IJLPPQW. Josh, now are you throwing back?
Yeah, I think now there's nothing left to do but to exchange. You tried to play through. You drew an even worse rack than your previous rack. The Q is going nowhere. There's just nothing worth playing here. You can't play TWP. There's just no home for the Q. I think you have to exchange, and I think you keep an L. Do you want to keep an L? Not really sure. You could throw everything back. You could keep PL, PIL, IL. I don't know. If I were Chris, maybe keep the P actually for Zep. That's still a pretty big spot.
Yeah, I like holding just the P here. Get digging into that bag as much as possible otherwise, but keep the P. I definitely want to find at least one E in there with the D floating in space. So I think change down to P, probably right, but I could see the case to be made for LP, ILP, or even maybe throwing back all 7 here.
So we'll see. We see an exchange 6. Chris likes your idea. I totally agree. Keeping just the P, you can score with that. You can bingo with that. I think this is a very good choice for Chris. And Jack has already separated the G and the R from his rack. Maybe thinking about Grex to the EX, keeping that extremely strong ENRSC combination. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, Grex looks really good, and from an equity perspective, there's such a strong leave. You're not going to score well out of this rack no matter what you do. The concern I have with Grex is, where do you bingo next turn? You're going to have to draw a bingo to or from the D, which is likely going to require at least 1 and maybe even 2 vowels to be drawn. You might play beneath the R and I in risotto, but those are not going to be high-scoring bingos, and they'll cede a lot to your opponent. Still, I just don't see what else you would do here. Opening the board doesn't make a lot of sense, so I guess Grex is fine and just hope you draw the bingo or get an opening, yeah?
Yeah, and it's also quite defensive. It blocks a number of plays overlapping VTEX. We see Chris was gunning for that. He did have the option of Poet down, making Zep and Exo, which scored really, really nicely despite the poor leave. But now his options are quite limited. 20 points is the most he can score here, and he's probably going to score less than that just to keep a better leave. So I like the option of Grex. I really think you are bingoing a lot, even despite there only being Ds to play to or from, and the 7s laying under the R and the I. So I like the decision by Jack. There just wasn't anything better.
Looks like roughly a coin flip bingo after the play of Grex, but a coin flip likely successful from Jack as he's reached in and found the second blank in this game. AEEIIOP. Chris Light now putting on a clinic on how not to draw tiles in Scrabble. From too many consonants to too many vowels. This is rough. I could almost see a case to be made for exchanging again, but I think playing Oidia through the D and Howdas for 8 is maybe just strong enough to justify fighting through this turn, Josh. What do you think?
That's interesting. I was thinking going the other direction. This board is so bereft of any scoring or bingo opportunities that maybe just playing like AE, overlapping the ET, making Z. It scores a lot of points, keeps 2 eyes, but it keeps the scoring pressure on. With the scores really close here, it could just be worth scoring and trying to draw something decent eventually. I'm not sure. Oidia is a good play too.
Yeah, lots of lines forward for Chris that make at least some degree of sense. There's also BOI down from the B in Boney. 33 points keeps slightly nicer vowels for him. Oh, man, I don't know. I do know I'd be spending quite a while on this turn, as Chris is doing right now. I don't know what option I would end up choosing. Exchanging makes sense. Oidia makes sense. But yeah, grabbing the points, as Josh has suggested, also making sense. Points seem more and more appropriate the longer I look at this board.
Yeah, the engine thinks it's very, very close between AE, Oidia, maybe AIDE in the same spot as Oidia, and Podia, getting rid of that P that's no longer very useful. So yeah, eye to eye also, same as Oidia. It's the anagram. That's what he's looking at right now. It's a little bit easier to overlap though, so perhaps not the best choice unless he thinks that Jack is unlikely to overlap given his short play of Grex last turn. So interesting position.
After a play of Grex, I don't want to open this board up. That's the one thing I'm thinking, and luckily I'm not trailing by a large deficit, so I don't have to worry too much about board dynamics at this point. Let's see. He's exchanging. Okay.
No, I think the board cam might just be frozen. I'm pretty sure he's played through. Oh no, he has exchanged.
No, he's exchanged.
Interesting. Whoa. Okay. That wasn't on our radar, but instead of playing for, yeah, he's keeping the AP. I think it's the same idea as earlier. He wants to overlap next turn, and playing Oidia or Idoi does prevent him from doing that. So it's a reasonable choice.
All right, well, Jack back on turn now. Chris did not shake the bag, because I know he just threw back PQ, and then he just immediately drew PQ, and, like, literally might exchange again. But we'll look at Jack's turn. ENRRST blank. No bingos to or from the Ds on this board. There is only one bingo that plays here for Jack. It is a 7 that requires him to spot the bony to ebony front hook.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. It's one of those hooks that obviously everyone knows the word ebony, but when bony is played by your opponent, I feel like you're less likely to spot its E-hook. It's not a hugely relevant thing a few turns ago, but now it's extremely relevant. So Jack is taking a while. To me, that means that he hasn't spotted re-rents yet, or maybe he's looking for something else, but he's had a whole few minutes of Chris's turn to look for bingos. So yeah, it is a little bit concerning. It's a missable thing, re-rents and ebony.
Re-rent and ebony, and aside from that, this becomes a very complex turn, so big sequence here for Jack. Will he find his bingo? Chris's plays this game so far, for those keeping track at home: 0 on an exchange 4 turn 1, 61, 91, 26 out of a rack of all consonants, exchange 6, and exchange 4. Chris has exchanged 3 times in his first 6 moves, and will probably exchange again next turn, which is just absolutely nuts.
Yeah, at what point do you decide that repeating the same thing over and over again is just not working out? In Scrabble, you're supposed to exchange if you have to, exchange if you have bad tiles, but at some point it just feels like, should I have been playing through these racks? Am I doing something wrong? You sort of get into this terrible mindset. But I know Chris is a very, very strong player mentally, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's also very relevant if re-rents comes down. Chris is surely not going to exchange. He'll certainly play to that triple that it would open up. So we're thinking right here, re-rents, putting the R in the triple lane. Chris is going to play probably paver or vapor afterwards, if that comes down. But if not, I feel like finding the bingo sometimes requires you to give up on finding the bingo. Here, Jack can think of, what do I do if I don't bingo? And maybe he'll spot the E-hook then on bony and then be like, oh, wait, there's 7 spaces here.
Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough for Jack. The fact that we haven't seen him shuffle these tiles or anything else has me concerned. Looks like he's setting up enter.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for maybe 9s or something. It's hard to say. Lots of players put tiles on their rack in the order that they're thinking of, but he spotted re-rents now.
Here it is.
Does he see that it fits? And does he see that he could score 1 more point by hooking the real E onto ebony? Yeah, Jack, very strong on the bingos. There's mention he does his studies publicly, some of them on aerolith.org, and he's almost always solving all, if not most, of the 7 and 8 letter words in the given time period. So yeah, very strong with bingo finding, but once you hit the board, it's a different story. You have to find where those bingos fit. You have to be confident that you're not missing something. It's a tough situation. He spent a ton of time on this turn. We're working on getting those clocks back to you guys, but I'm pretty sure Jack's under the 15-minute mark at this point. And game is not so far advanced, Matt.
No, yeah, we'll see if this time comes back to play a factor in this game. Josh Greenway on site, he's responsible for putting together the stream. and he's doing everything he can to get the clocks fixed ASAP. If there's anyone who can do it, it's Josh. So thanks to those who have pointed out that they're not working, we'll have them set up ASAP. But Jack has set up re-rinse on his rack, but I wonder if that ebony spot is evading his sights.
Yeah, and for those wondering, there's also a second stream, and there's our clocks. Yeah, under 14 minutes now, Jack Moran. There's a second stream, I think, in the background being broadcast. We'll get the link to that stream as well. We might go to it at certain moments. But Jack Moran, a little bit distracted, looking to the side. Feels like there's something here. And if there isn't something here, this turn is so difficult. What do? ER? Okay. He has put down rent, but he's not playing re-rents. He's just not 100% on this word. So this is definitely a miss, but he did spot the E-hook.
I am a little bit excited that he missed that play because I think it means we're going to see a fourth exchange from Chris Lipe. He has some options to play through this rack, but 4 exchanges and 7 moves to open the Westpac, I feel like that's probably never been done before by a serious contender in this event.
Yeah, so now we know why Jack was taking so long. It's not because he didn't see his bonuses. It's just he wasn't sure. He's been seeing the hooks. He's been really sharp this game. But yeah, back to Chris, who you could play through if you wanted to. And I feel like Chris has every incentive to want to put a play on the board after 3 exchanges. But, oh man, what do? He's playing Peba. All right. I mean, we got the board. We got the board of our dreams, right, Matt?
Oh, I love boards like this so much. Boards where you just can't do anything at all and everybody is sad. Although with a rack like this, perhaps Jack can do whatever he wants. So Jack has a bunch of bingos available. The fun ones are 65 points through the disconnected GR. Those are actually probably his best bingos because of what they do to the board. Highest score for Jack available, just 66 on this move. And the big thing is after spending a lot of time on his last move, he can't afford to spend another 4 or 5 minutes looking for bingos from the D or high scoring options here.
Yeah, because despite how much his bingos are going to score and how little they open the board potentially, this board is ripe for getting blown open at some point, and the complications are just going to pour in especially for the player leading the match. So it's going to be important for Jack to play something soon, but he's going to be so incentivized to look very hard for an 8-letter word starting with that D in thud. How long is he going to take? When is he going to give up? This is what makes a champion.
The 9-letter bingos through the disconnected GR are Resalgars, Resalgars, and Resalgar is likely a word Jack has studied before. So I think these are possible and gettable, but if Josh could draw on the board how these are going to look, they're just so devastatingly defensive. Jack already up by 10, about to jump up by nearly 70, unless he does this.
Oh no. Dareless. This is not a word. Chris is almost certain to challenge this just for 5 points. He looks a bit confused. I believe this play is on hold. I think Chris is going to have to challenge this. That'll put your pride aside.
You can
this
see
is
it
a
on his
situation
face.
where there's so many options for Jack, but you have to challenge. That's going to come off brutal.
Great challenge from Chris Lipe. This looks like these less words drive you crazy. They look like they could all be good. You can talk yourself into a definition for almost any of them, but we'll see it here on Jack's face. The red screen. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof,
That's
indeed.
not a
And
face
now
you like
Chris
to
is going to have
see.
a tough turn.
Yeah, but now Chris is like, well, I can't do anything about that. He's going to have to do something to try and prepare for the incoming bingo next turn. This is one of those situations where, I mean, the draws have been just so brutal for Chris, but he's getting this ticket back into the game. It's such a grind still. He still has that cue, nowhere to play it. I think you have to exchange now. I think we're going to see a fourth exchange, Matt.
There are two paths forwards to Chris. One is do something in 1 second and put the time pressure back on Jack, who may end up shuffling, getting in his own head, just try to milk his clock. The other is to do what Chris is doing, be very tactical, methodical, write out the rack, find all of Jack's options, and figure out the best way to prepare. Perhaps Chris sees Risalgers through the GR. If he doesn't, then Jack's best bingos are all going to expose a triple-triple line on the left side of this board. And if a triple word square is getting open, there will not be QV on my rack. I think Chris needs to exchange unless he sees Risalgers. And even if he sees that, he might still need to exchange and get this QOV combination off his rack.
Yeah, you can't. I feel like you can't do what Chris is doing. I mean, you have to find that Jack has playable bingos everywhere that you can't block. So that's the important thing to do, but you can't be looking for all of his options. I really think just a snap exchange would have been the right call here. But it's important. It's definitely important to think about. Maybe Jack does have a playable word from the D. Maybe that's worth blocking. But like you said, you can't be stuck with a Q and a V when your opponent takes a bingo lead next turn.
I think this is what he's doing. Yeah, just looking at the D, trying to figure out, is there anything that you could have there? Is there something like darkless or drabless or something like that? You know, is there any threat I need to block from the D? Because otherwise you're only hitting mid-60s with that final blank. I can live with that. And it looks like Chris has executed the plan flawlessly. He will throw back for the 4th time this game, and yet he trails by just 10. 198 to 208 in what has already been a fantastic game here from the Westpac.
So
no.
Jack not hesitating. He plays resales. Could have scored a bit more with Rassels in the same spot, but he's doing the right thing, I think. I would say practically. You really just want to get off of this rack that you lost a turn with. But look, oh my gosh.
My goodness. Exchange the Q, you're guaranteed to draw a U. And 5 vowels now on the rack for Chris. He trails 272 to 198. No bingos on this turn, and it's philosophy time here if you're Chris. Do you play shorter and keep in bingo prone range, or do you blow all of this up? You can play unaired for 30 points through that R, get rid of a bunch of these tiles, or you can play smaller, something like AUREI, or even just AURA. Josh, walk us through your line of thinking on this turn.
I am liking something like Aura here. Both of the blanks are gone. It's important to keep whatever good tiles you have left. You know you've thrown terrible tiles into the bag, so not only are your tiles more valuable, the good ones, than they usually are because you're not drawing into a blank, you're also more likely to draw a Q than average, more likely to draw that V, so you don't want to play that many tiles and maximize your chances of that. So I think playing short here, despite not scoring anything, is probably what I would do. Unaired just doesn't really open the board and creates a scoring spot. I don't like it. I think I have to go with something like Aura.
Look at what Jack has just drawn and set up. Osmotic plays as a double-double beneath 3 sails. Just disgusting.
Oh, no. Look at this, guys. And there's no way Jack hasn't spotted this. That is brutal. I really don't think Chris is going anywhere near that.
No, you can't. There's just no reason to. But of all the things to draw out of the bag, like maybe you expect to get triple done sometimes if you're Chris, but you're going to take away that threat. The double, 3 underlaps? No freaking way. Here comes unaired. I think this is totally reasonable from Chris. 2 downsides. 1, it does not block Osmotic. And 2, I guarantee you Chris is going to go back and draw the Q out of the bag again now that he's played that U off.
All right, that's the prediction. But it really doesn't matter here. Osmotic's going to score over 100 points. Chris is going to need so much to go his way to come back after that.
106, and it's going to take Jack longer to count this play than it is for him to put it down.
Wow. Yeah. Brutal stuff for Chris Lipe. He might challenge. Nope. This is a normal-ish word, but I might be so upset with the position that I just challenged out of pure rage, Matt.
Where's the Q? I said he was going to draw it. Ah, my commentator curse is not working yet. Maybe the sun needs to come up before I can actually hex players. No Q on the draw for Chris means it is lurking in the bag for Jack to potentially draw ACJLNNP. Chris has alternated between racks of 5 or 6 vowels and 6 or 7 consonants pretty much all game and has not bucked the trend here. I think his odds are all but evaporated early on in this one.
Yeah, 31 tiles left unseen to Chris. They're not that good. There's no S, there's no blank, there's no T. It's just brutal stuff. That D and Thud still open. So the lifelines that Chris Lipe has left, this S as well in resales. And how do you not block those plays? Well, you'd want to play something down from the O of Osmotic. Ideally, you can't. What do you do? What do you do? It just feels like anything that Chris does is going to set him back. Jan, J-A-N-N, Clapnet, if he spots that, is just going to block that S. It's not the position you want to be in, that's for sure.
I guess you jump down to the 12th row down at the bottom of this board and play JAP and LOP and keep everything open. The leave is terrible, CLLN, but you're throwing out a Hail Mary at this point. And CLLN with 18 vowels and just 13 consonants unseen makes sense. Chris, the earpiece in his ear seems to be working. He heard me, and right on cue, playing Jap. Nice stuff.
Hey, don't joke about that, man.
You're right. That was a joke. Sorry if you're new to streams and you don't understand my dry humor yet. I promise you, Chris Lipe is the last person who would ever cheat at this tournament. Chris Lipe, in fact, WESPA chair, in charge of the entire World English Scrabble Players Association. He would not do something like that. But he has found 3 vowels. Good for him. Jack over EGGLOWY on his rack. And as he's done several times in this game, I expect he's about to punch Chris in the face with a large stacking play. YOWE makes sense to you, Josh?
Yeah, you could keep the E. The one thing you don't want to do when you're ahead by so much is leave yourself vowel-less. So it could be worth just not tacking the E on there. And did you see what Jack had lined up on his rack earlier? Way Lego. That is an incredible word. Would have fit through an A, but man, this is great. This is great stuff. So Yao or Yao, 8 points for the E. Would you play it? I think I would leave it off.
Well, I thought you were joking, but Way Lego is a real thing. WAYLEGGO, lower than 30,000th by probability in the book. Jack has shown us that he knows this word, he's seen this word, but does not have the A he needs. He's going to play YOW, leaving the E off. The E would cash 9 extra points, but he just doesn't want to get caught with his pants down in all consonants in a situation that he's got a great lead in this game. Yao, the play for Jack, puts him at 419.
Look at this. Out of nowhere, Chris Lipe. He's drawn into Unsinal, and it plays.
Is this a word?
Holy mackerel, I thought this game was over. Yeah, it's a word.
Unsinal. Wow. Okay, you're saying there's a chance 80 points if Jack draws in and draws the Q, but no U? This could be interesting yet. Or if Chris goes in and draws the Q and a U together, could be huge as well. Unsinal for 80 brings Chris to 337 to Jack's 419. We're getting late in this one. What has Jack drawn out of the bag?
And what if what if Chris draws like daiquiri? Oh, okay, never mind.
More.
We thought Chris was out of it. This is not the worst thing for Chris, these six vowels. He's still gonna have a turn or two to consolidate here. And Jack's trying to Vlogger, and Vloggers was just blocked by Unsinal. Can you believe this?
Insane.
I think maybe you
Vlogger
just
has
played
no
Vlog.
playable spots. Vog down at the bottom, making Yo and Jog. Is generally not a play you'd make at this game score, but with all of the S's and all of the blanks out, you're actually very safe to set up that Jog back hook. It can't be hit. So this is a very strong equity play. EGLR drawing into 13 vowels and 8 consonants feels great. Turning over just 3 tiles with the lurking Q feels great as well. You don't want to play super long. No reason not to play Vog here, in my book.
I agree, and I actually didn't realize it wasn't just Vloggers that was blocked. Vlogger fit in the same spot as Unsinal for almost 100.
Cool.
It's crazy stuff. But yeah, just Vog here. It is completely safe. It is super defensive. To leave his balance, this is exactly what Jack needs here.
Vog, 35 points puts Jack up to 454. We'll see. An absolute nightmarish draw from him could make this interesting, but that would have to be the Q and the V in tandem, probably. We'll see. Chris on 6 vowels. I feel like I've said that about 4 times this game. AAEEIMU. Once again, Chris putting on a clinic on how not to draw tiles in Scrabble. Can he execute any kind of plan to give him a Hail Mary shot in this game?
So the best play potentially here is using these 3 tiles, AUE. This is 18 points, but Chris could have dropped this. Oh my God, this play was impossible to spot, of Rezo from the RES already on the board making Jape. Unfortunately, would not have created a threat. As we said, the S's are gone, the X also gone. But this is the right idea. Just play off your 3 vowels, just hope for the best. There's an R, another I, and another E. Oof. Okay. I think this is probably over.
Yeah, probably over indeed. If you're Jack, you probably don't want to empty the bag now. 5 tiles in the bag because there are 12 unseen, so I wouldn't be looking to play 5 here, just in case Chris bingo's out, though I don't even know if there is a valid out bingo. Maybe Die Maker?
Yeah, Die Maker. That's actually a threat. Jack is potentially going to lose to that play if he's not careful. But he's going to go with Quern, leaving 1 tile in the bag. That probably outruns Die Maker every time, actually.
Yeah, this leaves 1 tile in the bag, which will allow him to counterplay should something horrible like Die Maker come down. So this is exactly what you got to do. Eject the queue, don't empty the bag, and this one is your game. Quern gives Jack 468. Lipe on 355. 1 tile in the bag now for Chris Lipe. I could try to do a 1 tile fish, but Jack would have perfect information on his rack. I think I'd just play long and try to end this game. What do you think, Josh?
It's interesting. Die Maker's not the easiest word to spot, so if he just plays QI here for 13, that's an attempt to maybe win the game. I'm not sure. It's definitely not the optimal play. The K is in the bag.
The 1 tile in the bag, so if Chris actually fishes an eye and draws Die Maker and Jack inexplicably blots it, maybe?
Let's count this. So Die Maker is 98 points. Chris would score 13 with QI. So no, it's not going to be enough. I think if Jack does anything reasonable like frail or frig through the R and quern, he's still going to outrun that. But it's interesting.
Jack has
he can
O-flag.
still play a phony. Oh, O-flag. Okay, yeah, that works too.
Yeah,
But yeah,
O-flag
I
down
think-
from the O and osmotic is 39. That'll be GG.
What's interesting is that I feel like if you're in this position, you're still looking to try and win if you're Chris. And if you see the possibility of die maker, you're like, there's just a 1 in 8 chance. He's going to block it. He's going to have full knowledge of my rack. It's not worth it. It's still not even going to win. So he's probably just going to play something like Ami or Aimer and draw the K and be like, oh my gosh, I could have drawn the K. That's crazy. But this looks good to me.
All right, so AMIE coming down from Chris. He is throwing in the towel in this one. He'll reach in and grab that last tile. If you're just tuning in, this is the first of many, many games of Scrabble from WESPA, aka the World Scrabble Championship. Looks like Jack Moran of the UK going to come out ahead of Chris Lipe of the USA in round 1. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble, which will be showing board 1 of this entire event. This year's World Championship features not 1, but 2 streams. Another stream is being run over. If you go over to the chat, there's a pinned white box in the chat box. That is our Table 2 stream being run by Nelson. So if these games do get a little bit egregious and out of hand, or if we're on a delay here, pop over to stream 2 and check out what Nelson is doing. So much Scrabble that you all get to watch today through Sunday night. What a time of year. Or watch both streams. Mute one, listen to the other one, and then when I make a poor dad joke, mute me and go to the other one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, there's no reason if you have the bandwidth to not have both streams open, support both coverages of this 2025 World Scrabble Championship. Iker is Chris Lipe's best endgame play. O-flag was Jack's best endgame play. So perfect endgame here. I think Jack is holding this just in case he might want to challenge, but no. That is it for this game. Crazy game 1, Matt.
Yeah, let's cut to Mike and see if we catch banter from these guys.
So +6 to you.
Yeah.
So I make 507 405.
I have neither of those. I have you at 497. Let me check my addition.
Maybe I just give you, and you can do a reconciliation. Hopefully my writing is clear enough.
My error. Yep, 507. And then I don't know how I got 5 on that here. Nope. Yeah, both my errors. Okay, thank you. I agree with your score.
Sorry about that. I really didn't serve after the phone. He completely fell apart. Are you okay with me to put the ball back? Are you okay with me to put the ball back? Or?
Yeah, I don't think there's much.
Okay. Howders was a really nice fight. Its unsigned was really nice fights.
Thanks, yeah.
But it looks like you were really struggling in the middle part with rack balance there.
Yeah. Howders, I pulled 7 consonants. And then I pulled the Q after Boney. So 6 consonants, including the Q, threw them back, drew 6 vowels, threw them like.
Sorry, that's a real nightmare.
Yeah. But still,
And then I was stupidly fortunate to draw into a bone straight after resales.
yeah, I didn't see a good way to block anything here, because any block I did would give you earless. If I played something here that took an S. So there's no point in blocking, plus I've drawn the Q again, so threw the Q back in the hopes that I would have something, and then ended up with a 5 vowel rack.
Well, hopefully you have very few games like that over the course of the tournament.
Yeah.
They're really unpleasant to try and play through. Then again, after finding houses, I think you probably deserve more from that one. Thank you. I'll work out the right.
Yep.
I don't know, Josh, did the chat find anything that I missed?
Yeah, wow. Chris asking, is there anything I could have done to win this game? He played pretty well. It was a rough one, Matt.
Yeah, I think the biggest lesson to be learned from that game is shake the dang bag after you exchange, because Chris exchanging QV, making one more play, drawing him right back, that was brutal. 4 exchanges in the first 8 turns. That's what you could have done differently, Chris. But in terms of the plays you made, not too much. That's it for round 1. We are going to figure out matchups for round 2. A couple enticing ones out there. We haven't made a firm commitment yet, but we're going to cut to a little break before we get round 2 going. If you're watching at home, please make sure you click that thumbs up button. Thanking in, every like we get bumps us up YouTube's algorithm just a little bit more, and I want the 2025 Westpac to be absolutely popping. So please help us out. Click that thumbs up button. What else do you have for our viewers before break, Josh?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting matchups the whole way through. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Adios. Alrighty, well, thank you for your patience during that lengthy intermission. We hope that is the longest one we'll experience all tournament. Welcome back to coverage of the 2025 World Scrabble Championship, aka WESPAC. This year the event is held in Accra, Ghana. Matt Canik here, joined by Josh Sokol, and we are just about ready for round two. Josh, who we got?
Yeah, so we're gonna have a local player, Charles Tachi Menson from the Greater Accra area is going to be playing David Webb. So a very, very interesting matchup here. I've played Charles before. He's extremely strong, and I've also played David. So yeah, we love to see this matchup. I think it's pretty even, and we'll see what the tiles tell us, Matt.
Yeah, David has an internet presence. He plays a number of games on the internet, usually live streamed on his YouTube channel, Dweebo Vision. So if this isn't enough Scrabble on the internet for you, check David Webb and Dweebo Vision out. Josh, he posts what, like multiple games a week, right?
Yeah, it feels like one game a day almost, but probably not that much. Yeah, lots of people have learned so much from David's YouTube videos. But Charles, he has the home court advantage, and he has the first blank advantage as well, Matt.
Yeah, FNKORY blank, sideways blank alert. You gotta put those blanks straight up and down or they're so obvious. Charles, arrange it correctly. Charles is not going to be able to play that blank this turn either. No bingos available to him. No 8s, obviously, but no 7s either. And I think we're just going to see a word knowledge check. Do you know the 5-letter Forky on turn 1 here for Charles?
He does. There it is. I love to see it. That's the best play. Forky coming down. Over to David. What's he got, Matt?
DEHMRTY. No bingos available here for David as well. And we'll get to see some interesting intermediate play here from David. Highest scoring option is 35, cashing in YEH beneath Forky, making KY and YE. But the DMRT leave is pretty rough if you're David. So trying to split the difference, leaving a few points on the table now, and keeping a better rack is the MO for David. How do you think he's going to do that? Something like maybe Mothy through the O, Josh?
Yeah, I like Mothy. It's super balanced. Doesn't open nearly anything for Charles. The EDR leave is extremely strong. I think that would be my play for sure. But we'll see what direction David goes. There's a bunch of other options here. He can score a bit more, like you said. He could score 31 with time, THYME. You could play Myrrh. A lot of interesting herbs on display here.
A lot of interesting words in general, yeah. Herbs, myth, MYTH is always a fun word to get down on a board. That plays with MY for 23. Same tiles as Mothy, but different board state. And if you're going to be bingo prone, maybe you do want to get as many floaters out there as you can. Tough turn for David. I would love to hear his narration. I can hear his voice playing in my head right now, which is funny because people tell me that all the time. They come up to me at tournaments and they're like, every time I play, I hear you narrate now.
Nice. Yeah, you might be thinking maybe he's one letter off of Hydromel, which would be an incredible double-double through that O of Forky, but it looks like Mothy is what he's considering right now. I think this is the correct play, and he's going to play it after a little bit over a 2-minute think. So maybe a little bit of a long decision, nothing too time-consuming, but we have a very interesting start to the game. Charles to respond with most likely a bingo here.
Yes. Charles has several bingos on this turn, although wildly, the highest scoring bingo is just 64 points. Shows some of the defensive merit of a play like Mothy. It's very, very tough for your opponent to get to a double word score in any compelling way. And in light of that, Charles has a 28-point non-bingo if he's able to spot the stacking play of FAENA. 28 points holding ER blank. Josh, are you bingoing for 63 or 64 points here? Or are you just going to play Faina and keep your blank for later?
Well, if you're going to bingo this find of Hermaean, which Charles has lined up on his rack from the H Mothy, seems like an awesome choice. But yeah, 28. Keeping ER blank, you have super good chances of potentially hitting that Y next turn. You're opening so much less for David, although if you do play Faina, these overlaps might be a little bit annoying. So I think I would probably play the bingo here, though I wouldn't be super happy with it.
Simulation has Faina almost 9 points ahead of Hermaean, which seems wrong to me. But after Faina, you bingo about 79% of the time. A Neared for 63 was another bingo option. This just gives back so many floaters. This sims 12 points beneath Faina.
Yeah, wow, that's very very interesting. It's hard to say in these positions. A lot of what you're thinking about is what is the opponent going to do next? What options am I giving? He's switching to Hermaean, which gives a few floaters as well, but the EAN prime. But in terms of scoring, I feel like this doesn't give that much back. It's just that your ER blank potential is just so high on this board after Faina. Something's got to give, so very interesting.
Charles not feeling great about either of these bingos. He's looking at both, not hitting his clock, scratching his head, picking them back and forwards. But now that you've shown your opponent the blank, I don't think you could even justify pulling this back and playing Faina, right, Josh? You can't give that free info up?
It's interesting. I mean, in the previous game, if you guys were all watching, there was a situation where a blank rack was given as information to the player, and it's a little bit of uncertainty here. But yeah, having knowledge your opponent has the blank can sometimes lead you into making the wrong decision. So it could be a double-edged thing. I might be okay with the information. Just make my opponent scramble.
All right, well, David needed just one floater to draw an 8-letter bingo out of this rack of 6 consonants, and that floater was not going to happen regardless of the bingo Charles chose. He needed a U for scrupled. He did not get it, and this is going to be another interesting turn to watch. These turns so fascinating in Scrabble. How stable do you keep your nucleus of tiles? Do you just play something like clap or clad here, keeping DERS, PERS, something like that, and scoring just 14 to 16? Or are you looking to score a little bit more? Different players treat these racks so differently, and we'll see what David Webb does with this one early on. Josh, walk us through your approach here.
Yeah, I don't like this idea of playing clap through the A. It just seems to slow me down and speed my opponent up, opening that C in the triple, but maybe calp instead is an option through the A, setting up what I believe is a valid S hook. Not really sure though. There's a lot of options. You could keep the C. The C is an extremely strong bingo tile, although on this board maybe not so much. Maybe you want to keep things open. There's a lot to think about for David, and I'm very curious to see how he approaches this spot.
Yeah, Calp takes 2 back hooks, both the S that we expected to take, but also an A for Kalpa. And on an otherwise closed board, I might not be looking to do that. What I would do in this situation is probably just play long and fork this board open. PLACED placed through the A and Herman gives me an E and a D at the bottom of the board to play through, and a new line for 7s to score much better. I do blow up most of the rack, but I worry about getting walled in early on in this game. Herman doesn't take any back hooks, Forky doesn't take any back hooks, and all of a sudden I feel like if I'm not careful, I might get walled into the bottom of this board. So I got to be very careful with the play I make here. I don't want to get walled in. Placed seems to fork this board open in a good way to me.
Yeah, tons of options. That's, as you said it, Matt, this is the 3rd time player just lines up the play you're thinking of. Are you sure there's nothing weird going on?
I am just a professional grade Scrabble commentator. I may not be Will Anderson, but I am the player whisperer, and David placing place as I hoped he would. Man.
And it's a forky play, if we've already seen one on this board. Like you said, creating 2 spots for yourself on an otherwise tough to use board. So yeah, decent play by David Webb. Over to Charles, who's drawn that X with a bunch of clunky tiles, but that E in placed probably a little bit helpful for him.
Initially setting up VX on the side, I think thinking of Vex, but yeah, there you go, setting up Vibex instead. Easily the top play here for Charles, and looks like we've got a small clock outage again, but he's not going to spend more than 30 seconds. Clock's already restored. Man, Josh Greenway's so good at what he does on the ground. Vibex for 42 puts Charles ahead nearly 100. We've got 144 to 48. What will David draw into that RS leave? Big turn early on in this one.
Yeah, could be anything. RS is a very strong leave, but draw 5 constants, 5 vowels. You could draw a bunch of clunky tiles, duplicates. That's why probably playing shorter last turn might have benefited. David, but we see 2 A's, 2 G's. Not terrible, but I don't believe there's playable bingo here. Slaggard might be a word. D, maybe that
No
was blocked.
playable.
So
Yes,
how do you approach this?
laggards.
Raga and
Laggards
PA? Laggards. I always get that one confused. I'd want to play from the P of placed or from the V of Vibex, but yeah, doesn't seem super good for me.
Yeah, the only reasonable plays from the V and Vibex are VAGS or VARA. You can't swallow VARA and hold the GGLS combination together. That's just brutal. And I don't think you want to put the S out in space this early. So I bypass both options from the V. As Josh was saying, maybe the top option is just RAGGA and PA. 21 points, blow the rack open, but also get into the key top of this board. You can't get walled in down 100 early on, and there's not much else to do. One other play that I'm drawn to early on is Bag from the B and Vibex. Just 13 points, and AGLRS is an unstable leave. If you pick up an E or maybe another A, you're in good shape. If you miss on vowels, you're in really bad shape. So, Josh, what do you think? Bag and set up the S, or is that crazy?
Yeah, so the play of bag here, let me put it on the board. This takes an H or an S hook. David already has this S. You'd be looking to draw maybe an E or some other vowel to try and bingo there. I think it's just a little bit too transparent for me. I feel like a play from the V will come down and eliminate that threat, although that might open another lane for David. I feel like Raga is what I would do here, but I wouldn't be very happy with it.
Yeah, Raga sucks, but everything sucks in this game, and you just have to do something. Josh, would you ever play GAR down to the R in Forky with only 5 unseen A's early on?
I would if I felt like it. It's a fun play. I don't know if it's the right play, but that's a great idea. That's the sort of play you want to be looking for here. So instead, we're going to see Laggy come down. This is a decent idea, opening the top of the board just like Raga in a different way. Laggy takes a S hook, so that's the main thing drawing me to this play. So Slaggy can be played next turn. I like this idea.
Laggy takes 3 front hooks, the S Josh mentioned, but also a C and an F. None of those on Charles's rack here. He is ahead 144 to 59. He's set up tilted on his rack looking for an E. He does not get an E, and he's got a tougher turn on his hands now. He could still play the word up tilt through the P in placed, hitting that triple word square, but that would open a lot of this board. I love this decision here. This is so defensive. Save the front hooks to Laggy. The board is now dead after this play of Plot It. Do you like this, Josh?
I do. I mean, he really wants to draw one of those hooks to Laggy. He might get there, but I feel like David's about to strike here. He's drawn 3 R's, 2 A's. However, arrears, ARREARS, is a valid word, and that will play with Slaggy. So a word knowledge check. We know David is so strong with his word knowledge, and I think his idea of Laggy was to set up the S. I feel like this is coming down 77 points. It also plays. Where else does it play?
Plaudite. So I am going to do this a number of times all tournament. Chat, please hold me accountable. Plaudite takes an additional hook in CSW play. It takes a back E. So the defensive merit of Plaudite, ignore everything I just said. This is not a defensive play. Arrears and Plaudite, also 77. Slaggy and Arrears, 77 as well.
So both of these options, 77 points. In terms of which one is better, I probably like taking out the hook onto Laggy. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine that going away so easily. But it's still going to be down by a significant amount here. So maybe playing with Plaudite gives him better chances down the line to maybe bonus again. He's found arrears, and he's going to play with Plaudite. We love this. This is what we've come here to watch. Incredible word knowledge, beautiful board vision. Yeah, this is everything we wanted.
This is why we're here indeed. Making his top play is David Webb, crawling within 28 points, 136 to 164. And Charles back on cue. He can't be feeling great about taking a sacrifice, playing Plaudite, and then immediately giving up a bonus with the hook as well. Can he stay calm here? Charles has many great options on this turn. Nearly all of them play through the D in placed, and he has already found one of his highest scoring plays on this turn. Tidied, 34. D-I-D-I-E in the same spot. 2 additional points, but holds double T's. Josh, you're pulling the trigger on tidied here?
Absolutely. Charles still ahead, wants to balance. Playing D would open that E hook. IDE is valid, but ITE not valid. So you're opening another S hook, but there's already an S hook on Slaggy. This was quick action, great play by Charles Tachi. We love to see the speed, the confidence, and David's gonna have to fight. Let's see what he draws.
I hate when this happens. Like, I haven't even drawn my tiles or put them on my rack, and my opponent has already made a high-scoring play. Ugh. David's got to get his tiles up. He's already used over 10 minutes in this game. And looks like he's opened up a fat Sharpie doing some tracking now. Charles already has his entire rack lined up. Obligate. Oh, wow, what a sick pull for Charles if that A stays available. Obligate's going to be a big score. But David, NWZ, a good start, and S to go with it. Needs a vowel or two, though.
Oh.
There's an N.
He's got it.
And another.
That is so perfect. Was playing underneath, tidied. I feel like he should not hesitate to play that relatively quickly. It's definitely dangerous, but that is exactly what Dave needs. This is going to score 70 points. And yeah, bring him right back into the game with a beautiful ANST leave. He's going to retain the S for Slaggy. Yeah, it took David a while to do his tracking. He's making sure that everything is in order on his score sheet. Now's the time to strike with Waz.
Waz is 72 and holds ANST. David spending over a minute and a half before pulling the trigger on this. I know some of that was paperwork, but man, this is not a turn you can spend that kind of time when you're already at about the halfway point on your clock. Waz will actually temporarily put David ahead. Charles has 2 choices now. Obligate, the bingo at the top of this board is 76, or block. Pass the bingo and play oblige and WE for 51 on the bottom. Josh, you got a bingo, right?
He's playing oblige. He has not spotted that A out in space. This is the problem with not taking your time on certain turns. That A does not look like a big deal on this board, but obligate a word everybody knows. That would have scored 76, 25 more than this. The one benefit, though, is David's average score after oblige must be at least 12 or 14 points lower after this play, but I think this is a big miss.
All right, chat, we're going to play the game. What is your opponent's average score after oblige versus after obligate? I'm just going to leave some space for the chat to throw out some guesses. What is the delta between those plays?
Another perfect last tile for David Webb. Tannists and Statins now are going to play with Slaggy. Let's see if he spots those. Let's see if he spots his S hook. This is crazy. Obligate would have allowed a bingo as well. Actually, Satnets. Is there anything that would have tripled there? Anyways, let's focus, Josh. Let's focus. What a crazy game. This one mistake might be costing Charles dearly here.
Yeah, big mistake there, missing obligate. The difference in those scores I mentioned After Obligate, David averages 60 points per turn. After Oblige, just 40. So a 20-point delta between plays, but Obligate still crushing a sim because A, it scored way better, and B, Charles is also going to score much more after the wide open board shape of Obligate, with 3 huge triple word squares available. Here comes Tanist and Slaggy, highest scoring bingo for David. He scored 77 yet again. Last 3 turns for David Webb. Arrears for 77, Waz for 72, and Tanist for 77 as well.
Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this available play?
33
Charles.
points available to Charles? That's insane. Chat, you're up to the test now. Find 33 for Charles on this turn. Good luck.
Oh my gosh. We're sitting here in the commentary booth and we have all the plays available. Sometimes a play comes up, you just have to like point, like where in the world is this play? The level of difficulty, we know that Charles can find these plays. Tidied was found so quickly. But how do you even get yourself to look between that L of laggy and that second R of arrears? Wow. Did I spoil it?
I think you kind of did. The play between the disconnected LR with 4 overlaps is loitered, Loitered, non-bingo, 33 points. But this, I think, the more human play. This is going to be posed, paseo, Posed. I might have opted for Paseo in that situation instead, just to shed one more vowel, but he's taking the points here, is Charles. Ait, a nice, strong leave, and not a good pull for David after 3 consecutive plays of over 70 points. EFNNOOO. The scoring is going to stop for Dweebo Vision. 276 to 285. It's anybody's game. Josh, what are you looking at here?
I want to get rid of 2 O's and I want to get rid of an N, but doesn't feel like there's a great option to do that. If David was up by a lot, the option of non-food to this D that was just thrown out in space good, but feels like 12 points is not really going to do it. With such weird stuff unseen, the only benefit is trying to draw that final blank. I think you're David, you just have to, play phone, F-O-N-E, and just hope you don't redraw more N's, more O's, more U's. Yeah, like you said, anyone's game. Maybe Dave with a slight advantage here, but it really is going to depend on who draws that final blank.
Huge draw from Charles. He threatens multiple big plays. He has 1 bingo down to the D in posed. He's also got nearly 50 points available with a 6-tile play at the bottom of this board. So a big, big pull for Charles puts him back in a good position. Big turn for David now. Non-food, the spooky Spidey senses block would be by far his best move, knowing Charles' rack. But I think there are very few people who make that play non-food at this game score, just a little too paranoid and defensive. What will David do? Will he get hit by Ceratoid for 86 next turn? We'll find out.
Yeah, man. This is a blank out. So David's going to need that blank if Charles spots Ceratoid. I don't think that's getting blocked. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in these next couple of moves, but David Webb in danger of losing his second game in the 2025 World Scrabble Championship.
What will he do? 9 minutes in exchange. He set up non-food.
So the one thing I wanted to mention, not to be too results-oriented, but the play of posed does seem a little bit itchy. Does feel like that's a play that you would make keeping bingo tiles and non-food. It looks like David has eyes in the front of Charles's head. That is an incredible decision. He's going for the blank.
Going for the blank for the block. David up by just 21 now, at risk of being just simply outrun. But perhaps if he can go and get that blank, the J, that final S, he feels good about his odds. Even the Q on this board, not a bad tile for scoring options. So David just says, let me get all these O's and N's off my rack. We will see. Charles immediately spotting 2 points at the bottom of this board. Erotic is the top option. Charles will go up by 21. What David draw?
What will he draw? What will Charles draw? There's so much danger in this pool lurking. There's 3 U's, a V, a Q, but there's also a blank. One of them is probably going to draw that blank. There's 8 tiles in the bag there. Charles draws it.
He finds a blank, but a lot of vowels. This could be trouble.
Yeah.
And
to
Charles,
see the
Galaxy
suspense
plane.
is killing me.
Yeah, he set the A sideways, but got the blank right side up this time. I wonder if David even looks at his opponent's tiles, but maybe some free information or misinformation there. AAEIIM blank. If Charles can eject a few vowels and then bingo, he should be winning this game. But what has David drawn? He's lost nearly a minute of time without even getting to look at his tiles. 7 minutes and change. There is the Q. But there are 3 U's. Will he find one? There it is.
There's one. It is so deliberate, the way that David Webb plays Scrabble. Quite different from what we've seen displayed by Charles, playing quickly, drawing his tiles quickly. The time pressure is on. There are 8 tiles in the bag. This is a really good rack, honestly, for David Webb, and what's unseen to him. He has no idea that Charles doesn't have any of the other U's or a V or a W or a J on this track. So where do you start here? Just quad?
I don't know. Fishing the Q with QI for 31 allows you to draw into quite a bit, actually. On-house doesn't seem to fit, but I think there are some plays that hit, but I think ejecting the Q is important here. David setting up QUOD. This plays either to the D in tidied or the D in plotite, both for 34 points. This is the very natural play. EHEN or EHNS, drawing into a pool of 9 vowels and just 6 consonants, feels pretty strong to me. I don't think there's a reason not to play quad here, but as you said, David, a methodical player is going to try to think this one through before just jumping on the best play he sees.
This is going to be a complicated pre and end game. Like, he needs to play. Okay, so quad is coming down after 2.5 minutes. The biggest issue with this play is the timing. He's leaving 5 tiles in the bag. This gives Charles a lot of options to not empty the bag, retake the lead, balance his rack. So I feel like even despite Charles's tiles, from Dave's perspective, he's probably a little bit behind here.
Yeah, he's up by 13, but you're right. 5 tiles in the bag means Charles controls timing. Charles probably wants to leave 2 or 3 unseen. With the bingo-prone stuff, but only 1 lucrative bingo line through the T and Tannists, I wonder if he'll look to open another bingo line and play some offense, or if he'll just keep things tight. Oh man, this is a tricky turn, but he does have 15 minutes to think this through. Initially, I'm drawn to a play like AIM to the M in Mothy, setting up the front MAME hook with the M I'd be retaining. Do you like that, Josh? AIM also picks a front S and a front K. K likely to be a non-factor, but the S could be big. You playing AIM, or are you doing something else?
That's a very interesting choice. I just feel like Charles is in a better position than needing to play for 11 and trying to bingo. I feel like playing 3 or 4 tiles here is preferred. I just wanted to mention I ran the previous position in the strongest engine that we have, and it's saying quads. Putting the S on quad is at least as good as just playing quad, which is so counterintuitive. But that's what I was saying about timing. Allowing Charles to play 4 tiles rather than rather than 3 is a big deal here. He has so much flexibility in this spot, so I think I prefer something a little bit longer here, but aim is a good idea.
Chat pointing out perhaps ANI through the N in Tanists, just 6 points, but setting up MANI. Should Charles draw a bingo, that will be very hard for David to obstruct, especially looking at this unseen pool. Not much that can actually play and obstruct that threat. So Charles could swing for the fences, make an aggressive setup, and it's unlikely to get hit hard.
Yeah, extremely complicated position. This is why you leave yourself so much time. Like you said, Charles started off with over 15 minutes. He has a lot of time to sort through his options, and so many options there are. Ani looks very strong, but is that going to just fall short? David's able to block it or obstruct it, score some points. What if Charles misses? There's still a V, W, U, U, J unseen. I don't know. I like playing something like Amir, AMIR, to this R. I feel like that would be more of the sort of play I'm looking for in this spot.
I think playing fewer tiles is probably good here as well. If you play 3 or 4, A, you're flipping pacing back in David's favor, and B, you're setting yourself up for more nightmare situations. If I'm Charles, I would guesstimate that I'm winning this game probably 70 to 85% of the time, so I'm just looking to avoid bad situations. Playing 3 or 4 tiles, I think, is most likely to do that. He's grabbed the A and the I. There's so many places he could put those. Now he's grabbed the M as well. Is he thinking of just playing Mani, M-A-N-I?
He is, and that's a good option too. The engine loves ANI for 6, but one thing about engines, it doesn't consider that David is going to try and block a lot of the time. Very, very tough position. You could go a lot of ways here. Putting the time pressure on with the play of Ani is probably really, really good for Charles, practically speaking. However, maybe it allows David to sort of narrow down his options. Not sure. Psychologically here, do you want to play fast? Do you want to sort through your options? You want to try and find the best play? Very tough one here.
Yeah, I would either want to play this as fast as possible or spend like 5 minutes on this turn. If you play it as fast as possible, you could induce mistakes either on this turn or a subsequent turn, but you're probably only going to have one more meaningful play if you're Charles after this, so might as well take the time.
Yeah, I think this area of the board is definitely where you're looking to play. There are some threats for Charles to deal with in that spot, maybe with the J, just high scoring options for David. But yeah, AIA also an option. There's no R for Raya. Charles might draw the word starting an R with his blank. But seeing Amir come down, the engine doesn't like this play. Josh Sokol likes this play. Not really sure. You might draw a couple of vowels, not be able to score anything. Maybe the M was really useful here. But Amir coming down. Charles has 10 minutes left to deal with the end of this game. David does not. 6 minutes. Very complicated position.
EHJNSUW, the rack for David. There are 2 tiles left in the bag, but David has 55 points available, or even 59, JEHU, beneath the TAN in Tanists. These will empty the bag, but looking at the unseen pool, I don't see much that Charles could threaten down from the J. No bingos, just juvie or jives. I think David can outrun those plays if he draws an out. So what do you think, Josh? Jehu is the way forward? Jehu's is the way forward? Or do you need to think longer here?
Crucially, the U is the last tile in the bag, but Jehu looks obvious. It feels like there's nothing else that guarantees as much of a win. Yeah, NSW is going to go out a lot on this board, but not with the U, I don't think. So Jehu comes down. JV is a potential response as well. Jayvee. It's going to be really close.
Oh man, this is going to be so good. Yeah, I think it's going to be Jehu and then either Jive or JV. Charles is going to end up, or excuse me, David is going to end up drawing UN out of the bag and have some crazy endgame situations. Allegedly, according to the engine, Jehu is a winning play for David, but he would have to find the right endgame sequence to do so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like JV is enough after the draw of UN. It's like that would lose the game by 8 points. So we'll see. Even if Jehu's comes down, I think that's good enough as well. The idea of playing the S for only 4 points is a good one because you want to get yourself closer to going out. Keeping 4 tiles will potentially allow you to do that and score 4 extra points. Increases your flexibility as well. So Jehu's coming down. I think this is a win for David Webb.
Does indeed appear to be a win, especially as he goes and draws the U out of the bag, meaning Juvie is not a possibility to be hit with. Juvie holding the blank would be so rough for David to see, but the U, so huge, so huge. Charles doesn't appear to have any wins. Best endgame sequence is actually apparently not playing from the J at all this turn. But playing Peerie down from the P and plot it for just 16, holding Javel as an out next turn. David can do almost nothing about this. But no wins here for Charles if this endgame goes the way we expect. Charles can play JV, and David has exactly 1 win after that comes down. David can squeak this one out by just 2 points.
Yeah, once we get those scores updated, Charles is down 49 points here, and it's just not enough to come back with Jarvie or JV here. But David still has to find his winning play, which is pretty easy to do, I think, with a bit less than 4 minutes on the clock. He has Charles's clock to think on as well. What a great game 2 this has been, but still could go either way. It looks like David's going to take this.
What an interesting back and forwards game. And chat pointing out if the U were in the bag instead, not just Juvie as a possibility, but perhaps even Juvenile as a bingo out for Charles. So David was by no means 100% to win after Jehu's needed a great draw and ended up finding it. This, I think, going to be a 2-point game at the end of all of this. Wild, wild, wild stuff.
Wow. And of course, one other thing to mention, it comes up sometimes when the games are so close. We have the real scores available to us, but these guys are on their own. If they both agree to a score that's different and they have a different result than us and they decide not to recount the game, we can see a reversal of the result, we think. So Jarvie coming down, blank's going to be an R. Second blank for Charles, but just not enough to fight against David's precise play. I think that miss of Obligate is going to come back to haunt Charles if he'd just taken one look at that A in arrears. This would have been a whole different game.
1 win here for David, and it's not the most intuitive. The win is the 3-letter N-U-N in the top left corner of this board, making Ute and Nah. It is possible in this time crunch, David has a bit of blindness. I would be looking to play the W here, for sure. I don't want to get slogged down with it at the end, but there's no great ways to do that. Just A-W-N in the top right of this board, or W-Y-N through the Y in Mothi. Neither of those plays wins for David. Only none will win for him.
Yeah, it's not obvious, but it's just, I think, about the math here. Unless Charles has a very, very strong outplay that he's threatening, just want to do the math. None is 18, keeps the W. That's a total of 18 minus 8, because the W is going to go to Charles and be taken off of David's score. So that's 10. You play on, that's 12 minus 6, that's 6. Win is 11 minus 4, that's 7. So none has the best overall score when you count the letters off of your rack. That's how you do endgame math, but it also has to do with what your opponent's threatening. So David hopefully has done his diligence. He knows that Charles has EE. He's going to look for his outplays. Looks like Pier through the P and the R might be the best spot for Charles. He's going to hopefully knock overtime doing all this math.
Yeah, 2 12-point outplays for Charles, either PEER or EME through the M and Motley, both 12. But neither one will do it if David plays none here. This is the only winning play for David. You can see he's got his hand on his head, examining a whole lot here. What is the best sequence for me? What is my opponent's highest scoring out? Will none actually do it? I would love to recount the game here top to bottom, but there is not enough time for David Webb to do that.
Yeah, definitely some nerves here at the end of this game. It's not as simple as you might think, but it should be a walk in the park for a player like David Webb, find his highest scoring play in this position. Under a minute now, Matt.
This is a world championship. Yeah, this is a world championship. If you want to establish yourself as a world-class player, you must execute end games like this. Down now to 50 seconds is David Webb. He's shown no indication that he has spotted none yet. He's telegraphed a lot of his moves with shuffling his tiles. Could we see a time-induced blunder and a game stolen by Charles Tachi on his home soil? We will see so soon. You can cut the tension here with a butter knife.
Oh no, that's not the right letters, David Webb. That is not the right letters. He's giving back EE for 14 with this play. He's only scoring 11. This is a blown game.
David's blown it on
Oh,
time.
my
He just didn't
goodness.
have the time.
Holy moly, that's 401. He's going to lose by 3 if they have the same scores as us. Surely he'll want to recount. Let's listen.
$404, $401.
Yeah, well done. Close one.
Yeah. Good. I had obligate, but then I thought, and then this one is there. So I said, okay, let me take this one. And then let's see. And then I almost got out of hand.
I could have played G Hughes at the top there. Maybe that would have been better.
I still will get here.
Yeah.
Peeve.
Sorry?
Peeve.
Yeah. G Hugh, loads of things go in front of UNs. But I kept WN and I drew NU from the bag.
When I saw the tiles left and I didn't have the U's and the W, I thought, okay, I'll be okay.
Yeah, because I saw so many. I played the S because I thought with just 4 tiles and with all those vowels, there was a good chance I could go out with 4 tiles and not with 5. But I needed to draw an A or an E, so this was just a pretty deadly. I may have something better than win at the end, but I don't think I could have won the game. But if it's only 3 points, then maybe I could. And who knows, maybe if I'd held on to the S. But I played it to give myself the best shot of going out in 1. that maybe I should have retained it with a view that I can win and go out in 2, because then I can put the S on the end of G next turn or the end of your J play.
This one, maybe a blade would have been better. But then I thought, okay, let me do this, take an easy bingo line out. But then this E and S, I just said, no, let's go.
Yeah. I had a rears there and across there, so I was glad that both just stayed available. Okay, do you want to do the results thing?
Yeah. My phone is not here, so if you can.
Okay.
They are going to submit the results. David has not yet seen that he had the game won. In his low time state, he did not see none, the only play that would win. Charles winning on his home soil by 3, 404 to 401. One more fun factoid about that game. David had 10 turns, just 10 moves. That game happened fast. Josh, what do you have to say about that one?
Brutal. I would hope that nobody tells David that he missed a win. His psychology for the rest of the tournament sort of depends on that. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't find out, but when games are streamed, it's very hard to miss out on the truth. What a crazy, crazy swing at the end there. You were telling us all game, Matt, that time was going to be an issue, and there it was. David did not have enough time to find his only winning play.
Yes.
Crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff indeed. Now, there have been a number of changes today across the schedule. If you know, today was originally supposed to be starting. Let me cut that overhead mic.
Oh no.
Today was supposed to start originally at 4 a.m. Eastern time, but then there was a lengthy ceremony added. There was some sweet dancing, music, drumming. Some of you were here watching all of that. Because of the 2.5-hour delay on the start time of this tournament, they've announced that lunch is actually going to happen now, after round 2. The lunch break will be 52 minutes, which means we all have the opportunity to go touch some grass, eat breakfast, eat lunch, eat dinner, wherever you're joining us from. I'm going to capitalize on this break as well. We will try to squeeze in 8 games today anyway, but it's looking more like, with the delay, 7 games will be played today, and maybe 9 will be played on one of the subsequent days instead. So we are going to come back. Before we break, though, please click that thumbs up button. Let's build a ton of momentum here for the World Scrabble Championship. And if you're just tuning into this YouTube channel for the first time, Let's Play Scrabble is where you can catch so much Scrabble content on the internet. They stream multiple times a month, CSW and NWL/WoW Play, whatever you want to see. Make sure you subscribe to this channel if you haven't yet. And Josh, Let's Play Scrabble is not the only place where you can watch this event. Tell us more about where else you can watch the stream.
Yeah, we have a second stream running. The link is pinned to the top of the chat of this channel. Be sure to check that out. We're featuring 2 tables per game. That is awesome. More Scrabble is more Scrabble. Everybody's happy with that. So yeah, go and check that out. There's been a lot of hands on deck to make this happen. So yeah, super excited. The players are going to be able to take some time to relax and eat and recuperate from those opening 2 rounds. It is a hot day in the 30s or 80s if you're American in Accra, Ghana. But we will be back after lunch with rounds 3 through 7, maybe 8.
So more Scrabble coming your way. Keep the stream live or shut it off, but don't forget to join us again 50 minutes until round 3 from Accra, Ghana. Until then, Matt Canik, Josh Sokol signing off. We will see y'all soon. tell us a little bit about the players we're about to see. Tell us what you know about Matthew O'Connor as he shifts over to the board. His first streamed game as a 2100 player.
Matthew O'Connor, current rating 2101. First time over 2100. He's probably really excited about that. If I know him, he's a wicked fast player, but he can take his time and make some very, very interesting strategic choices. He loves to think about positions, but he also loves to blitz things out. He got to the 2000 level just by playing fast. His word knowledge was never as strong as his opponents of the same rating scheme. So yeah, he's demonstrated how important psychology is and like exploitation in the game of Scrabble. And he's playing against Tunnicliffe, who we just saw, very, very creative player himself, in maybe different ways, but also very deliberate, takes his time, knows what's going on. It's going to be a very fun matchup to watch.
And here we go, underway, the patented Matthew O'Connor. My letters are in whatever order they hit my rack in. Screw you if you're watching on the screen. But also the tiles giving a little screw you to Matthew O'Connor. That is terrible. DDGGKLN. Are you serious? Exchange. But what do you exchange here, Josh, and why?
Oh my god, and we saw UUR as the first three letters on Tunnicliffe's rack, and he's trolling us a little bit. He wants an M for quorums. Close to Gagaku. Didn't he have Kagu, or did I misread his rack?
No, he had all consonants. DDGGKLN.
Oh, wow. Okay, sorry. Totally misread the rack. So yeah, this makes sense, exchanging down to the N. Yeah, you could keep a G, but I don't.
He drew it! What? Did he see it and troll us, or did he manifest that?
Oh,
that's
my
incredible.
god! I thought he was joking when he put it on the board, but he couldn't have wanted to show his letters. Wow, 2 M's, 50 or sorry, a 2% chance, or I mean, it's not a 2% chance.
Not even. Wow.
That's it's a bit more than that, but that's crazy. That's crazy.
Welcome to board one, Matthew. You draw 7 consonants and your opponent opens for 106. Enjoy. Have fun. But he is going to have some fun. He's picked up a blank on his exchange 6, and he will have 3 playable bingos, though they are all sad bingos. Nothing scores well, but he can at least score in the 60s. So that's something, I suppose. Wow. We got to ask Matthew Tunnicliffe, like, did you see the M and troll us, or did you just put it there? That was fun. That's going to be the funniest thing I see all weekend.
I don't know. Let's get that score on the under Matthew Tunnicliffe's name. But yeah, 106. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure he didn't actually see it and he just lucked out. I love when that happens. Wow. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, Matthew is going to bingo here. Which bingo he chooses is going to be huge. Matthew Tunnicliffe will bingo if he gets an E, but the word he will have must end in an E. So if Matthew O'Connor plays through the R, no bingos back from Matthew Tunnicliffe. But if Matthew O'Connor makes his highest scoring bingo of Veneries down to the S, then Matthew Tunnicliffe will bingo back. So big decision here, though he can't know it. 2 playable bingos through the R, Veneries and Ingrieve, and also Veneries down to the S. 64 if he plays to the S, Veneries is 62 if he plays through the R, and Ingrieve 61. So a huge decision here for Matthew O'Connor. He can't know which bingos give bingos back, but this will be a big swing one way or the other.
Yeah, it's very interesting positionally here because, I mean, despite maybe being able to score 60 plus on this turn, Matthew O'Connor is going to be way behind with it being Matthew Tunnicliffe's turn. So you really want to make a play that tries to keep the board open for as long as possible. And I think that play is going to be Veneries to the S, even though it opens some dangerous spots. You're really creating a situation where there's a lot of counterplay possible. And yeah, something will play maybe through the V and open the top left lane. potentially. So I think that's what I would do. But yeah, that will fall victim to Calliope, and it's just a question of trying to find all the playable bingos. It looks like you have a lot of options despite the 3 E's, but yeah, I think Veneries to the S is the correct option, but we'll see what O'Connor finds here. He might even not bingo.
All right, grab your hot sauce, Josh, because the bingo that Matthew Tunnicliffe has with an E is spelled Calliope, but it's Greek. You're going to pronounce that Calliope. So if we're doing the mispronunciation shots, cue one up for yourself.
Are we? I don't know. If it pans to me, I'll take it.
I pander to chat when I do my streaming, so if the chat demands it, then we'll make it happen. How much do you hate us, chat?
Look at this. I mean, you were talking about how fast Matthew O'Connor is as a player. He has definitely slowed down a lot in his old age. I mean, he's in his mid-20s, of course. But
geriatric.
Yeah, man, he's already going to be under 20 minutes, and he hasn't put a play on the board yet. So that's got to be a great sign for Tunnicliffe, as well as just being up 106-0. I think we might see the spell broken. I mean, Matthew Tunnicliffe has to be at least 80% to win at this point, even after a bingo from Matt O'Connor.
Maybe Matthew O'Connor is waiting for the signal from his buzzing bandage that he's got under his shirt. You know, which bingo is the best? Somebody flash it to me. Sorry, baseball's back this month, and you can tell I'm fully in gear. I've got to take a shot at the Houston Astros anytime I can, despite the fact that I live in Texas. I do not like the Astros, do not like the Rangers. I'm a big old Jays homer. So anyway, happy baseball season to those who celebrate, or happy baseball is back this month to those who celebrate. I'm so excited for it. We're getting another World Series championship. Let's go Jays, baby.
Yeah, I was thinking you were making an allusion to Hans Niemann and the chess scandal, but yeah, that's true. There's scandals in all walks of competitive life, and yeah, obviously we know almost for a fact. I mean, we have to say, like, these players are not strong because they cheat. Oh my gosh, Matthew Tunnicliffe. And I should say they're not cheaters, of course. He finds pollicle, which is his only other 8-letter word. I was going to give that to chat as a quiz, but he's ruined that, or I've ruined that by saying it. Jesus, struggling this morning, Matt.
Yeah. Pollicle and Calliope, the 2 8s he could have, and he, flexing his deep word knowledge. Why do you know that? That is probability 38,000. But oh my God, Matthew, what?
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. He might know Veneries. I would be. He usually finds the words he knows, so he might just not know or not be sure of Veneries. And this isn't much worse. It's 26 points, but yeah, he definitely wanted to bingo there. But yeah, I'm not surprised to see the miss here.
So this is not Matthew O'Connor deliberately big brain tried to pass on bingos. This is Matthew O'Connor missed both playable bingos, right? It's got to be.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but like I said, you can miss bingos. You can also just not know 3E bingos. That's definitely not surprising. Man, this whole time with Matthew Tunnicliffe's rack, I just keep seeing capicolo as a potential 9-letter word. I think that's a word. But yeah, what do you do here?
Be sad. It seems like every time Matthew's opponents blunder, it is the smartest thing they could have done. And once again, it's happened. Of course, he can't know any of that, but yeah, all of a sudden this becomes tough. A COPAL and AVINE plays. Wow, that is a really huge, enormous front hook that I didn't know. But that sets up the opportunity to get crushed by Ravine or Savine front hooks. So while that might be an equity play, I don't know. This is a lot more nuance to a turn than you might expect. You probably want to take either Ovine or Avine plays, but you don't want to give Matthew too much back with the lead that you have. So interesting. I don't know. What are you looking at here? Maybe Callop and Ovine?
I'm looking at Sam Rosen in the chat saying Josh is pronounced Gabagool instead of Capicola. That's hilarious. That's the funniest thing I've read all day. Shout out to Sam Rosen in the chat. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. Vine sets up the A and the O hooks, and if you want to block those hooks, you have to use them and potentially open other spots. So there's a lot of variance now involved with that hook. And yeah, if you want to just get rid of it and just give Matt O'Connor a couple of turns to maximize or to get a play there, then you can. I think just pushing the button might be the correct option. We see Tunnicliffe considering Copal. You could also go the defensive route, play something like I don't know, through the S. I'm not really seeing much that does a good job blocking the board. I don't really know what to do.
Literally every candidate play that Quackle generated is either at B5, B6, B7, B8, or B9. So we're just front hooking Vine with something, it seems like. The question is, what? And it looks like he's going to opt to play this here, which, ooh, okay. Hey, top of the board, we're not going there. That's really cool. Matthew Tunnicliffe guaranteeing more or less that this game's going to stay on the bottom half. Matthew O'Connor would need to bingo down to the R or the S to get almost any access to that top and top left side. This is a cool defensive decision for Matthew Tunnicliffe. I think I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. You could also maybe play vocal from the V in Vine, but that doesn't really address much. And yeah, this is a 6-point sacrifice, I think, but for a very good reason. You're forgoing the second triple letter score. But, oh no, it isn't. Wait, do I know how to count? No, it's the same score, right? No, it's 2 points. 2 points difference, right?
I was doing too many things. I don't even know what's going on right now, but chat pointing out, maybe consider save the C and try to hit Covine next turn. There's definitely some merit. But at the same time, using the C to say, no, you are not getting this triple word square. You're not making a 2-letter word here. You're not playing bovine or covine or ravine. I don't know. I'd rather play the C here. I'd rather play defense with the lead that I've built.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think we're going to have a bingo finally from Matt O'Connor. And we're going to see if he decides to play Swelters and sees it with Ovines. That will do a good job at potentially creating some play in the top left. So yeah, lots of board dynamics at play here. I really like the decision of Copal by Tunnicliffe. Like you said, just denying access to the top left of the board. You need basically a bingo using that R of quorums to even access the top left of the board now. So yeah, with the lead of 100 points, very good decision.
So Matthew O'Connor has the three highest scoring bingos, all back hook, COPAL. You can play Swelter, Swelted, or Sweetly. All three of them there for 80. But I agree with Josh. I think Swelters and Ovines is almost a play you need to make. Yeah, you're going to bingo and come close, but you're still down 20 or 25 on a board that's quickly running out of life, and it's your opponent's turn. You're going to be down 50 to 60, maybe even 70 next turn. I think you need to try to keep this board dynamic, and I think Matthew O'Connor feels the same way here. I would expect that we see him sacrifice just a few points and take the 76-point Swelters through the R and quorums over the 80-point Swelter, Swelted, or Sweetly on this turn. And he is going to make me look stupid and play Wavelets for 70, I guess, which I just won't
okay
offer
with
any.
this. No, I'm definitely okay with this. I don't actually agree that you need to play Swelters here. There is still some life in the board. playing wavelets, denying Matthew Tunnicliffe easy access to that bottom left triple, while creating a spot from the S. I think Copals and Swelter or Sweetly would have been better here, doing the same thing and not giving as much counterplay and scoring more. But yeah, maybe Matt O'Connor wasn't sure of Copals. Maybe Matthew Tunnicliffe can actually read into that. But it's probably not going to matter because, yeah, you just want to play from the S here.
Yeah, Matthew, you've got to wonder, is he not sure that COPAL takes a back S? That might be big information. I can't see that this would be a good strategic decision for him to make when Swelter or Sweetly score 80. Is he missing bingos here? Like, is this some huge big brain thing that I'm not aware of? I don't know, but he's allowing Matthew Tunnicliffe to play Scrog and kind of muck things up again. I don't know. If you're going to play on bottom, you don't have to play Swelters through the R, I don't think, but you need to score 80 and not 70. That 10-point sacrifice, that's not a sacrifice. That's a mistake.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. So if we see Scrog come down, yeah, Tunnicliffe's going to be ahead by around 60 points, so very nice. But yeah, it depends what he draws. There's only been one eye played so far this game in Vine. And so keeping an eye on your rack, this is something I would try to avoid at not all costs, but at a lot, like 90% of costs, if I can just estimate there. But yeah, we might see a very bad draw if we see Scrog come down on the board and we see that Matt O'Connor doesn't have a single eye and is going to be able to score something with the X. He has facts underneath the ELE of wavelets. Very nice and balanced play, scoring a ton of points. So I think there's definitely some play left for Matt O'Connor, and it really is going to depend on what Matthew Tunnicliffe draws after his play. I think he's going to play Scrog.
Yeah, he set it up as soon as wavelets came down and then spent a bunch of time. I think he might be looking like, can I hold this C and make like coward or something through the W and wavelets? That'd be sick. Can I use this C to block the top? You know, like if you just play even something as silly as like COST through the S and quorums, like GG, we're not playing on the top of this board now. So when you've got a lead and you're looking to block the C is one of the best tiles you can have, but Scrog, I think, is just too much equity to bypass here.
Yeah, he's looking for other plays, and he's also maybe not 100% sure of Scrog. It's a weird-looking word. And yeah, so he's playing Score instead. I think it's just because he's unsure of Scrog. It's a very weird-looking word. There's words like it, like Sprog, Scrag. So yeah, I think this is just a word knowledge blip for Tunnicliffe. I don't think you want to play sacrifice 3 points and keep a G here.
If you're not going to play Scrog, if you're not confident or whatever, I think ESCROL perhaps a better choice, but that's okay. Score a rather unorthodox play, and he's going to get hit back hard and immediately with facts from Matthew O'Connor to make it 143 to 157. All right, so we got a game.
157 or 159?
159, excuse me. 143, 159, Matthew Tunnicliffe's favor. So I guess Matthew O'Connor with the big brain bypassed 10 points on my bingo because I know I'm going to draw facts for 47 next turn. And this is going to be a rough turn for Matthew Tunnicliffe. These racks suck. There's no scoring opportunity, no scoring tiles, no scoring spots. You'd love to make a play down from the W at least to try to get 30 points, but there's no play like that available. And all of a sudden you're looking at sad stuff. A go on top of quorum, it scores 17. Is that the best we can do here? I don't know. This is rough.
Yeah, this does suck. And it's a good thing Matt O'Connor. What's that? Caligo? It's a good thing Matt O'Connor played facts so quickly, or had the play of facts, because he was way behind on the clock. We know he can play games in 1 minute. I've seen him after hours playing 1 versus 5 minute blitz against certain players and just finishing the game in under a minute or very close to it. So we know he can just use his time very, very wisely, but this definitely helps him take a breather and consider what's going on in this game. Although once again, yeah, I think he's going to have a pretty easy play. Oh, maybe not next turn. But yeah, it's a really tough turn for Tunnicliffe here, and definitely not the position he was envisioning after quorums for 106 to open the game.
Yeah, geez, the best start you could have possibly drawn up. Exchange 6 into 106-point bingo for myself, and yet all of a sudden, like, we're still neck and neck. This is close to a coin flip. So Scrabble changes quickly when you get good stuff, and that's what's happened here.
Yeah. What does O'Connor have? Does he have anything from the W? IL doesn't work, so no wifey. Maybe he doesn't. Who knows?
I don't know. He has Weft, WEFTE. He has, there's something else, WAITE.
Right.
There were W plays when I ran it through, but I don't know Collins. WAIFT is the other one. Weft, and Wait all play from the W for Matthew. All Collins only 5s.
Yeah, it makes sense. So is Tunnicliffe thinking of playing Goa next to the ORE? Or, yeah, maybe he could also play a Go, like you said, I think, on top of the RUM of quorums. But yeah, these plays all do not look great. There's lots of threats now on the board because Tunnicliffe played score. He's now opened up an R and an E. But yeah, Caligo is the play you mentioned, and I love this play. It's like, I do not want to keep these 1-point tiles that are not very good. I want to get rid of an I want to score some points. Yeah, I like this decision a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is what you want to do in this situation. This is a nice heads-up play by Matthew, and I am always going to be a fan of somebody playing longer out of the sticks than shorter. We don't need to play holding AILR and just hoping we draw that bingo, because when we don't, it's so ugly. Now, at least you pulled a P and a D, and you can score some points if you don't get your bingo. I think this is a great way to approach that. Nice play from Tunnicliffe, and that's going to pull him up to 177 to 143. Matthew, O'Connor, I expect to see one of the W plays come down. FEY beneath Caligo, making OF, is also 28, holds AEIT with floating R's and a floating S. That's not as dangerous as it seems. 28, hold a bingo prone leave, but 39 with WAIFT or WEFTE. Hard to pass that up. What would you do in this situation, Josh?
No, I think you have to play from the W here. I hate putting Ys in triple lanes. You're just asking for trouble. What I do notice is that I think Tunnicliffe has a bingo of Praedial through the E. Praedial, unless I'm making that up. So that's probably going to come down unless we see another sick blocking play by Tunnicliffe's opponent. But that would require, I think... What?
Matthew's also got a bingo down to the S, so he's bingoing next turn no matter what.
Okay. That's good. But yeah, I think saving for the fact that, those 5-letter words from the W are all Collins only, and Matthew O'Connor spent most of his Scrabble career playing in the North American lexicon. I'm not surprised that those plays were missed here, I believe. I think he would have played from the W.
So yeah, FEY going on top. That's not what we expected. He must... I don't know. I mean, Matthew plays too much Collins. His rating is 2100. I'm unwilling to accept that he's never seen WAIFT. Like, anybody who's played Collins for 2 months has to learn that word and has to learn it quickly. So I think this was tactical for Matthew. I think he feels AEIT might just do it, but it's not going to do it when you draw EOO. Have fun. You got bingoed on, and now you got all vowels. Oh, man, big shift in this game. Praedial comes down for Tunnicliffe, and O'Connor is going to sit there and be sad. thinking about that last turn
Okay.
for sure.
At the very least, he saw weight because now he's playing it. He kept it as a possibility last turn. But yeah, Wafed and Wefte or Wefte definitely seemed like better options to me. But yeah, maybe he wants to keep AEIT. It's a very, very strong leave if you can draw a couple of consonants, which he did not. And look at consonants on Tunnicliffe's rack. I think you just play kinda here and just be like, okay, give me some vowels, please.
Yeah, kinda. I think the only real option. You could also play TONKS and Predials. If you're certain that word take an S, you should be. I mean, there's a 7 alternate spelling without the first A, and that takes an S, right? So like, you've got to know that. Oh, really?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Well, kinda gonna be the play here for Matthew. I think holding on to that second to last S is very smart to do. I don't think there's much more to think. Let's see, does he get a bingo? No, he's got the Z. He's got the Z. Okay. So kinda from Matthew Tunnicliffe and Matthew O'Connor kept 2 A's last turn, or kept 2 O's last turn, and he's gonna have to deal with them this turn instead. AEIOOST. And kinda is going to give him some fun stuff. I think the funnest one is Rodeo, ROADEO. Play 4 vowels, score 18 points, or put the S on the end and score 29. I don't think you're putting the S at the end. I think the back hook for Caligo is important to hold on to, but Rodeo, a fun option, or the more standard, just drop 2 O's, ROOD, in that same spot as 14. What are you doing here, Josh? You just playing 2 O's? You trying to score a little bit more? Are you looking to open this board? What's the thought process?
Yeah, I don't know. If the scores are up to date and down 60 points, I don't know that just playing 0-0 and bingoing next turn is going to cut it. So I might try to get some extra points here. The problem, again, with rodeos is that, yeah, you're not leaving yourself with great letters. But, you know, IT isn't the worst thing possible, but the S is pretty strong here to go with Caligos. So yeah, we're seeing Rude. It's going to bingo as much as Matt possibly can hope to bingo. So I understand this decision, but yeah, it might have been a little bit more accurate to take a little bit of extra points here with rodeos. I don't think I play rodeo. I think I play rodeos.
So, Rude, the play here, 14 points, and he has drawn, EG into that rack. Matthew Tunnicliffe has a big decision. When you watch your opponent drop 2 O's, they're probably pretty close to range. They're not playing through 6 vowels. It's way better to exchange. So he's got to decide, do I put the Riz on or do I block Caligos? And he's going to put the Riz on. He's going to obstruct that S in quorums, decrease a lot of bingo options for Matthew O'Connor, but ZORIS and Predials also played in the bottom for a ton of points. I think this is right, though. I think you want to hold your own S rather than burn it, right, Josh?
Yeah, and Zoris, is that what you're saying through the O? That doesn't really deal with the Caligos hook because we know ZE is a word. And also, yeah, you don't know that Matt O'Connor has an S with the play of Rude. He might have like AEINT, AEIRT. So yeah, I don't think you make that decision. The Caligos lane isn't that bad because if it's used, it gives back a triple or score at least 1. So yeah, I think I like this decision, and we see GAE come down immediately, or almost immediately from O'Connor. He didn't miss anything there, did he?
No bingos. He just immediately made the top equity play. So, I mean, he's kind of catching up the time trouble not time trouble, but the time that he lost earlier in this game. And this will be fun to watch Matthew Tunnicliffe. This turn, I can already tell, is going to be a very interesting decision for him. No playable bingos, and he's got to decide his approach to this game right now. Sitting on a lead, 232 to 297. 46 points are available. HISTED and Caligos. 46. Put yourself up 100 points, but open up a bingo line where your opponent can bingo for 90. You've just seen Matthew play OO and then GAE. You've got to have him pegged on bingo range. There's an unseen blank. It might be on his rack. It's on his rack, I think, a decent amount of the time. So do you play Histed, score 46, and say, forget it, bingo, but outrun me? Or do you try to play some defense? Even just dropping the H beneath the O in Caligo, just OH for 10 makes some sense here. You bingo a lot of the time, and Matthew O'Connor is unlikely to block the board. Histed also plays with Rizza's.
You gotta play that. I was gonna say, like, for 40 points rather than 46, you gotta play, I think, with Rizza's. That's so much better for the board. And I think at this score being up 65, you don't want to leave it up to chance with a 10-point play, even though, oh wow, he's just going for it. Okay. I am surprised at this decision. I mean, he's giving O'Connor one chance to hit a big play onto the triple, but I would definitely take the 6-point sacrifice here. Like I said, the Caligo's lane can be blocked. It's not a big deal. You're up by so much. I would definitely play for 40 here.
Yeah, I at least would have spent 2 or 3 minutes trying to get a feel. Though sometimes your gut instinct tells you more than anything else. And I don't know, Matthew Tunnicliffe going with his gut, taking the extra points, taking a shot, and this is a shot that is going to pay some, I guess, okay dividends. I don't know. Ariest plays. Oh, Iris 8 is Collins. Never mind. I'll stop talking. Yeah. Iris 8 played next to GAE, and it still plays next to GAE. So Matthew's going to bingo Matthew O'Connor to bingo for 85 now, or perhaps for 79, making HE instead. Josh, do you take the highest scoring bingo here, or do you address the high scoring line, knowing that you're trailing by over 100 points?
Yeah, this is really difficult. Yeah, I think. Oh man.
Oh, we're on hold. We're on hold too.
Oh yeah, this is a very sensible hold. Maybe even both plays are on hold. You might know Caligo, you might not know if it takes S or ES. You might know hist, but you don't know if it's a verb. Yeah, this is a sensible hold. It puts O'Connor in a very bad spot. Yeah, we see the challenge, so we're going to see 5 or 10 extra points. Okay, 5 points.
No, it's one. Okay, so just histed. Caligo takes both S and ES, so potential source of confusion. And then histing is probably how you would know that hist is a verb. But histing is, first off, 18,000 in probability, and second off, has 3 other anagrams. Players tend not to focus on those sets and having them down quite so much. So histing, insight, shiting, and scything, all Collins bingos. The challenge comes back, 5 extra points for Matthew Tunnicliffe, and then Iris 8 comes down for Matthew O'Connor. Man, I get behind because these guys go so fast.
I can't believe how official sounding you pronounce the word shiting. But I understand this decision. It at least leaves possibilities of playing through the eye of Iris 8 next turn to open a part of the board that has been closed for ever since quorums came down. And you just want to hope that Tunnicliffe doesn't have great letters to hit that triple next to the H. I'm still not sure what I would have chosen there, but I think positionally this makes the most sense. You're going to be behind potentially almost another full bingo anyways, so you want to leave options open to reopen the board here. So I understand this decision.
And Matthew's still in good shape, despite the fact that Matthew O'Connor got a bingo down. I think TWIN is not GG, but rather close to it. Let's get the unseen pool updated in just a second. Not a lot of threats unseen. Not a lot of good. I'm not really seeing much that Matthew could have drawn that scares me. I'm not seeing big bingo threats that could come down after TWIN, HI, and IN. And Matthew Tunnicliffe feels the same way. He's going to play it quickly. VB blank, not the leave you want with a kind of ugly pool like this, especially if you pick up a U into this, which is very likely. Could be some trouble, but you don't have many options. Just make this play. You've got the blank. You're in commanding position. And I think the position that Matthew Tunnicliffe is in, where he feels rather dominant despite the fact that he's only got a 50-point lead, all comes back to the beautiful way he's played this game. That play of Copel, like we talked about early in the game with the lead he had, just limits opportunities. We've never progressed to that top left side of the board. RIZ, he wasted no time as well. I mean, that we're just not getting up there. So typically when you're only ahead by 50 or 60, there are threats, you're worried. But no, this is a defensive masterclass here. And I think that play is just making every decision for the rest of the game easier for him. While it was an equity sacrifice, it's well worth it to put yourself in these situations.
Yeah, I agree. And now Matt O'Connor's in a really bad spot here. He might want to play something like bougie or booing through that eye that he's opened up. You also don't really want to block the second to rightmost column that twin opens up for a 7-letter word, but you might have to. This board is so difficult to deal with. The only breath of fresh air would be playing something, I think, through the eye of irisate, like bougie, and just hoping to draw a big play, or booing. Yeah, booing makes sense as well. It's actually probably harder to deal with the opening that booing creates versus the opening that bougie creates, though the leave is slightly worse, keeping the U. So I think
the real reason booing is better is because there's only 4 vowels to be drawn. I think holding EU is not scary in this situation. If you draw the second U, you're dead anyway, but yeah, you got to assume a lot of consonants are coming. I'm holding both the vowels here. I like the idea of booing, and as you said, I think it's a harder line to really deal with the way booing sets up. So I love this decision for Matthew O'Connor, giving himself one last chance. But we know that blank is on Matthew Tunnicliffe's rack, and as Matthew O'Connor doesn't draw it, he's got to start suspecting the same thing here.
Yeah, and let's get that score updated. Matthew O'Connor has drawn into en room, which is a word I actually learned a really long time ago. At the same time that I learned the crazy word rheumatiz, RHEUMATIZ. En room being a Collins only 7-letter word does not fit on this board, but we might. There's a very, very, very small chance that we might see Matthew realize that these unseen letters are really bad. And with his lead, he might decide to play something dangerous. Unlikely, very, very unlikely. I think we're going to see a blocky play here. But yeah, the unseen letters are not good from Tunnicliffe's perspective.
Are you ahead by enough to play VOE through the O in booing for 14?
Yeah, I think so.
That's
really not
one to do here. BEY beneath booing is actually fine too. I'm making BE and OY. You can't get hit with OBE. There's none left. JOY alone won't hurt you, and there's no O's for JO and JOY. I think you can make BEY beneath and feel secure as well. Or you could actually play BY plays, maybe just BY and BY, and set up your own A. Ooh, BY and BY, if you do pick up the J, you draw into Hodge, burning your blank if you need to. I, or JO and J blank.
Oh yeah, you can't play Vo. Sorry, both of us are we know the word EVOE. We just aren't used to seeing it. Yeah, thanks chat for pointing that out. You cannot play Vo. Why does he have VE on his rack? Don't do it. But Bevy is not a good play. I think making BY is what Matthew had on his rack, but BEVVY is a good play. Making the blank a second V, because that prevents 7-letter words from fitting underneath the B and the E. Yeah, very interesting turn. I think there are lots of plays that win 100% for Tunnicliffe. I'd want to get rid of the V if I can and try to bingo. So something like BY looks very interesting, because yeah, there are no A's to hurt you.
Even the 4-letter BEVY only loses to one exact rack. Truemen, TRUEMEN, is the only thing that you could lose to. But when you're in this position as Matthew Tunnicliffe, you've got to make sure you take this to 100% win. You can't even open up the possibility that Truemen happens unless you're getting a ton of spread to make up for that small risk. There's no reason to play 4 tiles and open a bingo line when you've got this lead and this position. So I don't know. You can do a bunch of things. I kind of like this BY idea. Hold 2 vowels, ADEV blank. Maybe you bingo even. Set up ABY and make sure nothing bad happens. I like all of that, but Matthew Tunnicliffe is probably going to figure out how to maximize his opportunity in this situation.
I found a play that I really like here. Just BAY, AB, and YO. Just scoring really well, leaving 1 tile in the bag. Again, you cannot be hurt by OB or AB on top of the B. There's no underlapping tiles either to hook AB. But he's playing it on the bottom.
He's setting up the J, setting up the J draws.
That's very curious. Yeah, it makes sense, but it's so much fewer. Like this also, the on top also sets up the J draws.
Oh, it does, yeah.
With jab or whatever. Yeah, curious. I mean, this play wins. I mean, that's what you want to do here. But I'm kind of it's hard to imagine playing on top because this just looks so much blockier. He's looking into the bag, making sure he's not emptying the bag here. But yeah, I think I like just taking points for BAY.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things you can do here. The important thing is don't empty the bag, or if you're going to empty the bag, make sure it's impossible to be bingoed upon. BAY is fine. He's going to draw the blank and now threaten some big stuff. A lot of cool things you could have done there, but again, the big thing is don't play BEVY and put yourself in a situation where you might lose to the nightmare situation where Matthew O'Connor has Truemen, and you've got to be able to outrun big stuff. You know, Matthew actually now has Hegumen, HEGUMEN for 30. You want to make sure you can still live a play like that no matter what, but BAY does score enough and sets up the J. So you're going to be able to live JO and JOY. It's still game over.
Right. Yeah. 396 now to 341. Hegumen is possible from Matt O'Connor's perspective if he knows the word. So you might want to just do or die, play off the R, and try to draw into that and hope Tunnicliffe A doesn't know it or doesn't see it. But I think here you're just playing HM. Maybe, and Hoy and MO, and just taking points and saying, yeah, you got this. If I draw the blank, I'm probably going to lose by a little bit. Juve is the threat with ET, I think, which, yeah, Matthew Tunnicliffe will always have, and it'll always be enough to win. But yeah, I think this is the decision to make.
Yeah. So HM, you got to take away the J opportunity. I think that's probably fine, but you've got to know, as Matthew, this is a game over situation. We're 0% to win. Let me just make sure I don't also add insult to injury by getting hit with a J bomb.
Yeah, we see Matthew Tunnicliffe motioning O'Connor to draw the last tile in the bag. I wonder if Matt O'Connor was maybe forgetful or not aware there was a tile in the bag. That will sometimes happen. And yeah, sometimes we've seen things happen where tiles have been left into the bag and tiles have been left in the bag and it is not shown. Like one of the players is just like, okay, whatever. Oh, what is this? This is a word, right?
It's yeah, you got to have a lot of confidence in Booing taking a back S in order to make this play. Like, you don't want to lose a turn in this situation. And you know, especially in 5 point, oh, it's getting challenged if there's, you know, any uncertainty at all. But he is confident enough to play it. That's cool stuff. That really demonstrates a great grasp on the lexicon and the hooks. I think he's on hold now. Interestingly, this is not, according to Quackle, optimal
That's not
endgame,
because
but
Yeah, you're not leaving yourself with an outplay.
Right. If you play Jugged, Jugged, that seems to be Quackle's choice, holding VT.
Yeah,
You threaten
get to
vet.
play vet. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. But maybe if you get the 5 points, how much worse is it? If it's within 5 points and you think there's a decent chance you're getting the 5 points, then it might be worth doing.
Oh yeah, it's 6 points down from Jugged.
And yeah, I mean, you have to know that Tunnicliffe knows the ING words so well. Yeah, no challenge. Trust here. We have some trust and trust in the building.
Yeah. All right. So ENE, the play for Matthew O'Connor. It's going to make it 399 to 438. Matthew Tunnicliffe unable to go out with the DEV combination. So I think he plays DEV through the E and Iris 8. And we're nearly done with this one. Actually, SEV down from the S. Slightly better. By 1 point.
Yeah. This one's over. This was a good game. And we finally see the right side curse lifted. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. Matthew Tunnicliffe, the one to finally shake off the right side curse. And you know what he needed to do to make that happen? He needed to provide content that quorums with the unseen M. I was so confused. He just started putting down his tiles. And I'm like, dog, what are you doing? He must have known it was an M or peeked and immediately played it. That was fun, though. That's how you beat the curse. You provide the content.
Yeah, and very surprisingly, I mean, this was such a close game. We thought it might be just another one-sided game, but Matt O'Connor fought super hard here, giving himself chances, stumbling a bit along the way. Tunnicliffe as well, maybe making some small mistakes, but very high-level play. And we have a final score here.
Matchups
Hello.
not yet drawn for round 3, but we are going to do a little analysis of the complete banger of a game that we got in round 2 while we wait. How does that sound, Josh?
Let's do it. Let's show people what just happened.
All right, so if you missed it, we're going there now. If you saw it, we can do a more thorough breakdown now that we have the time. But this from the game against between David Webb and Charles Tachi. Charles on his home turf of Ghana, and this was the pivotal turn here. David with 2 tiles in the bag. Jehu's both 55 or 59 points. This is what David opted to play. Jehu's looks so strong in most universes. You can see the engine popping about a 92% chance to win after Jehu's, 92 as well after Jehu, but that is not what ended up happening here. Josh, walk us through, I guess, any of the lines that you thought were interesting.
Right. So in reality, this engine evaluation is slightly off, I believe. The real winning chances of Jehu and Jehu's are in the high 80s, and there are 2 ways to lose after either of them. So we can put Jehu's on the board because that is what David Webb chose. And if Charles Tacky has EEINUV blank, this was what people saw in the chat. He would be able to bingo out with Juvenile for 101, winning handily. But there's another path to victory, arguably extremely hard to find, if instead Charles's rack was AEEENV blank. There is a very, very tough to spot win of playing Jantee, Jantee, or Jean, I think also works, but maybe, yeah, Jean and Jantee. The reason you would play this and keep the V is there's a very, very sneaky spot to play VEE, where Matt is pointing. David can't really do anything. I think he has 0 playable options that block that somehow. And the best thing he can do is win on the board, but lose on the score. So let's win VEE for 31. Unblockable will win the game by 6 points for Charles Tachi. He had a lot of time to find the sequence, but it's extremely hard to spot over the board. And that was what could have happened. But you see how close the scores were. What ended up really happening is some complications in the end game occurred, and the rack that David Webb had was WUNN, giving Charles Tacky this rack. He played not his best option, but the most fighting option of JV, or he played Jarvie. And he did this to really put the pressure on David Webb. He did this to try and win. There's only 1 winning play after Jarvie. I believe there might be more than 1 after Peary, but played Jarvie, keeping both E's, and then none comes down. But that's not what happened in the game. David Webb ran out of time, did not find his only win. This was what should have happened. David Webb winning very, very small after NUN, but instead David Webb missed this play, and he ended up losing the game. There's another option available, Matt, we could put on the board. Who's up top? David Webb was asking about that play at the end of the game, talking about it. Doesn't give back the same huge plays, but there are a couple of ways to win the game for Charles Tachi, depending on the draws. So if David Webb drew IU, which is the same draw we were talking about earlier, that would have lost. UN also, we can put the sequences in there, but I think, yeah, if we could get Jehu's, there are 3 losing draws.
And then IU is going to lose for him, so IU NW would be the rack. That's not going to do it. Oh wait,
well,
I did this.
Yeah, you have to put in the opposite rack. Yeah.
Yep. So that's not going to do it for
And
Charles.
giving-
He's got nothing after this. Oh no! Look at that.
1 win of Vase. Yeah, keeping NEE. So really complicated endgames here. ENE for 15, just enough to win in this line. If instead you switched off that N for a V, is it? Yeah, if we put the other winning racks. Sorry, Matt. This is a lot.
Okay, so Jehu's on top, right? And then what are the other winning racks?
So Charles would have to have AEEEIN blank.
AEEEIN blank.
I think that is also a winning. Oh, so yeah, that's I think also a winning rack.
Yeah.
What is the win here?
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, and just David stuck with the V and the W together. Can't score enough.
Yeah, brutal. Okay, yeah, that would lose for David. What's interesting is there was a little bit of deliberation between Jehu's and just Jehu. And I think had David played Jehu in this universe, let's see, he would end up with WUNNS, AEEEIV blank the rack for Charles. And I think this is David's game in a way that is easier to find an out sequence.
Yeah, because you're keeping the S, you're going to be able to score with it. So after JV or Jarvie, let's say the same thing happened. Yeah. There's a couple of wins here.
Yeah, this one I think is very human to see, just dropping WIS. This would allow David to win by 1. Of course, you can't know that that's going to happen, but wow, what an interesting decision there.
Yeah, it was a very, very tragic endgame blunder for David Webb, but it was extremely complicated, so many lines to look at, and it's so counterintuitive to keep your W and just score with your other tiles. So Charles ended up winning on his home turf in a very, very exciting game, and we love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
There was one more losing rack we could show with the Jehu's on top.
All right, Jehu's on top. Throw that in. So you're saying Jehu's on top was the winningest play?
It was, but there were 3 losing draws, whereas with Jehu's on the bottom or Jehu, there were 2 losing draws, but they were far more likely because there were multiple E's unseen. So the last winning draw here would be, I think, AEEEI N blank. We saw that one already, right?
We saw this one, yeah.
Then, yeah, if IU was drawn, is that AEEE, sorry, AEEENV blank, I think is the last one.
This would go on to lose. Yeah, if he draws WINU, that's brutal.
Oh, we saw this one too. What was the one we didn't see? I think if we replace the V with an N.
Oh yeah, IUVW. Yeah. How on earth does David come back here?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Whoa. You just can't score if you're Charles.
It told me this was losing. I can maybe run it on my more powerful engine. But what was it? IV. The draws were IV, IU, and NU. Oh, so IU, NU, and UV. Sorry. So UV, UW, is that?
No, he held WN, so he's going to have the N no matter what, right?
Yeah, what did we look at? We looked at WE, we looked at...
Oh, I shouldn't have needed. Jehu's. So it holds WN. If he draws IU, that's a rack of AEEENV blank. We walked through that one. If he draws NU, which we saw, that's actually how it played out in real time. And then what's the third one? IU, NU, and what else?
UV. So I think we didn't look at the NU. That didn't happen.
Oh, this is the actual sequence that happened. Only Jehu's now on top for much less, but this is actually what he
Yeah.
would have drawn. And yeah,
Just have
Charles
to
has
replace
no.
the rack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just replace the rack.
Yes.
And this is a winning rack, apparently.
Oh, you go V first. Okay, so V first.
See, we're even struggling to show you the lines. Imagine having to sit down and like play the game.
You have to find this to win if you're Charles? I don't know that happens. You have to play V first, setting up ID8.
Wow.
I don't know if that's happening.
Yeah, that was the highlight so far of the stream. Yeah, hopefully you guys understood some of that. We were just doing this to pass a little time while we're waiting for pairings. We believe they're about to be released for round 3. 5 more rounds today, Matt, if that's correct.
It'll be 5 or 6. We will keep everybody informed as soon as we know. The original plan was 8 games per day times 4 days, and then a best of 7 finals on Sunday for the championship between the players in first and second after 32 rounds of play. I don't think we're going to be able to squeeze 8 rounds in today, given there was a 2.5-hour opening ceremony, which, by the way, was captured here on the stream and looks absolutely fire. So if you need some jams, some music, some dancing inspiration, go back and check out the opening ceremony from Accra. Pretty sick stuff. But because of that 2.5-hour delay, plus a few intermittent delays between time for 8 games for these players, looks like pairings were just released. So we are going to find a matchup and figure out who we're going to show. Looks like it might be Samioka Saga and Akshay. Is that right, Josh? Is that what we're seeing?
I feel like that's a great matchup. We mentioned it in a hidden stream when we were testing. Akshay is the only person to have ever won a WESPA Championship on African soil in the past. 2017, he won in Nairobi, Kenya. And Samioka Saga, one of the best players of all time, legend of the game, is also present, currently residing in the US, but huge contender as well. I feel like that should be our matchup for round 3. It seems like a banger.
All right, so Sammy Okasaga and Akshay, one of the only players in the room who has won this event before. And this will be a matchup between the 6 and the 18 seeds already in round 3. We are seeing some stud players face off. Sammy has won the draw to go first, so we'll get Quackle set up and updated. And with that, as soon as we can get players wrangled and tiles bagged, we will be back to our coverage of the World Scrabble Championship 2025 edition from Accra, Ghana.
Super excited, Matt. So yeah, like we said, 7 games probably today. There's going to be an extra game one of the days. That's an extra game for you guys. That's an extra game for us. Obviously, we're going to have all the games broadcast right here on Let's Play Scrabble, but there's also a second stream running that we'd like to plug again. It is pinned in the YouTube chat. It's also a YouTube link. So if you're not watching that as well, I don't know why. Only excuse you might have is not having enough internet bandwidth to do so. But yeah, two games being shown every single round. Love to see it. And Let's Play Scrabble is table 1. It's amazing that Josh Greenway has come all this way to broadcast this championship. We love to have you all in the chat. Don't forget to subscribe. Let us know where you're watching from, what time it is, what the weather is like where you are, and you'd like the video as well.
Yeah, where are you watching from? What time of day is it? Here it is 10 a.m. in Boston, Mass. I will be waking up at 3:30 every day for the remainder of this tournament for our 4 a.m. start time. But we appreciate those of you who are over on the east side of the Eastern Hemisphere. It must be getting late for you. We will try to get you as much Scrabble as possible before your bedtime. Also, welcome to those joining us from kind of the center part of the world, from Africa, from Europe. Must be a nice time of day for you all event. To let us know where you're joining us from. I hear the players are sitting down across the board, so hopefully we can get things started soon. We've already lost my dog, but hopefully we haven't lost you at home.
Yeah. Super excited. Definitely a shaky start to the event. Few delays, few technical difficulties. That's bound to happen at these huge events. Ghana putting on an amazing show for us all to watch or play in. There's over 100 players, I think. Probably way over 100 players. Actually, do we know how many players?
Yes,
playing in the main
we
event? There's
do.
also side events.
There are 128 players playing in the main event from 48 different countries. And I think we could talk just briefly about who we think are some of the front runners. Of course, Nigel Richards. Can't go without saying his name, but Nigel could only be one of the 2 finalists. And I think the more interesting discussion is who else stands a reasonable chance to win this tournament. Obviously, Akshay has won this event before. 2023's World Scrabble champion, defending champion David Eldar, not in the room, not playing this event, which blows things wide open. There are a few other players who have won this thing before. Adam Logan jumps into my mind immediately, an extremely strong Canadian player. Josh, anybody else we should call out as dark horses to win this thing?
I think you mentioned it. I mean, the 2 guys we're about to watch can certainly make the finals, can certainly win. Yeah, a lot of, I think that the top 3 favorites, probably Nigel, Hubert, and Harshan, maybe in that order, depending on where your allegiance lies. But we're going to see all of those guys at some point on this stream, and I can't wait to see just incredible top-level Scrabble at this 2025 World Championship. I think we're going to cut to the players. We're going to get everything set up for you guys. Sammy going first, get all those names up, get all those cameras up. They're ready to go.
So Sammy and Akshay, here we are, round 3 of the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. This event only comes around every 2 years, but both of these gentlemen are strong enough to be in the finals. I think we'd be remiss without talking about the time Sammy Okasaga did not qualify for the World Championship through traditional means, won the last chance qualifier, and then won the main event. Nothing like that has ever happened before and is unlikely to happen again. AELNNRT, the opening rec for Sammy. There is a 7. I don't suspect Sammy will miss it.
Yeah, 2 L's, not 2 N's, and Trawl is the playable bingo here. He did win the main event in that, but because of the finals format and the bracket format that year, he did not make it to the finals in a crazy fashion. It's one of the first times things have ever been streamed. I don't know where to find the VOD of that stream, but it was an incredible watch. But yeah, Sammy probably in the conversation as maybe the best player to never have won a world championship.
Will he change that this year? It could happen. In Trawl for 6, the opener for Sammy, BEGIMOR looks promising for Akshay, but no bingos and no way to score more than 22 on this turn. This is a rough start for him, and this is a turn where a whole plethora of options are all within about 2 or 3 points of each other. Josh, is this the kind of turn you expect Akshay to buckle down and spend 4 minutes thinking, or do you just kind of go with your gut once you identify there are no bingos?
This is definitely a weird turn and a lot of plays, like you said, to consider. I don't know Akshay's game quite well enough to know how long he might take. He's looking at limbo right now. Keeping that G isn't great, but with the N on the board, it might be worth considering Gambo, possible through the A of Intrawl, keeping EIR, maybe slightly better for bingos. Lots of things to consider. play a bit longer, could play a bit shorter. No 8s available with these 7 letters, though, so I feel like you're going to get off the idea that you have a bingo pretty quickly.
Interesting that Sammy's response depends so much on this move. Sammy has a 32-point double-double locked up and ready to go out of an otherwise pretty rough rack. A double-double through the L in trawl. So we'll see if Akshay takes that away. I think most of Akshay's top options will do that. Gambo, as Josh mentioned, or Biog, B-I-O-G, as a triple underlap beneath the ALL of in trawl. Looks like a strong option here as well. But these turns are where you make a statement. What kind of player am I? Do I like open boards or closed boards? You get to shape the board when you don't have one play you're forced to make. And again, I don't know the book on Akshay either. We'll see what he says. Chat pointing out that they found a TV interview of Akshay before the tournament on Gone in TV. Apparently, he admitted that he is somewhat rusty and would be happy for any finish in the top 10. We'll see how rusty he is on this turn, but there's nothing big to move.
Yeah, we'll be working on that that time camera, of course. Beginning of the game time isn't that important, but we'll see. Yeah, Akshay has already used a lot of time for this turn. So many options. I really like that idea of Biog. The problem being, this isn't really, I mean, you said this is a time to show what sort of a player you are. I feel like this is a time to just like keep the board open since you're down a bingo early on. So limbo makes a lot of sense to just create that right angle on the board, leave a lot of potential to reopen the board later and a lot of tiles to play through next turn. I like this decision.
All right, so limbo coming down for Akshay. That is going to hold the G for him, which could be trouble, but could be great with that N in space. He's found a D, 2 Ps, and another G. Ah, what a brutal pull for him. We're back on Sammy's turn, 66-18. Sammy has one play here that seems head and shoulders above the rest. 31 points available to him.
Yeah, hard to say no to that with a rack like this. The 5-letter word of Duna will overlap nicely. The 4 tiles that were just loaded on the board for Sammy. But the leave of UT is not one you consider keeping. This is a sort of play you find by just looking at where I can maybe score as much as possible on this board. If you don't see that, you could play off duo somewhere, I guess, in the same spot. I feel like if you spot duo in that spot, you spot Duna as well.
Perhaps, I don't know. When I get a U on my rack, sometimes I get so fixated on, like, I've got to shed this thing that I miss plays like Duna. But for 31 points, that's got to be the top option. Keep the U in tow.
Yeah, and crucially, the word in trawl cannot put an S on that. So the play of Duna does not remove anything for Akshay. Yeah, Duna looks good.
And Duna coming down from Sammy. All right, 97-18, and a brutal draw from Akshay makes this an uphill climb early. D-E-G-G-P-P-R. But the M-O-B-O combination on the board means there is a spot for him to score. An awful lot of points. R-E-P-P, Josh, is 38 points, but holds D-G-G and exposes a triple word score. You still do it?
Oh, man. Obviously, you need an E to hook that R. You can put this on the board. But it's so many points. I feel like I do that. The problem is when you're behind, you don't want to create scoring spots for your opponent to use. But I feel like there's no other way to score well here. So, yeah, maybe REPP.
Egg in the same spot is 29, holds DPPR. It's, to me, a lot better than DGG as a leave, but a 9-point sacrifice might be too much. Chat also throwing out the option of just pegged, P-E-G-G-E-D, through the E and in trawl. That'd be 15. A massive sacrifice, but would play some good defense, would keep a much more flexible leave. Really tricky position here for Akshay. He gets to show us what kind of player he is. I'm glad he's in the chair and not me, because I'd be pulling my hair out right now.
Yeah, it actually kind of looks good to play egg here. That A and that E in trawl, hard to imagine both of them getting blocked at once. Lots of options if you draw a couple vowels to play an 8-letter word. But if you don't get the tiles for an 8-letter word, you are in pretty bad shape here. The simulation has run. It likes REPP best out of the other options, but egg is a very solid play in its own right.
Really tricky turn. Now he's got gapped set up, GAPPED. He would once again hold a U after that play. 18 points hold a G after that play. 18 points holds GR. Not a terrible option here, but man, with 38 points on the table, scoring just 18 instead is tough.
This is a very tough turn to get right. It's so unhuman to open the triple both ways for your opponent who is trying to pad their lead, but also keeping 2 Gs really hard. He's going back. He's put all of the top 3 options on his rack multiple times and just trying to sort through the options, just using his intuition. It's very impressive to see, actually.
This is the type of turn where you want to spend a lot of time, because not only do you have a lot of options, you have a lot of options that are dramatically different from one another. The first turn Akshay faced, Limbo or Globi or Biog, all pretty similar plays in terms of they score about the same and they keep about the same. These are so radically different, both from a scoring perspective, from a leave perspective, even from a board shape perspective. Huge turn, but he's opting for the engine's preferred play. The play I think I'd make here too. Hold your nose, play rep, and just hope you can draw some combinations that work with DGG. Rep for 38, Akshay's play, and we'll see now Sammy FITTOU blank threatens bingos here. He'll surely see outfits for 73, but will he find 83 out of this rack? One higher scoring bingo for Sammy. Test time.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I feel like the word that he has available using the T of Entral is a relatively new addition. Yeah, Tofutis, really difficult find is what Sammy should play here, but hard, really hard. Outfits is so easy to spot, and he's going to play it.
All right, outfits for 73, not Tofutis at TOFUTTIS for 83, but still good play to a hot start for Sammy. He now leads 170 to 56, and Akshay's gambit of keep DGG and see what happens, not going well. Akshay's also going to challenge. I presume this is a challenge on Dunas and not outfits, so that'll be 5 additional points for Sammy.
Yeah, and there's mention that maybe some rust. Akshay hasn't played that many tournaments since his huge win 8 years ago. His strategy is still so strong. The biggest mistake of the game so far, missing Tofutis, but really tough rack to respond. You're going to see Frog come down relatively quickly after this.
Chat pointing out Doon, D-O-O-N, the 4 does not take an S, but Do Na, the 5, does take an S. So perhaps that's where that came from. But 175 to 56. We're going to get Sammy hooked up with those 5 extra points. And Akshay, D-D-E-F-G-G-R, did not find the stuff he was looking for. He can play Frug through the U in outfits. This sets up long-term ING possibilities on the bottom of this board. Seems pretty good when you're trailing, yeah, Josh?
Yeah, I think you have to do this. You can't leave that U open. You have to keep some balance and score some points here. If you play fragged, which is what actually I might have been considering previously, you're just leaving so many triples open for Sammy to pounce on. At least there's a possibility of maybe an ing word later on in the game. Kind of hard to deal with that. And yeah, actually being down by so much, he needs a lot of help here.
All right, Frug, the play we see. Frug has to be the right move there, and Sammy now AIMORSZ. Sammy can threaten as much as 53 on this move if he wants to cash the S. If he wants to play a little bit smaller, ZOA to the A and intro, 32 points. AIMRS is a leave with floating ENT on the board. That seems solid too. Josh, you playing Zoa for 32, or are you cashing the S with Caesar for 53 on the right side of this board?
I feel like given the game position, things are a lot different. I might normally play Zoa, try to bingo soon. Those letters are so strong, but given that Sammy is up by almost 100 points once we get that score updated, 175 to 92, taking over 100-point lead with Caesar, keeping an M and an O, those are tiles you can work with, you can score with. That would be a choice for sure.
Looks like Sammy first going to take some time maybe thinking about bingo opportunities. He's got ISM set up, just looking if there is anything at all. But not finding any bingos, he's going to pull the trigger on 53 points. With this kind of leave, this is exactly what you should do if you're Sammy.
Yeah, fantastic position for Sammy Okasaga. And yeah, back over to Akshay. How are you going to untangle from this position? You would like there to be an 8-letter word available. I don't think there is. I think you have to just take that triple on the right side.
Yeah, that's tough. He's drawn into deluged, which is a word, but it does not play on this board. He's found Guddle, Guddle, for 36. This is his highest scoring play. This also strings another G out in space. So now if you draw an I-in combination, it plays at the top or the bottom of this board. This keeps the floaters in intrawl available. This is how you catch back up into the game if you're Akshay. He trails by 100 after that move. Sammy's found a slow rack for the first time in this game, BCIMOTV. What would you do here, Josh?
I would love there to be an open E for B vomit, but that doesn't quite fit. Well, it does fit through the even trawl, but it doesn't score much. But even better would be Vicomte, VICOMTE, and look how quickly that was found. That is a really tough find. Sammy confident. He's firing on all cylinders. It's a fantastic play.
This is good. It does open the entire top of the board, but that part of the board already opened. Maybe some consideration should be given to Victor, to the R in Frug, VICTOR, but with the front E hook on Victor, with the way it doesn't obstruct the G at the bottom of the board, I think I like Sammy's line here.
Yeah, so right now, after this play, there is so much open for Akshay to work with. However, you can imagine that within a turn or two, things are going to start to get kind of exhausted. So I feel like this is more of a long-term decision just to try and push and try to block the board in the next couple of turns. But definitely does open some danger immediately.
We're back on Akshay, whose MO now is open as much of this board as possible and threaten as many crazy opportunities as possible. I haven't seen a great way for him to do that yet. I think maybe early favorite is CHOREE through the R in Frug, but he's going to play HOE here, knocking out the double-double line, but creating a ton of stacking opportunities to the left of this play. Seems pretty solid, especially with a good draw. And into CEEN, a good draw is likely, and he's found Cuniate. But we'll look over at Sammy first. AABLOS blank means he's going to bingo first. The question, though, is where? Do you take out the stacking opportunities on the left of Ho, or do you take your highest scoring bingo, playing down to the T in trawl? He's got 80 points. Most he can do alongside HOE is 73. So Josh, are you blocking here, or are you taking all the points you can?
Man, this is a tough one. I feel like Sailboat seems pretty good. It blocks so much of the board, does exactly what Sammy was planning to do last turn, but now with this easy lane available, I still think it's okay. Sammy's doubled Akshay's score, so it feels like anything here is going to be okay. Bladers might be a little bit dangerous long term. We see some board forking plays. The ING still available after that through the R, and Sailboat takes out a lot of space. And crucially, if Sammy doesn't find Sailboat, Akshay has Enacture available through that R of control.
Huge turn here for Sammy. He's in commanding position, but you want to take absolute control of the game with a pull like this. I might actually play Lava Bows, LET and Lava Bows. It's only 71 here, but if you make a play like Balboas and BET for 2 extra points, you set up the front hook, ABET or YBET, I think is a thing. Don't want to do that if possible. So Lava Bows obstructs a lot of the board, and the only front hook to LET is a B. Both of those have been played. You've got the case blank. You are not opening any new opportunities. Lava Bows for 71 or Sailboat for 80 are probably the 2 strongest options here for Sammy.
Yeah, it's definitely worth thinking about here. Sammy's in complete control, but anything can happen on a board like this where pretty much all of the parts of the board except the bottom right are open for business in terms of bingos. I think it's good to take the time here. Wonder whether you should just, try and block as much as possible immediately, or just play highest scoring bingo you can find and just sailboat to victory.
Yeah, you've got to decide, do I block the board and try to just hang on, or do I score as many points as possible and say, whatever, even if you get some stuff, sometimes I'm so far ahead. Both of these plays make tons of sense for Sammy, and he's probably going to spend extra time. Of course, we have the engine and the anagrammars up. We see that there's no way to do a triple overlap to the left side of HOE. Sammy's got to go through letter by letter, figure out everything he can make that blank. He's found Balboas. Is there anything else? Sammy's not seeing it. Sammy's going to play Sailboat for 80, his highest scoring bingo.
Yeah, and I think this is probably it. After Balboa's, Q8 actually would have fit with a bet, making 3 more overlaps. I think here there is no playable bingo. This game should be over now.
Brutal. Yeah, Akshay had bingos through the R and in trawl, Enacture and Uncreate. He had bingos to the D and Guttle in Cuniated. Now he's got absolutely nothing. And this one feels sunk. Thank you to Bob Walker for becoming a Scrabble super friend. Anybody else interested in supporting Scrabble streams can hit that join button alongside the Let's Play Scrabble icon on YouTube. It's a small monthly donation towards the Let's Play Scrabble team, and they use that money to directly enhance their own Scrabble streams, add more widgets, bring people on to program more fun features and bugs in there, buy more equipment so we can stream 2 games at once instead of 1. If you like watching Scrabble on the internet, there is nothing better you can do to support and grow the game than to become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. Thanks to all of you who are already super friends. Let's pop off in the chat, show off your swag. Thanks to Bob for joining. Thanks to anybody else entertaining the idea of joining as well. I get nothing from these endorsements except I get to watch more Scrabble. Full disclaimer.
Yeah, wow. I shouldn't be focusing on this position. It's just so depressing. All of your bingos getting blocked at once by a bingo, putting your opponent up 180 points. This is what's going to happen in a long tournament. You have to just roll with the punches, try to retain your energy. If you're Akshay here, I would try to open something on the top left, maybe like Etui. I mean, what are we doing here? It just feels so difficult. make anything happen. Maybe you just chill and make a decent play and not try too hard to win at this point.
Yeah, so early in the tournament, spread could be a factor. You really have no idea how things are going to shake out. But at this point, especially looking at the unseen pool, no blanks, a bunch of garbage vowels like 5 I's, 6 E's, W, W, Y, Y, Q, X, J, K. I'm not going to bingo 3 times, not with those remaining letters. I am throwing in the towel here. I am just trying to score as much as I can and keep things reasonably close. Different players have different thresholds for when they're going to throw in the towel, and there's not necessarily a right answer, but here seems about like the right time to throw in the towel.
Yeah. Do you try to win, or do you do something in between, or do you just give up here? I think the fact that this S is still open, this G is still open, this lane is still here, still a decent amount of play here, so I'd try not to block too much. I think Uncle is the play being considered. And this is a funny play. If you're giving up, maybe that's what Akshay is doing, calling Uncle, but this is a good play, I think.
That's funny. All right, Sammy, EEEINJR, the IN combination allows him to threaten ING plays at the bottom or allows him to eliminate those options right now. He can play JEEING, feels like a very strong play out of an awkward rack, but he can play it to the G at the top or to the G at the bottom for a much lower score. 28 at the top, 17 at the bottom. You picking one of those, Josh, or are you going to fish with JEE somewhere and get greedy?
I like playing G'ing up top, threatening to just make a play next turn that blocks that S, essentially, and just continuing to score. The unseen letters aren't so good. There's nothing huge to worry about. What's most crucial, I think, this position is if you play G'ing, what letter goes here? I. So QI possibilities definitely favor Sammy. Akshay needs a lot of help to win this game, including Sammy getting saddled with the Q, but this creates an opportunity for him to not be saddled and actually use the Q to his advantage. Small factor, of course, most roads lead to Rome in this position, but Gier is going to come down. That blocks the S immediately. Also a very, very strong option. I like it.
Oh yeah, knock out the S, knock out. So many bingos start with S, so this makes a lot of sense from Sammy as well. This will put him up by almost 200 points, 360 to 175. You got to feel great about this if you're Sammy facing off against someone who has won a world championship before, but you are sending a statement with this game. Gier coming back off the board, shifting over to the other side now. More points.
Wow, is this a sixth sense from Sammy? If Gier came down for 24, that's a good blocking play, but I would have played taxed or axed next turn for over 50 points on the right side, so somehow sixth sense comes in. I feel like you need a sixth sense to be a world-class player.
You do. And I mean, you see it often on these streams. I don't know what it is, but some of the very, very best just know in a way that's like impossible for them to know that, oh, I'm going to get hit hard. I'm not going to do that. And they just seem to pick right often. I was wondering if he was going to spot this. I feel like I would whiff this word all the time if it were a possibility, but Akshay has found X-Ray for 40. Easily the best play for him there. Well done.
Yeah, and it's not over. Everything's still open. Sammy's drawn 3 eyes now. Probably going to play Wiving. At this point, do you play the G and Frug? Are you getting a little bit scared about multiple bingos? There are 18 tiles unseen. We have that little information if you're just joining for you guys all to see. And starting to look like those tiles are pretty good from Sammy's perspective. I think you just take 26 here and hope you don't get hit 3 times in a row.
I put down the extra I instead of the N, almost played WIVIIG. You cannot play Wiving at the bottom of the board because of its front hook. It takes a front S with 2 S's unseen, but you could play Viewing at the bottom of this board and basically slam dunk a victory. This, though, I think a better spread move for Sammy in a game that feels essentially unlosable. So this makes sense. Sammy up 390 to 215. Akshay on ADEEINT looks bingo prone, multiple bingo lines on the board, but theme of the game, nothing going for Akshay. No bingos available to him yet again. This has been tough to watch.
Yeah, crazy. This rack looks so good, but it just doesn't work with the letters available on the board. So do you throw in the towel? Do you play one tile off? Do you play off one of your E's and try to draw something to the G and Frug? These are questions that I'm glad I don't have to answer. Because, yeah, it's just brutal.
There are some players here who would play like EIDE to the top E and Jeer and just open a triple, because why not? Let's try something. But there's basically no universe where your opponent does not block that triple word square. Your opponent would have to have a stroke across the board to let you have that play. And if your opponent's going to have a stroke across the board, you're probably going to win no matter what. So you don't even need the triple open.
So DE being separated, you could play Ed for 15 points. Where is that play? Yeah, it's just really sad.
Brutal.
What do you do? I feel like you just give up. You could play Divnai, DIVNAE. Or sorry, not or Divna. Divan plays there. Deny is the play that I'm looking at. DINNAE. And maybe you draw like Adi through the D and then you get a bingo. There's some paths to victory with that play. Yeah.
I'd try to hold the IN together just to hit the bottom of this board. I could get 100 there and create a new bingo line all at once. Maybe DEVA through the V and Y-ving. I'd like to keep the S at the top of the board open, though. So, yeah, if we're truly going to analyze this position, I'd be looking to play off like a D and an E and maybe that A. But I want to hold IN together.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, it is, I think both players know, if Akshay doesn't bingo now, it's pretty much over. But there's always a little glimmer of hope when you're only down 175. You could just get exactly what you need 3 turns in a row. There is definitely something to potentially look for if it's a must-win situation. But like you said earlier, Matt, it's early in the tournament. Probably better to conserve energy and just make a decent play instead of just really, racking your brain trying to find the absolute best move here.
And he's going to play AE. The best thing about this play is it is a legal and valid move that gets this game going, so we can move on to the next one, as there's not much drama left here. 227 to 390 is your score now. Sammy commandingly on top. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble. This is a YouTube channel that hosts Scrabble events all over North America mostly, but also the World Championship, the World Scrabble Championship happening this year in Ghana. This is an event that happens just every other year. So huge stakes, huge bragging rights. A world champion will be named on Sunday. Thanks for tuning in. This is just the third of 32 games of action from the main event, with an additional 4, 5, 6, or hopefully 7 games coming on Sunday in our best of 7 finals. Thank you so much to each and every one of you viewers who's popped in with us. Hope to see a lot more of all of you as the stakes get higher and higher, and the caliber of play gets higher and higher too as we move along with this tournament. Play is going to start at 9 a.m. Ghana time every day. That's 4 a.m. for me on the east coast of the U.S., and all kinds of different times for the rest of you joining in from around the world. But thanks so much for watching. If you weren't here, we wouldn't be doing this. We appreciate you all.
Couldn't have said it better myself. A very good play here. Weird looking play of Sehri, but that blocks the 7s lane. Most dangerous spot on the board, or most likely spot on the board. But Steeding is going to come down immediately, and we'll see what Akshay draws out of the bag. It's probably not going to be enough, but he could draw a huge play. Let's see.
Oh, if he draws QU together and somehow has a threatening bingo from the S at the top and to the S at the bottom at the same time, like maybe there is one possible rack in the bag where like that could happen. Let's see. Sammy drawing the G and the Y, the K and the W, and whoa, okay, Akshay AENQOTU looks good, but not quite good enough. Aquatone doesn't quite fit. I don't think there's a bingo here for Akshay. Almost perfect draw though.
Almost, yeah. Just one letter off. But you could go for something, I guess, if Sammy doesn't empty the bag. You're Sammy here. Maybe you want to
The bag is
play.
empty.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. It was close. Yeah, I guess it's the end game, so just maybe playing. They're dealing with the scores. This is a very common thing. The clock's been stopped. Making sure they both have the correct score for each players. It's both players' responsibility to keep track of the score on both sides. And yeah, you'll often see clocks stopped while that's happening. But clock should be restarted now. Don't know why it isn't.
Akshay was sitting in 4th place coming into this game, but at least 20 players fully undefeated at 2-0, so standings don't matter all that much this early on in the event. He will face his first loss of the tournament, but I'm sure somebody's going to run the table on day one. Somebody's going to go 8-0. The question is who?
Yeah, most likely. If nobody goes 8-0, that would be insane. There always tends to be 1 or 2 players at the end of 8 games that are undefeated. But if there aren't, that means that we're going to have quite the show, I think, for the rest of the tournament. Things are going to be very stacked, very close. Okay, finally, Sammy's clock has been restarted. So if you're Sammy here, the end game is a very separate part of the Scrabble game. There is always an optimal sequence, just like chess. You have perfect information. You've done your tracking. You know what your opponent has. You can find their plays. You can find the best sequence for you. Most of the time, you want to go out in 2 points. This is a complicated one because Akshay has a lot of playable keywords, but I think the biggest ones are atop the S of Setri. So you'd want to block that. Endgame is potentially the best endgame here is Grike, Grike. That's what my engine is showing. And it's important because, as you're mentioning, Matt, spread is a factor.
Yeah, the first thing Sammy needs to look at is there a 70-point play available to Akshay playing down to the T in steeding? He's probably identified there are no possible bingos, but is there any sort of 6-letter play, putting the Q on the triple letter, hitting the double word? That is also not possible. The highest scoring threat for Akshay is either quote or quota, making AS or ES above Seri. Those are both 50 points. So, Josh, as you pointed out, Grike will block both of those options and hold the AWY combination to go out with Wavy through the V and Wiving at the top of this board for a huge score. That is the best out in 2 sequence, does a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense, and crucially makes sure you go out in 2 moves. So Akshay only gets 1 more play in the game. That is easily his best option by 14 points, his strongest end game. We'll see if he finds it.
Instead, the play that Sammy had lined up, Gray, Griay, for example, came down. That's a reasonable looking move. That would have led to a 56-point win instead of the best possible 109-point win. So you can go very wrong in this position. 50 points of spread is nothing to sneeze at.
Gray does not let him go out next turn. Yeah, it holds IKW, which doesn't go out. So yeah, that would be a much, much closer game. He's going to find an out in 2, though.
Yeah. You might want to play GYRI in that same spot, set up KW, but then the Q is going to come down to ruin that. So it's not easy, but that's why we see these players taking time, despite the result of the game being foregone for quite some time already. Really hard to point out any mistakes which I made here. It's really a tough game for him. So Kyrie is the play that does go out in 2. Let's see if Sammy pulls that back and makes a better play after. But just looking at it, GWA.
This yields QUYTE for 56. He's probably seen that now and is pulling it back. You can't give your opponent 56 points.
Yeah, you might find a play that maximizes your score over 2 turns, but gives your opponent, you have to always think about what your opponent can do in response. You give your opponent a huge play that you didn't see. That could just ruin the entire sequence and the entire calculation. It's not easy.
Popping over to our second stream, as we've been teasing, there are 2 streams going on right now. This is board 1, but board 2 also being streamed. That setup compliments of Nelson Oganje of Nigeria, who runs mini streams in Africa. We've got a link to that stream posted in chat, but it looks like that game is as lopsided as this one. Jimmy Woko 2-0, about to throw down 500 points on Tariq Pervez of Pakistan over there. So 2 drubbings here in round 3 on our 2 streams coming from Accra.
Yeah, this is a tough game to watch. Like I said, both players played tremendously, and this one was very one-sided. But it's good to know that there are almost 30 more games to go. We're probably going to see more of these 2 guys. They both won. Oh, Sammy went 1-1, so they're both going to be at 2-1 after this game, which is a good record. We've seen people recuperate from far worse to go and win tournaments. It's a long event. I think usually with 32 games, if you have 23 or 24 wins, you're going to make it to the finals. Does that sound right to you, Matt?
I'm going to go check 2023 to see what the final records were from those players. So when I play or watch now the North American Championship, that one is 28 games before pulling off the top 2. And mentally, I say it's just a race to 19. Just win 19 games. If you can get to 19-9, you're probably in the finals. But what did it take Harshan and David Eldar to get there last year? That is a good question. Doing the dive right now.
Sammy's time is getting a little bit low. He's not gonna take an overtime penalty here, I'm pretty sure, but see the time taken in the end game. Sometimes it's that complicated. Baruch has to just sit there and wait and see what his opponent does. But they've all been there before. The long tournament. Both of these guys champion mentality. They're just waiting to see what the next puzzle is thrown at them becomes.
Indeed, as 32-game tournament, you're going to get 12 to 14 moves per game on average. So you're looking at about 400 to 500 puzzles, and you want to solve as many as correct as possible. Both of these guys are going to solve most of theirs correctly across the tournament. This is now the move from Sammy. He's setting on Wiggs. No, he's not. He's picking that up. He'll eventually make a play. I can tell you that much. Looks like the magic number last year or 2 years ago at the Westpac was 22.5. Lewis McKay finished 3rd at 22 wins. David Eldar had 22 wins and a tie. Harshan had 23. That put those 2 guys in the finals. Gawky, I think now the move from Sammy.
Yeah, he's going to have to make decisions soon, going down to 1 minute. This isn't the right play, but it is a play that guarantees now in 2. Probably better than any of the other plays he considered so far. Greg is really hard to spot. So I'm wondering if we have pairings for the next round. I'm going to take a look at that. Sorry about that. I interrupted you.
No, you're good. Our pairings up. Pairings are not up. So we cannot let you know who we have in the next game. We'll have to wait until those are posted. And then Josh Greenway has 2 extra large lassos that he uses to throw across the room, gather the players, reel them in, and then force them to put the letters in squares on the board. Once all of that happens, we will have round 4 from Ghana. I am worried about pacing because it's almost 4 o'clock p.m. there, and they are supposed to play 5 more games today. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, probably 4 more today, but even that will bring things probably past 8 p.m. A brutal day 1 for all the participants in this tournament, if that's the case. They started games late at around 11 a.m. The original start time was supposed to be 9, but there was an incredible opening ceremony with a royal speech. And hopefully, yeah, things will normalize from here. But I don't envy the players if they do have to sit down till 8 p.m. Quite the marathon, if that's the case.
Indeed. I do know the red carpet has been rolled out for these players. Josh Greenway on site let us know that there were greeting parties at the airport. The team in Africa has done such a great job. It is so hard to deliver such a big tournament. But PANASA, P-A-N-A-S-A, the Pan-African Scrabble Association, in tandem with the Scrabble Association of Ghana, has really gone all out to put on a huge event. 128 players coming to Accra for the main event, plus numerous side events. Yesterday's Last Chance Qualifier and Early Bird the day before that as well. Really a royal treatment and a royal speech for these players as well. A great job to all of the organizers so far for all the hard work they've done. It truly takes a village. So kudos to PANASA, to the Scrabble Association of Ghana, and to WESPA for putting this thing together.
Yeah, so many people on site trying to make sure everything runs smoothly. It like you said, takes a village. This is the first time, the biggest event Ghana has ever run. PANASA also in the mix. So Quang coming down, that is the best end game for Akshay. So good job by him. And Urk going to be the choice with 20 seconds left. Sammy, that will bring the final score. Why don't you go ahead and tell us that?
Well, 451 now for Sammy to 355 for Akshay. We'll cut to Mike and see if we get some banter.
Yeah. 451 and 355.
All business from Sammy Okasaga. No post-mortem, but really this game was without drama for about 25 minutes. These guys will punch in the scores. Looks like they really don't have anything at all to say about it. And now I'm worried we're going to see some Discord messages or something in just a minute. So no post-mortem here. No pairings for round 4 yet. But as soon as we know who's playing, we'll have that info. As soon as we know how many games we're playing today, we'll have that info. But I can all but guarantee at least 3 more games today, hopefully 4, maybe even the regularly scheduled 5 games coming your way from Accra, Ghana. Josh, what do you have for us?
Oh, man. I just love Scrabble. I don't know. What is there to say? You guys are joining us because you love Scrabble too. These games will be epic. Some will be one-sided. Some will be incredible, just like Game 2, if you watch that. I can't wait to see what is next. Scrabble is a miraculously complex game full of puzzles. Every game is different after 2 moves. We love it. Let's just go to break, see what happens next.
You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. We'll be back with what happens next very shortly. And we are back. Round 4 means a banger is incoming. Matt Canik, Soren, my dog, and Josh Sokol here in the booth. We cannot wait. We're so excited. Josh, what are we so excited for?
Well, we got a former world champion. We got an African champion. I feel like this game is going to be amazing. Adam Logan and Rex Agbakpa, who has so many tournament wins under his belt, including many top 10 finishes at the Goswell Akpaibo tournament, which is the biggest tournament, I think, in Africa. So, yeah, very excited for this.
Rex hails from Nigeria, the probably indisputable powerhouse of Scrabble in Africa. Rex has won the African Scrabble Championship before in 2012, so absolutely no slouch, but Adam Logan, an absolute beast over the board. Let's cut to the action. Let's play Scrabble. Adam Logan of Canada, Rex Agbakpa of Nigeria. Good game coming any second. There's the handshake. Adam to play first, and here we go.
So obviously, in North America, we're far more familiar with Adam Logan's game, world champion, so many times Canadian champion. His calculation and speed is insane. He is a mathematical genius. He's a fellow at so many different universities around North America. And his opening rack, DINRRTU, not so good.
Not so good. We'll get to see either a 5-tile play, unrid for 16 holds RT, or Adam may opt to play fewer tiles and leave less on the board, just RUD or URD, or perhaps DUR. All of those look pretty good as well. URD sets up the front T, DUR sets up the back R, so I could see a shorter play to be made here from Adam. Josh, would you play the 5 unrid, or would you play some combination of URD or DUR?
Feels like I would make a different play depending on how I felt. It feels like those plays are so close. Looks like Adam's considering URD. Problem is, I guess, it takes an S hook and a Y hook that he doesn't have. But maybe he'd play it with the D on the star, be very aggressive. NURD also a valid hook. Unrid looks pretty good.
I'd play unrid, I think, take the extra points, but the most dangerous tile to put in a double-double line on turn 1 is the I, by some crude calculations I did 12 years ago. So assuming those still hold, like the lexicon hasn't changed all that much, like that is one big drawback to unrid, but 16 points is a lot more than 8. RT feels very strong. I don't know. You kind of go with your gut on this one, though. You're right. And Engine has them within about a 1.5 of each other, all of those options, unrid, RUD, URD, and DUR. So I think the big thing is don't spend 4 minutes here if you're Adam. But if anybody can handle a time deficit, it is Adam Logan. He can play so well, but also so quickly. We've seen it before.
So DUR, DURN, all of these plays are so close. You can't spend too long here. I think most players at the top know that really a wash between these options. Keep a little bit better, score a little bit worse. Score a little bit better, keep a little bit worse. Play a bit more defense, play a little bit more aggressive. A lot to think about here, but we can't conclude anything fully. So I'd like to see a play relatively soon. I feel like this has already taken far too long, 2 minutes plus on this opening decision, but Dern is the choice by Adam Logan.
We're kind of splitting the difference between the 3-tile and the 5-tile plays. He'll play 4 DURN for 10, ACEGORY, the opening turn for Rex. No bingos out of this rack, and we'll see how long he wants to play. But there's one beautiful quadruple overlap available to him. I think this is going to be his play, but we'll see.
Yeah, he wanted that N for Cryogen. He was looking for it earlier. When you're going second, you really just have to wait and see what your opponent does unless you have piles that you have to think about for a long time. These guys look at a rack, they pretty much instantly know whether there's possibly a bingo there. You can find all of your playable words, but it really doesn't matter until your opponent makes their opening play. That changes so much about the game. So what do you do here? I really like KG. That is the four-way overlap, I think, that Matt, you were talking about, playing underneath. It's really shutting things down, keeping pretty nicely. He's looking at grocery, though.
Oh, grocery would be interesting. But
Yeah,
I
you
don't
could
think
play
it
it
would be
either
good.
way, I guess.
You got to play something else, I think. KG or yoga is 20 points with a triple stack on top, making OD, GU, and AR. Yoga for 20, holding CER, mucking up the board. I think that's a much stronger play than grocery here.
I agree. And another decision taking over 2 minutes. So we saw some time trouble in the second game, costing one of the players the win. Adam, we know, is a Blitz champion as well. There are some Blitz tournaments that have occurred in North American soil, and he has the highest overall rating there. So he can make decisions lightning fast, but he likes to take his time and calculate and be deliberate. Looks like Rex is the same.
Yeah, if you don't spot KG this turn is a lot tougher. Crucially, last turn, Adam did not play his T. The T would have given Rex a bingo. It's one of 2 tiles that would have given Rex 8-letter threats. But Adam not exposing the T makes this much tougher. Coney is the decision we're going to see from Rex. This is 24, also a good defensive play. I don't think it's quite as strong as KG, but if it is a blunder, it's a very slight one from Rex.
Indeed, yeah. Pretty nice play to fork the board open, keep a balanced 3-tile leave. If you're Adam now, you're thinking probably about that S-hook that might have been set up and wondering if you can do something about it, but probably not. You probably have to just sit tight here, play something like Gox on top of Dern. But that can't be very appealing.
Oh God, Gox for 25, holding IRRT without any floating E's in space. It's tough to make this play, but there's so little Rex can do in response. If he's got a 7 that ends in like an E, A, or S, it'll play right now on the board with OD. If he's got a 7 ending in an S, it'll go with Coney's. Otherwise, he's basically forced to stack alongside the EY of Coney. There's like nothing else to do. So a good defensive play from Adam. He would have loved to find an E. He'd threaten bingo if he did. But still a decent draw from Adam after a good play. Adam's up early in this one.
Yeah, now for Rex, it feels like he is forced to open the board no matter what he does. Play of Coney sort of setting himself up to try and be the one responding to the board opening plays, but yeah, now probably has to play something kind of scary like Ego, OG, something to the right of the E and the Y. But instead we're seeing GEY. Okay, so now we're seeing the play he should have made last turn potentially of KG. So this is actually the only play here that doesn't open anything massive. I like this decision.
Oh man, yeah, if you're going to be hit with defense, why not hit some defense back as well? If you have to open the board, say, no, sir. After Ego, Adam scores an average of about 41 points. After this average, Adam averages just 26. So great defensive choice. This one popping to the top of a sim for Rex. Wow, big choice there. And BHIORRT now the rack for Adam. He is going to score right about that median 26 points. The H, the key tile for him, as it allows him to make CH plays. And I'm guessing this will be broth, maybe brith or birth instead, but I'd be looking to shed the O. What about you, Josh?
Yeah, normally I might want to play brith and birth instead of broth just because there hasn't been a single I played on the board. But I'm not sure. It's probably really close between those. And see what Adam decides. If he doesn't want to duplicate his eyes, he'll keep the slightly worse foul. He's not super worried. He will just play broth. Yeah, it's a tough choice between the two. I think maybe birth is the best, just because you'd be placing the R here, making it harder to overlap and come down. That's probably what will sell it for me.
I was looking at Brit now, and I mean, would you play the C and Coney, the C and KG, or do you care at all?
Oh, that's true. It's wow. That's just a symmetrical decision. Both will
Yeah.
open pretty much the same things. That's a good point. I was only thinking vertically, as I'm known to do. I don't think there's a huge difference between the two plays. The differences are minute, but again, Adam likes to think about these things. It's already taken another 2 minutes.
Oh man, yeah. If you play broth and then you draw 2 or 3 eyes on your next rack, you're going to be kicking yourself. Like, I saw this coming. But if you play birth and then don't draw any eyes, then you've left equity on the table. He's going to go with Brit up here, and this makes as much sense as anything else we see. Brit, the choice from Adam.
Yeah, and a good rack now for Rex, DELNORS. He's looking to get that first bingo down.
But he won't. Nothing plays on this board. I wonder how long Rex is going to need to figure that out. He's really only looking for 7s and then looking through that eye. Nothing else looks like it'll hit. Surely Rex knows this bingo, or this rack won't bingo through that eye. How long will he spend here before moving on? And then what will he move on to? Enticing overlaps to the right side of Brit, but also strong plays down from the G in KG. Golden, Golder, something like that. Or would you be looking to stack here, Josh?
Yeah, I think Golden would be my choice from that G and KG once I sort of finish scratching my head, wondering how I can't play all of my tiles on this.
Yeah, how are there no playable bingos? That seems kind of crazy out of a rack this strong, but only one bingo through an I, and it doesn't fit on this board, the I, the second letter in that word. So play down from the G. I don't know. The plays stacking alongside Brit, something like DOER or DOEN, look really strong to me, but playing down from the G makes sense too. I don't know. I wouldn't put all those central floaters down from the G, but the G plays are simming ahead by a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. This is definitely not a great idea in terms of what the game plan has been so far for Rex. Just keeping things cagey. Sorry, so many puns. But yeah, those central floaters, the LDER, LDEN, increase Adam's chances of getting a bonus by an extremely high amount. So you're right that it's sort of not the sort of thing you want to do, but maybe you have to go aggressive here. Scores are close, you're a little bit behind. There's no telling what Adam has. Maybe he has bad letters. We can see that he has the Q. Maybe he has good letters. Critically, if you play DOEN, that will block FIQH, which I think Adam very much wants to play here.
Oh man, FIQH would be such a good play for Adam. So this is a huge turn from Rex. Does he play alongside Brit or not? While playing alongside Brit does not win a simulation, that's a Monte Carlo simulation where your opponent can have anything. This is a one-ply sim, and here comes Rex right on cue, playing DOEN, breaking Adam's heart. Adam's going to have a much tougher turn now.
Not so sure. He has a really amazing play available from the G and KG. If he spotted it, he's probably going to play it very quickly, but it's not the easiest one to spot. GRYFON is available now from this G, keeping the Q, but scoring 51 points. And it does not look like Adam spotted it. He's looking at FY right now, it looks like. Oops, that's not the right thing, but FY plays nicely now with Chef and NY and blocks the board a little bit, keeping the Q for later. But yeah, Griffin is 51. I think you have to play that.
51 holding QH, but such a strong score. It's easy to get fixated on your MO here. Your MO of I'm going to block the board until I get in range of something better. That's kind of how both players have approached early on, and FY is a great blocking play. But this would be a big miss from a player who seldom misses if Adam doesn't see Griffin.
Yeah, again, we don't like setting our opponent up. It is our opponent's move before it is ours. But sometimes got to score. That's the way to win the Scrabble game. And he spotted it very, very nice.
Wow.
Took the time to see
Excellent.
it. What we like to see.
Excellent stuff. KIILRSS, the rack now for Rex. He trails 113 to 67 after the big 51-pointer from Adam. No bingos here for Rex, and a bit of a word knowledge check situation as well. Does DOEN take a back S? If it does, Dones and Silk looks like a very obvious play, but Done, DOEN is another version of DONE. It does not take a back S. Rex can't make that play, and instead his top option is probably Conies and Silk for just 27. We'll see if he falls into the trap, but I don't think you play DOEN unless you're pretty confident in its hooks.
And Skirl, though, plays with Conies, setting up the S in a very nice position, so that wouldn't be much of a miss, if a miss at all, if you play that. I wonder if he's going to do that.
Good.
Obviously, there are 4 S's in Scrabble. We can see the remaining tiles up here. 2 S's for Rex to worry about, but he has 2 of his own. No telling whether Adam has one. Maybe it's time to go aggressive if you're down by almost 50 points.
Setting up RILSKIS on his rack now. I wonder what he is looking at here.
Yeah, I don't know, but looks like he's going to be playing Silk with Conies instead of Skirl, so going a little bit more cagey. I have to keep saying that word. I can't stop. This is, this is reserved. This is a reserved play, but much less dangerous, so probably not a mistake, but definitely showing the character of not wanting to give your opponent such easy access to high scores.
I guess with 2 other S's and 2 blanks lurking out there, you don't necessarily want to open the volatility, but I do think Skirl works out more often than it doesn't. In any case, Rex has opted to continue the defensive game that we've seen. Adam, into that QH leave, draws AAEI blank and has a fun turn. He can keep Q blank together and score 32 right now through the K in Silk. He's got Hakea, Hakea. Do you do that, Josh, or are you ejecting the Q as soon as possible to try to bingo?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I feel like with the lead that Adam has, getting saddled with the Q is one of the ways that he can fall behind in this game. So I'd be definitely drawn to just playing QI. The problem is we've only seen 1 U played, so chances are after QI, Rex might have a pretty big response. I feel like it's not something you necessarily want to do either, but Hakea also very strong. Maybe you draw one of the U's. Maybe you're able to use the Q for big points. I think both plays are very strong.
Although Silk over Sulk, like you're not playing Silk instead of Sulk very often. If you have 2 I's and a U, you're probably not playing Silk at all. You're probably looking to get rid of something. You're not going to hold IU together. I think you can actually conclude often that your opponent doesn't hold a U almost ever after Silk. Adam apparently feels the same way, dropping QI at the top of this board.
Yeah, the engine does not like this, but you're right, that is around, I don't know, 40% less chance that Rex has the Q if you can conclude that Silk never keeps a U. Yeah, the likelihood that Rex has a U is 40% less given the play of Silk. So that could be part of the reasoning for Adam. These are things that we try to do in Scrabble. We have imperfect information, but sometimes we can use our opponent's plays to our advantage. But Hakea, probably the best play in that spot.
All right, so we're going to see Brazil come down. Rex could have scored 52 on that turn. Zerams and Silks 52, but that gives such huge counterplays on the triple word. So I don't like the option to play that from Rex, but perhaps MIZ on the left side of Griffin, making My, If, and Zo, holds ALRS, scores 39. Maybe that's a stronger option than Brazil here. This play looks good too.
Yeah, maybe trying to draw one of those blanks, setting up the M potentially for underlaps. Those could score 50 points. It's a good play, but yeah, Miz also worth thinking about for the better leave. Back to Adam now, who's drawn 2 more vowels. Definitely not what he wanted, but he's going to have the option now to score pretty well under Brazil. I feel like I just play HA here. Is there anything else to think about, Matt?
I don't think so. Maybe HE in the same spot because there are more E's than A's unseen, but I think probably HA and just move on is a great line here.
Definitely looking for 2 consonants or maybe 1 consonant, and you can maybe play something to the R in Brith or through the N in Griffin. But that would be probably what I'd be looking to do if I was Adam Logan.
He's grabbing onto EA over on the side of his rack. That plays beneath Brazil for just 19 as opposed to 37 for HA or HE. Big sacrifice to hold a consonant, but you are going to bingo a lot more often. What do you think, Josh? Would you play the 2 vowels?
I don't know. It's just such a big sacrifice. I don't know how much it increases my chances of bingoing and of scoring, but I feel like I can't leave the points on the table here.
Interestingly, HE winning the sim here, not HA. Your gut would say, if I'm going to hold this stuff, hold AEEI blank and not AAEI blank. But it seems holding the 2 A's bingos about 4% of the time more often than the 2 E's. So HE, rather counterintuitive play, simming on top here for Adam.
Yeah, and you'd think also the underlaps more likely with Zay on the board. The A goes there, the E goes there, the D goes there. A lot more common than some of the za hooks, but very interesting stuff.
Weird.
See what Adam decides to do. I'm not sure what he's looking at here. HAE, I don't see anywhere to play that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Reasonably. But yeah, HA or HE, small difference for sure, minute difference, but sometimes those minute differences make all of the difference in a given game. If Adam plays HA, draws into a bingo, or plays HE and doesn't draw into a bingo, that doesn't mean that he's made a mistake. There are so many 2-tile draws that he could have. And we're only looking at one potential iteration of a Scrabble game. Possibilities are almost endless here. Adam down to under 13 minutes. That's around half of his time with fewer than half of the tiles in play. So the time trouble definitely potentially on the horizon, especially if he gets saddled with this blank for a few more moves, Matt.
Yeah, you don't want to hold 4 vowels and a blank. You're just asking for a sad turn next turn. And this board has opportunities to score points. So you really don't want to score 12 while your opponent can pound out 40 or 50. But I don't know. I don't know what else you do. Oh, wow. ARIE coming down for Adam.
Yeah, definitely a more reserved and flexible approach, but leaving so many points on the table. There appears to be a hold and a potential misunderstanding. Maybe Adam didn't hear Rex. Holding this play, this word is new, ARIE, just newly added to the dictionary. It is valid, but it looks like Rex is going to challenge it. Sometimes, yeah, I mean, people have been around for such a long time, not used to the new words. It looks like Rex has left his S face up on his rack. That'd be funny if that's the case. But you're supposed to put your tiles down. This is a valid word, so Adam going to get the 5 extra points.
And this is one of the drawbacks of having played so long. I face this all the time. The new stuff, man, I don't remember it. It doesn't stick in my brain the way the old stuff used to. So ARIE plus 5 points. Now it's probably going to win a sim for Adam if you can bank on that. Wonder if Adam saw that S on Rex's rack, but the S is not the tile he ought to be worried about right now. It is the U that Rex drew that enables him to hit the Q hard. And I would be shocked if we saw anything except Quag on this turn.
Indeed. Quag for 42 on the board for Rex, and a draw of Vihuela as a potential 7-letter word for Adam, but nowhere to play that. Is there a 9 here? Is there an 8 here? That's what he's going to be looking at, Matt.
No bingos for Adam on this turn, and he now trails 156 to 174. He's probably also bummed. As soon as I pick up the U, you hit the Q, and now I can't play up there. This is going to be an annoying turn for Adam. You want to get rid of the U? Maybe you want to get rid of the V, but it actually synergizes pretty well with the rest of your tiles, with those vowels. So I think we might see UH on top of Gox, making UG and HOD. How do you feel about that, Josh?
I don't feel great. Feels like this blank should be better for Adam Logan. Just tying the game up, keeping 3 vowels and a V. Gonna need some help to draw a bingo next turn, but what else is there? Tons of E's left, however. So potentially you want to score a little bit more. You play something like Hive somewhere. I mean, you can't play that with ECHE. That's way too dangerous. Yeah, I think Adam's going to take some time here. What a nice draw.
Yeah, check out what Rex has. Gambison.
Wow, that is unlikely to be blocked. That is a huge, huge draw for Rex. That comes down. Adam's going to be in big trouble, I think.
Gambison for 95. It's absolutely killer. Sometimes your opponent has exactly what they need to have on a board, and that is what Rex has. Both players with the blank both have to be feeling all right about their chances, but Adam would love to find a play that does anything good at all, and there's really not one here. We might even see UVEA and ACHE from Adam. So many E's unseen to him, you feel okay playing yours off. But nothing is good here at all.
Yeah, this is kind of the issue with the play of Ari, is that if you don't hit, you just sacrifice so many points and your options are so limited. So UH for 17 instead is the decision, potentially, to prevent some RS bingos from being available. Not really sure the logic here. It's a 2-point sacrifice. Opens a little bit more maybe for Adam. Not going to quibble with it.
All right, we are in a situation where the longer Rex spins, the more likely it is that he has not spotted Gambison. I feel like this is an instant
He spotted
play.
it instantly.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the
He
instant
saw it
play. And Adam
earlier.
just-
Very nice. Yeah, I think he had lined it up earlier on his rack, so he was just waiting to see if Adam blocked it. For Adam, Uvi or Uvia were the top choices according to the engine, but everything pretty close. We have Gambison now, and the V draw, the double V draw now for Adam Logan. This is very bad for the Canadian champion.
Tilt-inducing. I mean, evasive there on the rack, but evasive does not fit on the board, and you got bingoed on for 95. Just an absolutely brutal swing. I'd be looking at the NE at the bottom of this board as some kind of opportunity for 9s, but no bingos play for Adam on this turn. And all of a sudden, he is not looking hot at all.
Yeah, especially with the over 100 point deficit. Yeah, after we get those scores updated, Rex is going to have 269 to Adam's 173, and that's a big deficit. It's almost 100 points. Maybe you have to just play Vive here that blocks your R. Maybe you draw a 9. Maybe you draw some overlap here. Maybe you draw something hooking UH. It can't feel good if you're Adam Logan. But that draw from Rex, very bad. 4 E's, an I, a U, and a P. We did say those E's were a plenty earlier on. Yeah, once we get those scores updated, you'll see the damage that was caused by the swing with Gambison. So VIVE, I really don't see any other option for Adam Logan in this position. VAE somewhere looks pretty rough.
Yeah, just
the VAE here.
Brutal.
Set up a U hook that's never going to be useful.
I just don't know what Adam does in this game. Like VIVE and ECHE doesn't do anything. You don't have anything to front hook UH. Like maybe your line is literally just try to draw some kind of 9 through the NE. This makes sense. Get the V out in space, keep some vowels to go with it, try to bingo next turn. But you've got to feel your odds evaporating quickly.
Yeah, and I like this. This was a 1-point sacrifice over playing with ECHE. We like to see the symmetry that existed after Pony and KG. This CH being hooked with an E, the problem with playing Vive here is it's not opening anything. This opens 8-letter words possible through the V or the I and retains this R. So a little bit of a sacrifice for a huge reason. And VP, very nice spot by Rex coming down, getting rid of all 4 E's at once. I love that play, Matt.
Yeah, that was about one of the only tiles that would make this, like, definitely I'm going to play through for Rex. VP, huge swing for him. And Adam shaking his head once again, like, man, what can I do? That happens, really? 3 A's on the post fish draw for Adam as well, so he's got to play Jape. He's going to do that almost immediately.
Yeah, and he's obviously worried about the counterplay from that J. Whenever you float a high-scoring tile in the triple lane, it is pretty much a guarantee your opponent's going to be able to hammer it back. Jowl now available and lined up on Rex's rack. He's playing it so quickly. Like, I'm not going to let you think, and I'm going to hit you back.
I mean, what else do you do? Oh, my goodness. All right, there's a bingo on this board that we didn't talk about. Adam can bingo for 85.
Okay. What?
Wow. Wow, Scrabble, man. I did not see this coming at all. If Adam finds these crazy plays, he might even be in the driver's seat in this game again.
Wow. So we're looking for spots where 7 letters fit. And somehow 7 letters fit right here. There's
right there.
Just enough
Yep.
space.
He's also got 7 to
Adam
1
spots this.
from over to the right, making silks. Those score 77, and those are findable. But where Josh just showed for 85, he's got to find one of 2 7s that fit there. Insane. Evan just found one of them, yeah. Ostraka, spelled with the C or the K. Both play alongside Dunn. 4 overlaps, 85 points.
Insane. So Adam spotted the normal available bingo here of Aerosat, which will fit right here. Actually, a little bit of a tidbit about that word. It was famously missed in a Canadian championship around 10 years ago. But it does fit. So he is going to bingo somewhere. And given the score difference, it's very important for Adam to find these overlaps. You play Aerosat for 67. you are going to take a small lead. However, actually, you're not going to take a small lead. We need to update the scores. You're going to be down 30 points still, and you're going to give your opponent access to a huge triple. So that is not what you want to do in this position for Adam Logan, but still feels really difficult to win this, even if you find the 85 pointers. Adam's still going to be down after that.
All right, he's found Rabatos. Right. This plays alongside Gambison with Silks for 77. So he's found a much better option, but can he find 85?
Yeah, 77 and 85 might not seem like a big difference, but 8 points can make all of the difference in certain games. This one, with there being a 96-point difference between the two players, Adam needs a good draw no matter what. He's going to play Rabatos here for 77, leaving 8 points on the table. So Rex is going to get a little bit of respite in the form of that miss by Adam Logan.
All right, domo arigato, Mr. Rabato. Adam sheds that blank and bingos, and Rex now, with just a 19-point lead, has a tough turn. You got to be thinking about worst-case scenarios here if you're Rex. Bingoing to the R in Brit is terrifying. Potentially stacking on top of Gox is scary too, but there's very little you can do if you're Rex to block this. I would guess we're going to see some kind of partial obstruction, like MUD on top of Gox, but nothing here looks appetizing at all, and that pool looks downright scary to Rex's perspective.
Yeah, and the top play recommended by the engine here, another insane option available. Extending ECH to Echium for 19 points is available here, but with the lack of vowels, that might not be the correct option. You might want to hoard your U and I despite their terrible synergy. I don't know. I don't like any of the options here for Rex, but he's got to feel okay about his chances, considering the unseen letters aren't so strong, and considering he's got a 20-point lead.
Adam has 4 of those 5 unseen vowels on his rack. There are 9 tiles in the bag, and 8 of them are consonants. Rex doesn't know this. Adam doesn't know this, but things could get interesting depending on how many of the vowels Rex opts to play here. Ironically, seeing Echium might be one of the worst things that could happen to him because he will get destroyed.
Yeah, so maybe you try to play long. Mutined is available through the NE. That scores only 13, but it leaves 4 tiles in the bag, reducing Adam's options next turn to probably 3 tile plays and under if he doesn't want to empty the bag. So that's a decent option. Keeps a vowel in tow as well, and prevents some sorts of scoring plays or overlapping plays, but doesn't really do anything great. So this is the time for Rex to use his advantage on the time front, try to sort through this very complicated pre-endgame position.
I don't want to be that guy, but this would be so much more interesting if Adam had 8 extra points.
That's true, and 8 extra minutes.
Yeah.
Can't have everything, though. Scrabble's hard.
Man, I still think Adam has a lot of chances to win this game. I don't think this one's by any means done. I mean, even just FAA down to the A and J looks great.
Yeah, there's some great options for Adam Logan through this A and J full FAA. So even if Mutine comes down, which I really like as an option, I think Adam might be likeliest to win this game somehow, being down the whole entire time.
Oh, FOAL for Adam is so good right now. Oh, man. Yeah, I think Adam's actually in the driver's seat having all the vowels on his rack right now.
The engine giving reason to the play that Rex has been considering for all of this time. A Miriti 3I word after playing a 4E word just a couple of turns ago. looks like his best chance to win the game. But if he doesn't draw that final E that is unseen to him, we know that Adam has the other 4 vowels. It's going to be tough no matter what, I think.
And whatever he chooses, drawing that E is going to be huge. He'd like to leave vowels behind. Of course, again, Rex doesn't know that Adam just drew 4 out of the 5 vowels. Rex is operating with less information than we have, and playing off consonants here, or playing off vowels here, excuse me, looks to make a bit more sense for him. I have no idea who's going to win this game, though, and I'm so here for it.
Another option we didn't consider here in the booth, showing up, Dirt. Just Dirt for 15 points. So counterintuitive to open that triple, but keeping the 2 vowels, it's very important. Rex doesn't know, like we said, that Adam has 4 of the 5, but he might have 3 of the 5. There aren't that many vowels left from his perspective. So making a play, setting up MUTI immediately. The IUM is actually quite flexible. We know that Ekium is an available play. We know that the IUM is a suffix. You might be able to play a 6-tile play next turn. That is potentially the best play in the position, but Meriti also very strong. Rex taking his time here. Makes perfect sense. So much to consider here.
It's hard to pull the trigger on a play like DIRT in the bottom of this board. If you get hit by WATT back, that feels so bad, and you've gone from a position where you feel good to a position where I think I might lose, and you did it very fast. So I don't know. You got to look at what kind of threats are available in the bottom left side of this board. There's a lot of scary stuff over there. But if you play Dirt, you're not threatening much yourself in the bottom left of this board between Jowl and VP. Adam is likely to hit both spots. Well, you get nothing. This is really, really tough.
So Rex has Tridium, which is potentially a confusion between Tritium and Triduum lined up on his rack. He's thinking maybe I can just win this game if this is a word, but smartly talking himself out of it. He's going to play Meriti. And we have to see what happens. Is he going to draw that final E? That's going to be key. If he doesn't draw that E, I think his game is over.
So huge pull coming for Rex now. He's going to leave 4 tiles in the bag and draw 5. So 5 and 9 chance to draw that E. Let's see.
Oh, the suspense is killing me, Matt.
Yeah, me too. He's putting him face down on the table, too, just to add one extra layer of intrigue here. E is what Rex is looking for. There's an N, and he's going to cross it off. And a T, and he's going to cross it off one at a time. He is really holding us on the edge of our seats. There's the E that he was looking for. Huge for Rex. And 2 more consonants to come.
What if he draws that S? Stunted. Oh, it's a third T. That is not what he wanted. But Bowl seems pretty obvious. We were talking about that play last turn. Super nice. Leaves 1 in the bag. Leaves you very flexible with all those unseen constants. That P is going to let you score. The AEI allows you to find many different options next turn. I think this is a pretty good scenario for Adam, who's so low on the clock. Put this down if he has any respect for his opponent's play. I mean, you can't leave yourself with less than 3 minutes in a potentially complicated endgame.
FA8 feels good too, leaving 2 tiles in the bag instead of 1. But if you are able to go out next turn, this feels stronger. I don't know. FA8 might have been better there.
Possibly one or the other. There might be a big difference between the two, but bigger difference, I think, is just on the clock. Adam draws N a DS. What an incredibly good draw for him. So we know the last tile in the bag for Rex is a W. That is horrible for him. Going to leave him so without plays once he draws that. I think this is going to Adam.
Let's run it through. Rex has different lines in this situation, but if he sees TOITED at the bottom of this board, that jumps out as, hey, maybe that's best. But when you put that down, all of a sudden, almost no matter what Adam has, you're going to get destroyed. Look at how that sets up all kinds of different PE possibilities or SW possibilities. Swap or something like that is absolutely killer. So I don't know that you can play Toited here if you're Rex.
Yeah.
Put in too many
so we're just looking at the line.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna bring him back to his actual score of 351. But yeah, definitely a difficult situation, regardless of what's in the bag. Is there even a bingo available for Adam that he might be threatening through the M or the I? That's also something you might have to think about. This was a terrible draw for Rex.
Line sap is 95 if the D is in the bag.
Wine sap with 4 overlaps, and we know Adam's going to spot that if you leave that spot open. Very tough. Now Rex under 3.5 minutes. He's got the weight of the world on his shoulders in this pre-endgame position with 1 tile in the bag with only a measly 4-point lead. We're liking Adam Logan's chances of this improbable comeback win.
Wow. Wow.
I just don't see any way. Like, even if Rex makes a long play and goes out next turn, I don't even know if it'll be enough. Like, he has to play through the I or the M as many tiles as possible. He's just going to draw that W, which is just this terrible cold shower on what was otherwise looking like a pretty good position.
If Toited comes down, Adam has exactly 1 win, and it's not very straightforward. Adam down at 3 minutes or less. So it's possible that this happens. I'm sorry, I ran this wrong. I gave Adam the wrong rack.
Yeah, I mean, after Toited, Unwit will be threatened through the eye of Mariti. So if Adam can't outrun that, he's going to have to. He probably can't outrun that, so he's going to have to block and set himself up. And with 3 minutes, who can do it better than Adam? Probably only 1 player in the entire room will be able to iterate through an endgame faster than the math genius.
Okay, yeah, and with the knowledge that the W's in the bag, it's like impossible for Rex to win this game, it looks like. And Rex doesn't even know that. He's going to take his best Hail Mary, but get destroyed by that W at the end. I cannot believe that Adam has come back to win this game. It was looking so bleak on the turn where he played VIVE, had Evasive as a non-go, and then got hit back with VP, Jape as a desperation opening, punished by Jowl, and yet he drew exactly what he needed, and he's going to come out on top. Crazy game.
I mean, so many twists and turns. This is why we are so happy to be able to bring you these games, call these shots, show you the genius in action. And we're going to get a lot of close games, Matt. The more games we show, crazier it'll get.
Yeah, man, this is just one of numerous bangers we expect to see. Already round 2 was a fascinating game. Round 4, another very, very interesting one. And if you missed some of it, fear not, because the great Will Anderson will be dropping a daily recap video after every day of Worlds. This one is definitely one that's going to be in that video. Rex dropping TUT here. And as he reaches in and grabs that W, I think we're going to see him sink in his chair just a smidge.
No, cold. Stoic, however.
Adam can bingo out now.
Can bingo out here now with patenized through the T that was just given to him. But he's probably not thinking about that at all. He's probably just iterating through the endgame, making sure that he is going to still win here. He has many ways to win. He's only down 15 points. As long as he goes out in 2 and scores pretty well, he'll be okay. But yeah, this might be a late game bingo miss, just because you have to be laser focused here on making sure you're not giving away the win to your opponent. You're not even looking for a bingo here.
Yeah, Adam can comfortably win this game. He's got many ways to win by 15 or 20 points, so there's nothing even sneaky that could happen. But I guess if you're going to miss a bingo, this is the situation to do it. Miss it and make a different play that wins 100% of the time.
Yeah, he's under 2 minutes, and we've seen the panic set in before. But Adam's been in these situations so often. He's so fast at counting and calculating. It's going to be hard to lose this, but there's definitely ways to do it.
You're saying there's a chance. All right,
Yeah,
round 5
mean,
pairings are already up, which is great news for us. It means there's going to be a very short delay between this one and the next one. So Hala, finally we're getting our groove going here in Accra. Adam's just got to make a play to win this game.
Yeah, he can't even afford to go overtime. As long as he doesn't give Rex a spot to play twined or wanted or something, he should be totally fine. He's under a minute.
Adam's next round matchup is versus Harshawn. I want to put that on stream, but back-to-back Adam, perhaps not. Oh, I'm licking my chops, though.
I don't know. That's the best matchup we've seen. I feel like there's no reason not to show that unless there's something close to as OP. That one. What do you guys think in chat?
I had Adam lost this game, I'd say maybe we give him a breather, but because he completed the improbable comeback, he was probably sub 5% to win this game at certain points. I think he'd be a good sport about staying on. We'll see. Adam pulling the trigger on, it looks like NIDE. This is the third best option for him here. Snipe, same spot, one better, and patenized, obviously, the highest scoring play for him. Adam with 7 seconds left on his clock, though, puts this one down, and this should do the trick. He goes ahead by 10. Best Rex can do is WED for 23. Rex cannot go out, and Adam is going to steal this game.
Yeah, and his Rex going to go overtime. He's got 10 seconds to make a move. He's not going to lose the game on this. I mean, he is going to lose the game, but can afford to go overtime. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, okay. He's going to take a 10-point penalty. Definitely an unnecessary one, but what can you do? This was such a complicated position, a complicated endgame position for both players. And Sap is going to come down. Adam's going to stop the clock. Let's listen to the overhead mic. Adam Logan taking this one against the Nigerian heavy hitter, Rex Agbacha.
Let's go to the 5. Okay.
Not much for Rex to say here, just stunned silence. How did this one slip away?
Yeah, very, very, very rough. 20-point loss
like
turns
maybe,
into a 30-point loss.
Maybe a bit of a recount situation. He got low on time.
You gave me too many there. It's 29.
Huh?
It's 29. It's not 34.
Okay.
I think you tripled.
3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, 29. It's 9. Okay, 4, 9. Plus 4. 413.
I have myself at 405.
Huh?
I have 405 for myself.
405.
405 is what I have.
No,
yeah.
not yet. Not yet.
Yeah. So, yeah, looks like a long way away.
Hmm?
Looks like a long time ago. Yeah, okay, on my third turn.
Huh?
On my third turn.
Your total is
Yeah.
413.
No, I don't have that many. So I had 35 and 27.
Okay. 27.
35 and 27, 62.
Okay. That's 62, yes.
Yeah.
I'll give you 70. 113.
Oh wow! So it was even worse from
Yeah, yeah,
Rex's
that's it.
perspective. He
405.
had Adam up
405.
8 more points. Yeah, that makes it even more interesting about the decisions that were made. Maybe if Rex had the correct score, he might have played a little bit differently. That's something that does happen. Difference in even just 8 points in score can guide your decisions. But let's listen back to see if they have anything to say about the game.
This one was finally. I want to play.
I didn't want to play here and give you. I didn't want to play here and give you an easy point.
You have a bingo yet?
I can play Herosat or something here.
What?
Herosat or Tirana. So
Okay,
easy
that
play
was
here.
nice.
But that gives you a lot of points back here.
Yeah, sure.
No, I thought maybe I have a chance if I get most of the vowels, and that's how it worked.
Yes. Yeah, so we've always we got something. And I found out that we may have a bingo to this. It's,
Yeah, it's possible.
yeah, because
I
of the
didn't
kind of
have anything
times
like that.
and connected.
Yeah, let's see if it can look that way. And you know, you want the S.
Can you please settle down for round 5?
Okay, so yeah, I don't have a
Please
phone.
settle down for round
I don't
5.
have a phone to submit the score with.
So it's not
Yeah, I don't have a phone for the scores.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you use your phone?
Okay.
Your phone?
Come back.
Yeah.
Okay, so not too much of a post-mortem there. Adam saying, I thought if I play Ribatos, maybe if I draw all the vowels, then I'm in good shape. And that is exactly what happened. Adam reaching into the bag, grabbing 4 of the final vowels out and eking this one out. Adam, with an improbable come-from-behind victory, moves up to 4-0. And Adam is who we're going to try to keep on the stream after this. Consent matters. We're going to make sure he's okay playing 2 in a row on the stream. But ideally, Adam Logan and Harshan Lamabadu Surya will be your next matchup on board 1. That is absolutely sick. We're going to let Adam stretch his legs and process how on earth did I just win that game. I felt like I was done. Adam will get a little bit of processing time. We're going to get just a smidge of leg stretching time, but both players used all their clocks, which means we're probably back on very soon. What do you think, Josh?
Oh man, I am so excited for this matchup. Adam versus Harshan, 2 of the top contenders this year in the 2025 World Championship. Yeah, I don't even know who to bet on. Honestly, Harshan is so sharp these days. He's just continuing to win pretty much every single tournament he plays in, save a couple. But Adam is no slouch. His knowledge of long words, short words, all words, his mathematical ability, his calculation skills. I mean, he's got the whole package. If he's firing, then Who can stop him?
Who can stop him? Indeed. Adam Logan, Harshan Lamabadu coming your way soon. To those in chat clamoring for Nigel, I promise we're going to get some Nigel on stream at some point. But how on earth could you not watch Logan and Harshan? Hearing from production team, players have consented to the match, so it is coming your way. We just need to give the players a little bit of time, get their bio breaks, get their steps in, get their blood flowing. We'll have a banger coming very soon.
You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. We'll see you in just a minute, folks.
As promised, a very short break from Accra. We are ready with round 5, and if you missed it at the end of round 4, Josh, tell us who we've got.
We've got Harshan Lamabadusuriya from the UK versus Canada's own Adam Logan, who we just saw defeat Rex. So this is best matchup we've had all tournament. 2 of the top contenders, they're ready to play. Let's pan to the board. I can't wait for this one, Matt.
Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Harshan Lamabadusuriya, Adam Logan, 2 of the top players in the world. I think the vast majority of players would put them in the top 5 worldwide players currently, and it's bound to be a good one. All right, scores updated, players seated, tiles bagged. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Let's play Scrabble.
Oh, maybe not. Yeah.
Let's play Scrabble.
maybe they're not quite ready. Whenever they're ready, we'll pan to the board. We can't just flick our fingers and make something happen. We do got to have a production team, a one-man production team.
Nope, didn't work.
Did it work? No. Oh man, maybe we're never going to see another Scrabble game again.
Dang.
Oof. Well, who do you think's going to win?
Us in the booth. I think everybody wins when you get to watch 2 incredible players play. That's when you learn. Instead of learn what not to do, you learn what to do. If I had to pick, though, I would say Harshan. He's just been running so hot for like a year and a half. I'd say Harshan. It really does feel cosmically like it's Harshan's year to win this tournament. He's finished 2nd twice, losing a finals to David Eldar, 2 separate occasions. There's no Eldar in his way. Just a bearded, bespectacled titan between Harshan and the World Championship title that he covets so much and that he's worked so hard for.
Yeah. So not sure if we've lost communication with production, but I'm not really sure. It looks like we're live. Yeah, wanting to cut to the board for a while now. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
okay.
Look at this. We've been playing Scrabble. Oh my God. Okay.
So we saw Vaunt keeping OR, and then we saw Erotica immediately. Oh, this hasn't happened before. Always something new. All right. 24 points for Vaunt, but Erotica coming right down for 83 for Adam Logan. And let's see what Harshan draws. That's pretty good. All right. There's going to be another bingo. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Here we are. Erugo's outrages, bunch of stuff.
Yeah, so Arugo's 70 points with Avant, or outrages 68 points through the T in Erotica. That exposes a triple-triple. That's no fun. So I think Arugo's and Avant's coming down from Harshan, unless there's any doubt that Avant takes a back S. I would expect a player of Harshan's caliber to know this, though.
Yeah, Avant does take an S if you're joining us from the United States or Canada and you play the North American lexicon. It doesn't take an S in that lexicon, but yes, Erugo's and Avant's is top option. It is coming down with relative haste, but also relative deliberation. And we love to see that from Harshan. He does think about his plays. He is not somebody that will just intuitively slap things down. Over to Adam with a really, really interesting draw. He's looking at Waqf, W-A-Q-F. You can play that now through the A of Erugo's, but there might be something better.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to catch up, actually.
QUAI for 26 feels pretty good here for Adam, too, but Waqf is 39. It's just the leave is abysmal. A-E-I-I.
Yeah, you're right. It's opened such a huge triple. So we're thinking about Waqf here. A very important word Oh, that's a terrible looking Q. But like, look at that huge spot being opened. Yeah, I think QUAI is probably better here. Right down to this U.
Wildly, you would almost never think instinctively to do this, but just FEW on top of the AE of Arugos for 34, it holds both I's and the Q, which is awful. And yet the other plays are so poor defensively that maybe you could actually justify FEW 34 points. You're guaranteed at least QI from the I in Erotica, and the U in Arugos unlikely to go away either. Maybe few is the move here. That'd be strange, but every move that makes sense here for Adam is also quite strange. What an interesting turn.
Yeah, so you're thinking few underneath, because few on top would give back a T and an O hook
above Arugos.
For Harshan. But FEW here. Yeah. Sorry. Now. That's okay, that's one less, but it's so much more defensive. I see the point. Harshan having lined up Luteolin, which doesn't quite fit through either of the two T's on the board. But yeah, I wonder. I feel like QUAI is what we're gonna see, but looks horrible, but maybe it's right.
Oh man, what do you do here? This is a wild turn. You don't play waifu down to the U. Keeping the U's available is so important if you're going to hold the Q back. But, I mean, man, Wakf or Quay or Few, they all feel so similar and yet so different from one another. Adam is probably going to deliberate on this turn for quite some time, as he should.
Yeah, instead of waifu, wifey, WIFIE, would potentially set up QAT if you draw a T. So that play also, Engine likes it. Engine likes Wakf, Engine likes Few, Engine likes Fa in the same spot as Few. Back here to this R as well. And those are the plays that Engine believes are sound here, and everything else is small to medium to large mistake. And Adam deliberating for over 3 minutes because this turn is really weird and complicated.
What about wifey to the E in Arugos? Is that absolutely bonkers? Trying to draw another I to play QI and QI for a bunch?
Yeah, it feels too likely to be blocked. So many players are going to play through the E just to block, and you need to draw that I. It's interesting. So QUAI instead, which is apparently a small mistake according to the engine. This is going to give Harshan some decent ways to rid himself of some of his junk.
Quackle actually running that one ahead. Josh and I are running different engines for those of you who are nerdy about this kind of stuff. I've got the old school Quackle running, Josh on the newfangled Macondo engine. Macondo, I think, a little bit more powerful, but Quackle liked this by nearly a point over any other option. Macondo seems to have other plans. But wow, what a draw from Adam. Ooh, Alewife.
Yeah, he's going to have many options. Kalewife as well through the A if that L gets hooked onto QUAI, which I believe the play of NOUL looks pretty strong for Harshan. You maybe want to keep that N, but LOU and Quail is not the play. So I like this for him. And yeah, we might see Alewife as a response from Adam. Wifelier would also be blocked with the play of Newell. But Adam's certainly going to bingo next turn.
All right, fun trivia for those of you watching at home. What is the relationship between the city of Boston and the word alewife? If you know, you know. Harshan dropping NOUL right on cue as Josh recommends. EEFILW for Adam gives him now just one playable bingo. Alewife and Quail blocked, but Kalewife with a blank K playing through the A in Avance. Surely Adam will see this. It's just a matter of how much time he wants to spend before pulling the trigger on it.
It's not obvious making the blank a K, but I feel like seeing Alewife is something that Adam would see on his rack as an available or a potential 7-letter word. And then to make the jump to play Kalewife, question is alewife's a word? Is kalewife's a word? What do you think, Matt? I think I know the answer to this question. I think kalewife does take an S, but alewife does not. Or maybe neither of them do.
Neither one takes an S.
Darn. Okay. Good thing I'm not
Correct.
playing the
Neither one
worlds.
takes-
Just kalewives, alewives. I don't know why I thought kalewifes was valid for some reason. But yeah, kalewife is the only playable bingo. If you miss that, you still have 42 points for blue underneath ERO, which would probably only be a small mistake if that. But yeah, kalewife is being found. Very nice find by Adam Logan. I believe it just means a gardening woman.
A female
We'll see the
vegetable
definition.
seller.
Yeah, well, if you guys are wondering about these boards and these words, we have a very handy tool right beneath the board giving us the definitions of the main word played in the previous turn. So that's a nice and handy tool for those that are not as scrabbled up as we are in the booth. Also for those that know words but don't necessarily know the definitions. I'm one of those people, Matt.
Yeah, no, I love learning from that ticker. You learn so many definitions, especially over here in CSW land. Like, what? There are some really, really interesting words out there.
So Harshan looking at potentially his best play of Geofail, Jeofail, through that newly loaded F on the board. The only issue with that is it gives access to a pretty big triple, but I feel like with this triple open, with a lot of scoring potential on the board, it's not that big of a deal. I like this.
So Geofail, indeed the best play. Engine putting it over 10 points ahead of any other option. So when you got that, you got to do it even if it's not the best defensively. Adam is going to hit hard, but Adam was likely going to hit hard no matter what. But that blue triple letter square is where Adam's X is certain to go. Or a blue triple letter square. I wonder which one. Above erotica, there's DUX for 57. But HEX through the E in Kalewife is 59. Josh, any reason to pick one of those over the other, or is it a coin flip gut check?
Yeah, it really has to do with your options next turn here. Hex scores 59, Duck scores 57, only 2 points between them. Question is, does Adam prefer that H? I think I also prefer that H. It's going to be super easy to score points with it. Whereas after Hex, DUNTS, feels like it goes somewhere a lot of the time. You might draw a bingo, but when you don't, you're going to be in some trouble. Won't be able to do much with that rack. So I like this decision, especially given Adam's lead, 90-point lead after this play. I think this is the best one.
All right, so Ducks the decision from Adam. He is up 242 to 152, but Harshan going to take that deficit and cut it in half on this turn. Harshan can score as high as 52 points on this wide open board. The FK combination is going to yield some cool plays for him. I wonder what he's going to end up choosing here, but I think the highest scoring play of 52 is also probably his strongest play.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that assessment. The first things first here is looking for a potential 7 or 8 letter word. You have all individual unique letters. The most likely candidate for finding an 8-letter word is when you have one of each letter. That increases your options. So once Harshan's done that, now you look for scoring spots. The first spot that comes to mind for me is that L. It was just set up so Flack would play there for 45. However, might be better if you find these overlaps. Loafer or Ochre is what Matt was talking about. 51 and 52 respectively. Ochre setting up the F for next turn. The F actually a pretty good tile here. It goes here, goes next to the AR. It might be able to score somewhere else. So Ochre looks pretty good, but also pretty dangerous. So maybe Flack is the play.
Yeah, this is just a wide open board, though, and so you can't think too much about defense. Just grab as many points as your rack allows without leaving yourself in terrible shape for next turn. Ochre or Loafer are both extremely strong here. Loafer would set up the K for ARK. Ochre would set up the F for ARF. So both of those, very, very nice here for Harshawn. But so many players, I think, in this turn would see Flack and be like, oh, that's got to be at 45, good leave, checkmate. No, there's a better play. Harshawn's going to find it.
Yeah, you think so? I wonder what he's looking at now. F-A-R-K. Yeah, I wonder how long he's going to take if he's going to spot these overlaps. Ochre, Loafer. Black is a pretty strong play. The engine says this is a small mistake, but very strong play, keeping balanced letters, scoring very well. We'll see what Adam does.
If Harshawn bingo's next turn, Flack was the right move. But otherwise, maybe not. Adam, I think, has a very straightforward line on this turn. Just GOTH through the O, and Geofail is 32 points, holds NOST. That does everything you want it to do. Adam's probably not going to spend more time. Did Harshawn find his bingo? I don't think so.
Ooh, if not, then he's got some trouble on his hands. After Goth comes down, he can still play through the E of Kalewife, but I don't see an 8-letter word for him here.
Nope.
So if Goth comes down, Oter, O-A-T-E-R, basically forcing Harshawn to find that spot on the second turn that it's available, would probably be what I see.
Yeah, I think it'd be O10 over Oter. That EELR looks slightly more synergistic than EELN. So
Yeah, point
O10.
taken
But
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, either way, Goth is probably going to lead to a big play from Harshawn along the J.
Oh, also Redux available, mentioned in chat, for any RE that you draw for the rest of the game. Many combinations of Rs and Es available. We might see that blocked with the play to this triple, or it might be played and increase the danger that this triple provides to both players. But Goth coming down, still a 2-minute turn for Adam Logan. I don't like the time usage, but there's definitely a lot to consider with so much open on the board. We're just sitting here. Ghetto stuff might have been available. Ghettos would have been pretty cool, but yeah, I think we're going to see Oten come down after this for Harshawn.
Any merit to playing JOE for 20 instead of O10 for 38? That leave of AELNR is very strong, Josh. Would you consider JOE, or is 38 too much to pass up?
18 points, Matt. I think you know the answer to that question. There are S's to draw. The board is open, so bingo leaves are strong, but they're not as strong as if the board was a little bit more closed. There's so many floaters to play through. I think you have to take 18 here, especially given that you're down by 80 points. Even if you get 20 and then a bingo next turn, you're going to be down.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sometimes I just float out questions for the sake of continuing our conversation. If you had said you're actually playing JOE for 20, I probably would have pounced down your throat. But I know that you're stronger than that, Josh.
Thank you, Matt. So yes, if we see Harshawn not play in that spot, it just feels like a board vision mistake over the course of the last two moves. But we're hoping that he does come around to seeing the overlaps. I think if he misses the spot, Adam's got Monad, and he's got also, I think, Totted. He's got a bunch of amazing options there. So I think this is a necessary spot for Harshawn to play in. But he's also taking some time. 2 minutes on this turn, a few minutes on the previous turns. Neither player's in time trouble yet. But it just feels a little shaky on both fronts, Matt.
I wonder if there's any player here who's already feeling the desperation and tries to open the bottom of this board with like NONE from the N in Newell. That's wildly aggressive and almost definitely not right, but I think there are a few players who might feel the desperation early on and try it.
Possibly, but probably not the players that we're watching here. There's some, I guess I would call it swagger, but there's probably a better word. there's just this ability that the top players tend to have of just dealing with the board regardless of how closed or open it is. And you'll see them just take points when you're like, well, wait, can't you just get locked into this board? But there's just enough space open that I think Harshan can just make a scoring play like this and just continue to try and play an 8-letter word eventually. But I see the merit to wanting to open the board. You just need to do it at the right time, score enough points. Odin comes down. We like this option.
We do like this option indeed. Well done from Harshan. He has cut into the deficit. He trails by just 39. Adam, one vowel on his rack. DMNOSTT. Looks like there's one standout option for him here, and boy, is it a tough word to spot. Scores 27, keeps quite well, knocks out most of the opportunity that Harshan could have on the board. We'll see if Adam spots his 27-point top play.
Yeah, a lot of flowing in a Scrabble game, understanding what you're looking for has to do with looking at what's changed, however small, or the differences might be, however minute. It's very important to see what has changed in the position. And even before Oten, Adam did have this play available. So Dotant, D-O-T-A-N-T, is an option, despite that N being placed. And that looks like far and away his best option. MST, very strong leave, lots of ease to draw. I like it a lot. I think if you miss this, you're making a mistake, Matt.
Yeah, Dotant is the best play, but boy, that is not the most natural play to spot. Working to Adam's advantage is, yes, he had it last turn, and some of his other top plays are going to be in the same spot. Tonant, T-O-N-A-N-T, a similar version of this. So I think if you can see one, you'll probably find the other. And yet,
he plays
Adam
Onst. Yeah, let me explain this play a little bit. I think Adam's noticed how many E's are left. He likes his chances at drawing an E to play Meth for 40 next turn. Given how open the board is, that spot is somewhat likely to stay open, but certainly we would have preferred to see Dotant, which keeps MRS, not MTS, sorry. I think still worth it, but Onst is the second play recommended by my engine here. So it seems like a small miss, but a very strong play and a very counterintuitive one, Matt.
Yeah, wow, counterintuitive, but makes a ton of sense once you think it through. And Adam is much more likely to hit that spot than Harshan, given there was just one unseen T to him. Harshan, I think, needs to play Redux here if he sees it. That is an odd word. He's going to play Rec underneath. I just feel like this is weaker. This scores 6 fewer points. Do you think this could be a better play, or maybe just a miss on Redux?
It could be both. I think that Redux is a lot more dangerous. Those overlaps to the triple will hit hard. And the C, despite normally being a good bingo tile, it's good to start words. Where are you starting a word with a C on this board? So I think getting rid of the C might increase Harshan's chances of drawing a bingo next turn. So potentially the right play, but potentially also a miss. And yeah, Engine says very close between the two.
Interesting that Harshan went so quickly on it as well. Adam now has drawn the E he was looking for. He still threatens Meth to the H in Goth for 40, but all of a sudden that plan's not looking so hot. Meth now holds ADDR. I think you have to do it anyway, right, Josh?
I think so, but yeah, unseen to Adam, once we enter the scores here, is one more D, many E's, not so many T's. So it doesn't look too bad for ADDR, but definitely not the result that Adam wanted from his potential setup play. We call that a setup play. Keeping the correct tiles for a certain spot on the board. Maybe we could call it a fish. I think he still played Meth. I think that was his plan. If that wasn't his plan, yeah, okay, there we go. I don't have to finish my sentence.
Yeah, all right, so 40 points for Adam. He's up by a bingo again. Comfortable lead on a board with this shape. Worst case scenario, if you're Adam, is a bingo coming down from that K. But that's quite unlikely, so you just hope to dodge that bullet. 343 to 261. Harshan down. Harshan has no bingos on this rack, and he'd like to open the board, but I'm not seeing any good ways to do that. You just play Brig and QI
Yeah.
and yep.
Yeah, Burlers does not fit. That is a 7-letter word available on Harshan's rack. But look at that draw for Adam on the other side. He's drawn the final blank. That is huge. I don't know. Do you try to open the board? How do you do that? I still think you're rolling with this board, just hoping for a weird marginal bingo draw if you're Harshan, and Brig keeps so well. ELRS, you can hit that F, you can hit underneath the T, might even be able to start with an A or a K if you're lucky. So Brig comes down. I think this is the right play. Maybe the I is actually his best lane after that.
Oh man, Adam has a bingo. And it fits.
Really?
Just one. Through the I and quails. Wow.
ADDORY blank?
Indeed.
Wow.
In fact, the letters are going to stay in that order.
Wow.
Additory, ADDITORY. 3 overlaps through the I and quail. That is the only bingo that plays for Adam on this turn. Tough to spot, but he is Adam Logan for a reason.
That is incredible. Sorry. And yeah, they're in the right order, which actually really helps most of the time. Some of the time, when your letters are already in the right order, you're immediately thinking to unscramble when you're playing Scrabble. So it could be either a blessing in disguise or a curse, not in disguise, I guess. What's the opposite of a blessing in disguise? Curse out in the open?
Yeah, curse out in the open. I like that. We'll see. Adam already missed a bingo last game. Granted, it was a 9 in a make any valid play and win kind of situation. And he did miss a higher scoring bingo. But Adam says no more of that. Here's additory. Harshan, you lose.
Is this on hold? It is. It's being challenged. Adam is going to gain a lot from this.
Yeah, Harshan does have Absealer or Beliars. Absealer down from the A and Flack. Beliars above additory now making BY. Harshan going to go double check the blank designation perhaps. But additory is going to come up green. Adam Logan up by 1,000,000 points. 135 after the bingo.
Wah. Yeah, this is very good for the Canadian. He's probably taking a win off of one of the top contenders early in this tournament. Probably won't have to play Harshan for quite some time after this. Can't feel bad.
Man, Adam with a dramatic come from behind victory on stream last round, now probably knocking off Harshan, barring a dramatic finish to this one. Adam has primed his chances early on of perhaps being the 2025 World Scrabble Champion. Still tons and tons and tons to come, but you couldn't have scripted a better start if you wanted to, if you're Adam Logan. Ooh, 3 eyes though. Yikes.
The no open M for minimize. So Absealer is exactly what Harshan needs, I think. Hope that Adam's drawn the worst possible tiles and he gets another bingo down after that. Maybe Adam can't block the R. I think you play that over Beliars. What do you think, Matt?
Just looking at the unseen pool, like, is it even possible that Adam could not block the R in Absealer? I see with PPVWZ, like, maybe he's got the worst rack in the world and drew 7 horrible consonants, but even then he can do something like, I don't know, veg or Zep through the E just to block it. So maybe be liars and then hope you draw a bingo starting in an A is a better choice. I don't know. You might just lose.
Yeah, if we see be liars, it might be trying to draw something like sizing afterwards, or maybe a bingo underneath. So yeah, maybe this is the smarter option. At first, it feels like you're just shutting everything down for yourself, but I think this is the more patient decision. I think I like it because you don't want.
One of the biggest.
If Adam plays down from the S, you're getting lanes to work with. That's what the last thing I was going to say. Go ahead.
Just one of the biggest strengths, I'd say, of Harshan's game is exactly these kinds of decisions. The absolute mathematical, tactical decisions. What gives me the best chances in this game and why? I do think Harshan did this one right. Try to draw sizing or Sozine or a miracle down from the S and C. After Absealers, you open the triple, but you're just going to lose. I like it.
Yeah, now if you're at, again, the situation where there's so few vowels, you have 4 of the 8 unseen vowels, and you just play Simi, S-I-M-I, and set up your S and try to bingo again?
I think you could.
But there might be a better option. The score difference is such that if you just manage to keep scoring, if you're Adam, I think it'll be too much for Harshan to overcome. Maybe you just play. Oh, but what's unseen? Is there any huge S play available with the unseen Z? I don't really know. Yes, it's a moment to really assess the dangers lurking in the position. Of course, you can always get bingoed on with so many tiles left. A mix of vowels and consonants. Maybe that's the biggest danger that Adam sees. Maybe he's worried about a huge play from this S. There's some heavy hitters available, Matt.
There are really only 2 threats. One bingo is unseen to Adam. Just one, despite 15 unseen tiles. And one other bingo-esque score, not down from the S in Be Liars, but in the top left of this board. One bingo, 174-point play, and that is all Adam has to worry about with this unseen pool.
All right, you guys heard us in the chat. Try to look for that one bingo. Try to look for that one huge play in the top left. Wow, I see it, but it's a tough one.
Oh, did I put in the? There are some other bingos that score like 65 that didn't even pop up. Sorry, like negated, agented. Those don't matter. Those don't win. One bingo that scores 96.
Oh wow. Okay. That helps. Something like Ev Zone be nice. But yeah, this is a really interesting draw though for Harshan. WHYAEPP. That seems pretty nice to work with. Unfortunately, I think he needs more than just nice here. He needs a miracle.
Yeah, the one enormous threat from Adam is Epazote, EPAZOTE with BYE 96. Hertz for 74 through the ER 74. And otherwise, I think you're basically untouchable here. If you play See Me, set up that S, like even if Hertz comes down, you're probably still doing enough. But scoring 9 just feels so absolutely wild here.
Yeah, I agree. And if you know probabilities, you know that having 3 specific tiles, namely HTZ, is far more likely than having the precise 7 tiles for Epazote. So I think if you're Adam and you're trying to block something here, you're going to want to block Hertz. It's far more likely Harshan has drawn that. But does See Me outrun? It's a good question. Very good question.
I just don't see how it can go wrong after Simi. Like, you've got the S to hit the spot. If Hertz comes down, and that's the only thing that can really hurt you, pun intended, you're good. You're going to draw at least one scoring consonant out of the bag. I guess if Hertz comes down and then somehow like an absolutely wild fit through the E and Kalewife is his next draw, maybe? But I don't think that's even a thing. What is Adam opting to do here?
SIMI, very, very strong option with buys, just blocking the lane. MISE also a potentially very strong option, just block Hertz and score points. But I think this probably does the job 98 times out of 100.
All right, hearing from production chat. Oh, we don't have pairings yet. We may have a small delay here. There is a tea break scheduled to happen after this round. I don't know if that's tea in the British sense of like we're going to have a full meal, or if that's tea as in literally just 15 minutes, stretch your legs, get something to drink, talk to somebody else, or if it's tea, let's get a bunch of gossip and dirt on all the other players in the room. But tea break likely, it is going to be 15 minutes. They've got snacks set up in the next room. Players will grab a drink, but a 15-minute break after this, and then round 6, 7, maybe 8. I'll let you know more when I hear more.
So why the play for Harshan? He's probably saying, why am I in such a bad position? But he can still draw a D and maybe threaten Sapped for a ton of points if Adam doesn't block. Still, yeah, he can't draw Hertz anymore. But yeah, it's just not going to be good enough.
What is it? The Z is the last tile in the bag?
Ooh,
wow.
That's a little interesting. So yeah, one way to lose this game if you're Adam Logan is potentially to draw that Z as the final letter and have nowhere to play it. Let's say he plays Seeing, Seeing, thinking he goes out a lot, and he draws final tile. He'll be able to play off the Z for a small score, but that might give Harshan just enough to win the game.
Now, Seeing, he's going to draw
not.
Nerds.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's hard to go wrong. Very hard to go wrong. Nerds through here, and Nerds is an outplay. Well,
no, he needs ER.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're far more aware of the situation than me. Yeah, Nerds through the ER as a threat. Oof.
Goodness.
Ouch.
Yeah, Signet feels way more natural for Adam
and Hazan.
Here.
Look at that.
Goodness. Okay, jeez.
Wowie. All right, well, can't go wrong here then. I don't think there's a reasonable way to lose the game.
If you're Adam, you're probably thinking,
like you said.
Yeah, you're probably thinking, what if the V is in the bag? That might be the worst or most awkward thing, the V and the Z. But if you hold EN after Signet, you're going to have Even or Nerve to go out. If you hold EN and draw the Z, you've got Zen probably. You've got Hazan, if nothing else. So nothing can go wrong if you play Signet, even the worst draws, and you're good.
Yeah, Zen will play here. I heard this word earlier. Zen will play here. And the V goes out in multiple spots too. So yeah, if you're Adam, you're going out next turn after Stinge or Signet. I think Stinge might be slightly better because it doesn't allow for an overlap of Azo for 50. So that might be the proper way to go.
You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. For those of you who have been dropping into the stream more recently, this is day 1 of 5 days from the World Scrabble Championship, also known as WESPA, the World English Scrabble Players Championship. This event is hosted in Accra, Ghana. This is just round 5, 32 games of play across 4 days, and then the top 2 players will play in a best of 7. Matt Canik and Josh Sokol giving you all the action. Board 1 is going to be streamed right here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Already this weekend with the big event, Let's Play Scrabble broke 5,000 subscribers. So thanks to every single one of you who has subscribed to the channel. If you're just stumbling into competitive Scrabble, this is the place to watch it. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. All this channel is going to do is show you more high-level Scrabble play at different times. Welcome. Buckle up for the ride. Competitive Scrabble is the coolest subculture I have ever been a part of. Here comes Adam playing Stinge. We're getting to the end of this one. Canadian Adam Logan, who has won a world championship before, will be 5-0. Knocking off 2023's world champion runner-up, Harshan Lamabadu-Surya.
And the play of Stinge being held, Harshan knows that this is a valid word. His chances of winning the game are completely over. And what's very interesting is, obviously this is a word, but if it wasn't a word, Adam should not... Should Adam draw the last tile in the bag? Yeah, he should. Then he would know... Actually, it doesn't matter. It's not interesting at all. Matt, stop me.
I think there are actually some instances where it's better to not draw and give your opponent that info, but I think this is not one of those. If you had the Z, you would have played nerds, so Harshan can reasonably deduce the Z is in the bag. Harshan taking his chance. If this comes off, maybe he wins, but it is good. 5 additional points for Adam Logan brings him to 469. Harshan at 401. Logan gonna win this game.
Yeah, and he's going to start off so nicely in the 2025 World Scrabble Championship, 5-0 plus around 400 points at the end of all this. Very good start for him. Harshan going to go down to 3-2, which isn't that good. Still 27 games after this. We'll have a 15-minute tea break between round 5 and round 6, where you guys can take a little bit of break from this amazing coverage brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble. And of course, all the other sponsors of this tournament. There's Panasa, there's the Ghana Scrabble Association as well. There's WESPA. So it's a huge party. I wish I were there in very, very warm, tropical Accra, Ghana. But we're here commentating, bringing you the action. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to like the video. Interact with us. Tell us where you're watching from. 3 more games after this. It's going to be quite the marathon, Matt.
Quite the marathon indeed, and Josh and I are going to be at the helm for all 32 games of the main event. If that is too much, like you got to go to a job or whatever, and you want a bite-sized digest of the highlights, one and only Will Anderson will be bringing all of that to you. Will has pledged each day to do a summary of each game, bring us some of the biggest highlights, the most interesting and funkiest positions. So the Will Anderson YouTube channel going to drop some gold on us tonight. And Will's been hanging out in the chat most of the day as well. So if you like Will, say hey. Be on the lookout for a video today and every day. This is peak Scrabble content. It is literally the World Championship.
Yeah, such a pleasure to watch, especially 2 of the top 5 players. I probably say that without stuttering. 2 of the top 5 players in the world, Harshan Lamabadu-Surya and Adam Logan. Harshan to end the game here. Probably his best play is Overed, O-V-E-R-E-D, through the E-R on the board. And yeah, I mean, there's not much in it, but if you want to make the best play and lose by the smallest amount possible, that's what Harshan's trying to do here. And Adam's going to go out with Zen. He has a spot here. He has a spot here. He can just play Hazan if he wants it. Very cool play that was available to us. But quite a good game. Both players playing very, very strong Scrabble, as we are wont to expect from the both of them. Can't wait for the next round, but there will be a break.
Tea break is exactly what Harshan needs. It's going to make him feel back at home in the UK. A little tea break for him. Everybody, I think, could use a little cup of tea to keep us going. I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning and have taken 3 days off of work to bring you the commentary, and my eyes twitching just a little bit. So coffee for us, tea for the players. Josh, what are you going to do with your 15 minutes?
I get so hungry, Matt. I'm just trying to make some food while we wait. I'm gonna run to my kitchen. But can't wait to fuel up for the last 3 rounds of the game. Harshan considering vaped here. Maybe some of the players, that's what they're gonna go do on their 15-minute break. Obviously, that is not an endorsement of any kind. But tea breaks are really a good idea. I think North America needs to adopt that sort of thing in the longer tournaments. 8 games a day takes its toll. First time I experienced a tea break was a UK tournament last year, and I can tell you it makes a lot of difference. If you're here from chess, you know that classical tournaments, usually you play 1, maybe 2 games per day, and you're sitting down for such a long period of time. Scrabble, the games last around an hour, so you get to move around for 5 minutes between games. But other than that, your mind is just racing. 8 hours out of 24 per day. So it's tough. Takes its toll. But these guys have incredible stamina, Matt.
Indeed, and I mean, stamina is the name of the game at an event like this. There are so many players in the room who, given 1 rack on 1 turn, can make the top play. But to ride the emotional highs and lows, the brutal games where you have to exchange 3 times, where you draw 7 U's, or where your opponent hits the most improbable bingo possible, you just got to stay calm and make the right play as often as you can. There's a reason that last time they held this tournament, the top 4 were Adam Logan, Harshan Lamabadusuriya, Wellington Jageri, and David Elgdar. It's because they were the 4 best players in the room, and they grounded out across 32 games. Eventually, the cream rises to the top. You just have to grind it out every single turn, as these guys have done. And Harshan, in a losing effort, is still trying to maximize every single spread point out of this tricky endgame.
And Adam just has to sit there and wait. So this definitely using a lot of stamina and energy, but I think this is also a way to sort of recover from a loss. It's just like, okay, well, the game's over now. I don't have to stress about winning or losing. Now I just want to find the winning piece to this puzzle. And by winning, I just mean the best possible play, minimizing the margin of defeat, and putting yourself in the best possible position in the standings with point differential as the #1 tiebreak in Scrabble tournaments.
If you could do us all a
rounds.
favor watching the stream at home, we've got almost 400 viewers, but looks like about 160 likes on the video. If you could please just help us out, bump us up YouTube's algorithm a smidge, click that thumbs up button. We'd appreciate it immensely. It is free 99 for you to do it at home, and it helps grow competitive Scrabble. I selfishly love competitive Scrabble a whole lot, and anything and everything I can do to make more people show up to these events is a win in my book. So thank you in advance for your contribution. Thanks to those who have already liked the video. Thanks to those who are hanging out with us watching the stream. Thanks especially to those of you who are going to get up crazy early or crazy late tomorrow and watch day 2, and then watch day 3 the next day, and day 4, and all the rest of the stuff. Harshan, taking all that time, has found his best end game by 1 point. So 7 minutes of thinking, and this one is Dune.
Alrighty, that is it for this game. 5-12 to 429 in Adam Logan's favor. They're going to confirm the scores, and let's take a listen to see if there's any chatter post-mortem about this game.
You made it 512, 429.
518, 429.
So you had 420.
Yes.
440.
No, you're going to say 440. Yeah, you're right.
29.
469.
29,
Yeah.
98,
Yeah,
plus
498.
14, 5 and 2.
Yeah, 500. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Is that in the bag?
Yeah. Otherwise, they find
Yeah,
yours.
yeah. That's, congrats. Do you mind if you take a picture of the two of us? Would that be all right? Are you okay with it?
Yeah.
Josh, do you mind?
Like this.
Thank you. You want to do the...
I don't have.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, sorry. It's silly question.
So Harshawn
Of
showing
course
us my
we have-
favorite part about him as a player. Great sportsmanship. Win, lose, or draw. There's always a smile. Let's take a photo. Great guy across the board. So I have a hard time not rooting for him. All right, Josh, what were you saying?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Just such a hilarious thing. He's the only player, I think, top player that wants to take these pictures. And I mean, it's good for posterity's sake, for memory's sake. Harshawn is a very young child. We heard from Harshawn himself that his son loves watching Will Anderson videos. I think earlier into the tournament, Harshawn, Adam, and Nigel were chatting about how both Nigel and Adam are not technologically advanced enough to enter their scores on phones, both of them phoneless. But yeah, it's just some fun banter. Harshawn's smiling. It's like, oh yeah, right, we talked about that. You don't have a phone. So he's doing the thing. He's entering the scores manually. Great sportsman for sure. He loves to talk about Scrabble. He loves to talk about Nigel. Adam Logan taking this one. We're going to go to a break. There's a tea break, 15-minute break. Matt, what are you expecting for round 6? Are we going to see Nigel? Is that what we want?
Oh, you've planted a seed in my head now, Josh. I'm going to start the chant, and I'll be doing it all 15 minutes of tea break. Nigel, Nigel, Nigel. We'll see what the pairings say. If Nigel's up against anybody probably inside the top 30 or 40 players, I suspect it might be Nigel Richards' time. But if there's another insanely juicy matchup, we might have to show you that instead. Stay tuned. When we know more, we're going to drop in chat. I'm going to chant Nigel for the next 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Y'all don't go anywhere.
Y'all are watching Let's Play Scrabble. Okay, we'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Nigel,
Ooh.
Nigel, Nigel, Nigel. All right, folks, it is time. Nigel Richards time. Nigel Richards versus Richard Okechi of Kenya. The next matchup we are bringing on stream. And Josh, while Nigel Richards needs no introduction to about 95% of viewers, educate us for the 5% who do not know the name Nigel Richards yet.
Yeah, he's the greatest Scrabble player of all time, potentially the greatest mind sportsman of all time. He is just that much better than everyone else. He has what appears to be a photographic memory of all the words. He almost never makes a mistake over the board unless strategic. He's just what everybody likes to watch when it comes to Scrabble, and he's 4-1. His opponent, Richard Okechi, is 3-2. So this is the time to show the greatest of all time, show his stuff, and Richard, I believe from Kenya, is going to be trying to defeat him.
Nigel's already been dealt one defeat by Patrick Mpundu in round 4. Richard looking to deal Nigel his second loss of the tournament, but Richard's going to have to play some lights out Scrabble. All right, tea break is over, caffeine consumed. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble here from Accra, Ghana. Round 6 from the Westpac coming your way now. Richard Okechi, Nigel Richards. Scrabble underway. Let's do it.
Oh, I'm so excited. All right, so opening rack WU, not the start you'd like to see, but there's the blank. Quickly regret my...
It'll be that blank O, but not quite DURROW blank. Does Richard try to shed one of his R's with word or drow? Or does he follow the old adage, if you could play wood, you probably should? WUD or a 4 here, Josh?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it would be a great start, pretty auspicious start to a Scrabble game, the word word. But yeah, WUD is the U worth 2 R's. Word is 2 more points, probably slightly better, keeps the board a bit more open. I'd probably go with word and maybe try to draw 7 or 8 letter word next turn. But Nigel, in response, regardless of what Richard does, is really not going to have much available to him. Interestingly, is that the New Zealand flag that we're seeing? I guess Nigel is still only a citizen of that one country, but he has been living in Malaysia for the better part of the last 30 years, but representing New Zealand, I guess. So word coming down, an interesting placement of it, Matt. Do you agree with this?
I don't know. I mean, I think the more standard placement would be to put the O on the star, but with the back hooks of an S and a Y versus just the front hook of an S. I could see a case to be made for this one as well. And hey, maybe you draw a double-double through the W. So I see some logic here from Richard. I think the big thing is don't spend 4 minutes on this first move. You're going to need your time against Nigel, who plays not only so well, but rather quickly in most of the games as well. Word, the opening word for Richards, AGOOUX for Nigel. He could play augur, AUGUR, to that R for 7 points, or he could exchange. And if he exchanges, does he keep the X or not? Complicated position, turn 1 for Nigel. What do you think, Josh?
I mean, augur does set the X up. We know Nigel likes to set himself up, but this spot it would open is just so dangerous. I cannot imagine him making that play, but I've said that before, that he's made the play. I think we're going to see an exchange. I don't think Nigel will keep the X. All of my Scrabble knowledge leads me to believe the X is a terrible tile in the opening of a Scrabble game, but maybe you play Gox and keep UUOA just to score something. A very fascinating position. Nigel already taking 1 minute and 35 seconds. That is very unusual for him. And he's decided to exchange all 7. So not a surprising play, but yeah, definitely something that I would have done probably as well.
All right, well, this is exactly the opening you could have asked for if you're Richard. You play, you draw the blank, Nigel scores 0, and all of a sudden you're poised to go up by almost 90 points on the GOAT, the Scrabble GOAT in Nigel Richards. Which bingo will Richard play is the next question. He's got a few possible 7s on this rack. Chat already solving several of these, but Younger, Gray Out, or Roguery all playing. Roguery plays with several overlaps, stacking word or caching the Y behind it to make wordy. And it looks like he is pulling the trigger on Younger here. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, does Younger take an S is the question I would be asking myself in this position. But yeah, not taking a lot of time is a good idea here. What was that reaction, Matt?
Does take an S, which I was not expecting it to. It's listed as an adjective, but youngers with the S at the end is a noun meaning young people in general, the youngers. So Younger does take a back S. Surely Nigel knows this. Perhaps Richard knows this. We will see if it comes into play. But no S on Nigel's rack. His exchange 7 yields another rough pull. AKIGMTV. Mikvot, M-I-K-V-O-T, is a really cool 6 that Nigel has. Doesn't score a lot of points, but that's an option. What do you think, Josh? Mikvot or just score points with M-A-K on top of the ER of Younger? Cache that triple word. What do you think?
Oh, that VG combination is so horrendous. So M-A-K here would potentially allow or GUV next turn. If you draw a U, you don't have a U yet, but the G and V together, GUV may be playing here, so it's not the worst thing. Nigel considering Meek vote, I think that's what I would do. But does that take an H?
I think it does.
So another hook on the board that Nigel doesn't have. Will we see after that play QOPH and Meek vote burning the blank? I don't think so, but. All right, coming down for 25. I think this is the right choice. Race for that S. Open the board.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And as Josh said, now QOPH and Mikvoth, if Richard knows and sees this, is 50, but probably better to pass on those. QIN through the IN Mikvoth, 24 points, holds the synergistic EHLO combination. Probably too much for him to pass up on. And if he misses the bingo, the H is going to yield mammoth scores with that Mikvoth hook, if Richard knows it. So I think QIN the right line here, Josh. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I love those. I love me some burning the blank Q plays for a huge score. And it looks like NOH instead. That's an option we didn't consider, but very strong indeed. You keep the QI for next turn. You might draw even an 8-letter word starting with QU. You might even draw a 6-letter word with Youngers next turn, like Quails or Wells or something. So I think maybe okay to do this. I wonder what the engine thinks.
Had this and QIN just right next to each other, so kind of picking your path here. With the U and Younger staying there, you're likely able to get rid of the Q no matter what next turn. QI is probably still going to be there as well. Richard has not hit his clock. Okay, there he goes. NOH 41, the play for Richard. He is up by over 100 on Nigel Richards, but Nigel has drawn his first bingo of the game. Mantling is what he's got set up right now, plays down from the M. This is his highest scoring bingo for 74. Tangling also plays for 72. But Josh, you take the points here?
Yeah, I see no reason not to. It also blocks the double-double, which could hurt as well. But yeah, Nigel's still fighting from behind here. He's going to need to draw something else, probably to stay in this game. That S-hook's still looming large. We'll see what Richard does with the Q. I think maybe you just drop it now.
Yeah, he's drawn the second H after cashing the first one, and that mucks this rack up a little bit. Playing the Q, holding BEEHL blank, is not the best, but there's not much else you can do. And I think with the floaters, the R in space, the E in space, the I and the N and mantling, like you're still going to hit bingos a good chunk of the time. So playing the Q is probably the best move here.
Yeah, and it's good to sort of look at what bingos you're going to draw after this play, or at least try to find something. It looks like you're drawing stuff, but I don't know. On this board with these floaters, I don't see anything immediately, but we'll see what Richard draws out of the bag. It is got his tile face down. He has drawn an I, pretty good tile here. Nigel to respond with AFIRRSY. He's got a 54-point deficit. He's considering playing FRIAR.
Friars and Youngers.
It's just Friars. Excuse me. I was like, where is he? I'm just expecting him to keep an S and try to bingo with Youngers later. But yeah, Friars and Youngers looks perfect here. And you can come back in the game
the
without a bingo.
calculus changes a little bit. Richard, I don't think plays QI with an S in his hand all that often, and he's just played one tile, so he hasn't drawn more. Nigel is probably thinking about playing Fairy to the left or to the right side of Mantling, 3 overlaps for 37 here, keeping the S back for next turn. If Richard is unlikely to make Youngers plays, then Nigel can crush that spot for even more next turn. What do you think, Josh? Fairy for 37, Friars for 50.
And you whispered again, right as you said that. Yeah, Fairy is what Nigel's considering. It's a good point. Do you play QI without an S in hand all that often? Fairy coming down. This is such a dynamic play by Nigel, keeping a really strong leave for this board. I like it.
Yeah, making just a bit of an inference here. That's a huge thing in Scrabble. This game, kind of like poker, in that your opponent's previous play gives you some information if you use the powers of deduction. Richard, with that I draw, has 2 playable bingos on this turn. One 86 points, the other 78 points. We'll see which, if either of these, he ends up coming down with.
Yeah, this is a very important moment in this game. Richard, with the lead, having bingos available to him, if he doesn't find them, there's a huge difference between the bingos and his next best option. Looks like he is playing Hireable, which I think is his lower scoring bingo.
Indeed, the higher scoring bingo is in the same spot, but it's Herblike, Herblike. That's 86 because it triples up the B instead of the E. But Richard still finding a bingo on this turn. 78 more points for him puts him back up by 100 on Nigel, who has not found a good rack and who has seen his plan to play Youngers this turn thwarted by the bingo from his opponent. Big swing early on in this one. Richard up 95 now. Nigel to respond. What do you see here, Josh?
Had Nigel drawn any other vowel other than the U, he would have had some high-scoring plays available next to the HI, but unfortunately, that spot seems like it's going to remain open. What in the world do you do now if you're Nigel? Do you play off the J and the B? Do you play JUBA? Oh, God, then that's, I guess, what you do. You don't want that U, and PRST can turn into a lot of stuff if you're drawing into things through the E and Hireable, but it's not feeling very good.
He's going to play
a good draw. AIT.
Yeah. Oh, good draw. Juba to the A is Nigel's play, and Richard has an ugly looking wreck that's going to do just fine for him on this board. ACNOOTU. He's got plays on the right side, crushing that triple word square. He's got plays on the bottom, crushing a different triple word square. Toucan is 38. Cyano, CYANO on the bottom, is 39. Josh, which one are you choosing?
I really feel like the danger is higher on that middle right triple. So he is putting down Kutan. That's good,
That's
right?
not a word.
Toucan? What he's thinking of? Kuta is a word, but not Kutan. He's counting it. And I mean, if we know anything about Nigel, this is coming off the board. Feels like he has a little bit of uncertainty, though. Maybe not. No, I mean, why did he play it so fast? Nigel says hold. He said a couple more things. He usually just says hold.
He's going to see if this gives him, I think, good plays back before he challenges this word. Here it comes.
Well, he never challenges immediately, but yeah, this is coming off the board. Yeah, without fail. I mean, anybody unsure of this would have challenged it, so it's not like that impressive. But yeah, and a very unfortunate turn of events for Richard. Had Toucan in the same spot, and valid bingo, valid plays elsewhere on the board. This is a huge swing in Nigel Richards' favor.
If you ever stand up from the table, probably got news for you. Encyclopedic knowledge of the book. Rumor has it he has photographic memory and can just picture the pages of the dictionary in his head. That one coming off, I'd be absolutely shocked if at any point we see Nigel accept a phony, unless it's to his advantage.
So no bingo playable right now for Nigel, but just tripey to the Y and fairy looks extremely strong, and that's what he's looking at. I guess he has to think about whether Richard is likely to have an E as his final tile, in which case Oceanaut would be playable to the T and tripey. So is he going to realize that and change his mind and play pits? The likeliest tile that Richard could have with Kutan is an E, Matt.
Yeah, if he did have an E, that would not bingo anywhere. So Nigel is playing pits. He's not going to expose the T. He's not going to give up possibilities of Oceanaut. And while the E wasn't Richard's last tile, makes a ton of sense.
My bad. Yeah, sorry. He has the T already. I was making something up in my head.
Oh, yeah. We went way down that line, and it's wrong. Oops.
Okay. Instead, he's playing pits. He just wants to block Toucan. Sorry about that. I thought this was a big brain play, but it's just a normal decision. Scoring a ton of points and blocking a play that he knows Richard has. Cyano now potentially the only play here for Richard Okichi.
Uncoy, not a bad option either. UNCOY scores 3 fewer points, but does shed that U tile. So Cyano, Uncoy, still a decision to be made here for Richard. It's not like Cyano's an insta play. In fact, I think I'd play Uncoy.
Yeah, Uncoy is still available. That's true. Gets rid of the U. Scores a little bit less, but that U is just such a terrible tile to have. So, yeah. I like how Cyano sort of tries to block the E and hireable. Richard's still ahead here, but Kuhn instead is coming down, leaving that Y open for business. I hate leaving Ys in triple lanes, Matt. I don't know about you.
I don't know. It's not the most dangerous tile, but if you do get hit, you're going to be a big sad. Nigel's now going to have big plays using that Y. I think Yarfa, Y-A-R-F-A, coming down very fast for Nigel on this next move.
Yeah, Yarfa looks very strong. Unless there was some way to put that F right next to the Y. There's tons of vowels left unseen to Nigel, including many A's. So I would be surprised. Yeah, Yarfa coming down immediately. Still Nigel to come back here, but he's chipping into the deficit turn after turn. And Richard with AAESTTU. That does not look like a rack you want when you have a small lead, Matt.
No, it's not. You're basically going to have to play off ATU on this turn in some capacity. TAU or UTA are 3-letter words you can play using those tiles. or there's TUAN, to the N, and mantling. And while you're leading, if you're Richard, it never feels like you're leading against Nigel Richards. Do you think he's going to open the board TUAN, or do you think we're going to see him keep things tight?
I think TAU might be a little bit more likely, just overlapping the ANT maybe, or maybe there's somewhere else to play it. That sets up ETA, sets up Sun. Those bingos are, I guess, maybe a bit less high scoring than a bingo starting your ANT. But yeah, somewhere we do.
I might actually not play any of those. If I see this word augite, A-U-G-I-T-E, through the G-I on the board, generally you want to keep the E, but if you look at the unseen pool, A, we're at nearly a 50-50 mix of vowels and consonants. We're skewing vowel heavy, and B, there's like 9 E's in the back. I want to play one, especially if I get a few extra points. So augite actually looks to be a really good option here for Richard, given all those E's Josh is circling.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Tons of vowels left here. You're still ahead. You don't want to be stuck with too many E's when you're ahead. So yeah, augite looks good. I'm gonna run a simulation here.
Yeah, just nothing scores for Richard unless he decides to cash in the S, and you just don't want to do that here. The S is not strong on this board necessarily, but S is just such a good tile in general. I don't think you can justify playing it here.
Okay, so Uta instead. This is interesting. It's a more defensive play. I think maybe Richard wants Nigel to try and open the board and strike, but I wonder if this just bad for Richard.
All right, AEST is a leave that can go in 2 ways. If you drop 1 pointers and don't know your stat, you draw tiles that score. Probably not being going, but you're still okay because you can do stuff next turn. So he's found an E and a W and an E. Oh man, all those E's starting to come out now for Richard. D-O-R-S-T-V-Z, the rack for Nigel. He is playing quickly. D-Z-O for 36. Looks straightforward for Nigel.
Yeah, you can't love keeping VRST, but all those vowels unseen should help Nigel out. He's drawn 1 E, a G, and a second E, a very likely draw for him, 2 E's, a consonant. And so he's in decent shape to just turn the tables here after the unfortunate phony of Bhutan for Richard Okechi.
Richard now with an interesting turn from a sheer equity perspective. EEW to the right side of NOH looks strong, but that word takes another E in front, EEEW, and with 6 E's unseen to Richard, it's quite likely that Nigel is going to hit you. So I think this option here of weave makes a lot more sense for Richard. Well done.
Yeah, this is a great play, great recognition that you just don't want to be giving that counterplay to Nigel. So many E's to redraw. Just take some points, take a small lead, and see what you draw out of the bag. I like this.
All right, so Richard pulls back ahead. Nigel was up by 2 before that move, so surging back after the huge deficit early is Nigel Richards, as he tends to do. EEGRSTV now for Nigel. This will be instructional for us at home. It's so natural to want to play something like Gov through the U and Youngers right now. EERST is a tasty leave, but this board has absolutely nowhere to bingo. You can't make small, dinky fishing plays on boards with no opportunity to bingo. So what will Nigel do instead? Probably spend a little bit of time, probably try to find a way to set himself up next turn if he draws a bingo, or score better this turn. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about playing around here, veg or verge. I think this is probably the right area to play and score some points. He's not taking long at all, Matt. make this decision. This is not complicated for him, apparently. Just play more tiles, score more points, try to draw maybe that X. That X is probably going to be pretty important here. And maybe you'll draw into a lucky bingo as well if board gets opened down the line.
Yeah, no, Verge makes a lot of sense. You don't want to fish in this situation. Veg isn't doing much for you, Verge doing a whole lot more. And what a nightmarish draw for Richard. EIIISTU. Did he draw UIII on his 4-tile draw?
He did. Both players keeping well these past couple of moves, but those eyes were lurking. Kind of ridiculous, though, to draw all of them at once. Might have to see an exchange here.
It sucks, but sometimes you just exchange exactly the 4 tiles you drew. Richard drawing UIII, I think just exchanging UIII on this turn makes sense. Maybe you keep 1 and exchange UII. Maybe you play Iwi and set up the X that you don't have, but I think this is a throwback for Richard. He agrees.
Yeah, I think this is right. I think something like EISC or ESC, the problem is, again, there's nowhere to bingo on this board, so you're sort of depending on Nigel to open it by keeping the most bingo lead possible. However, it's still a very balanced set of tiles. The only issue is, yeah, when you draw something like Sestine, is it ever going to go down? Or Richard. It's some nice rack of tiles, but there's nowhere to play it. Nothing to do. So Saint coming down. This is a huge score on this board, keeping 2 Ds, but who cares when you can score over 40 points with 1-point tiles? Nigel Richards taking a pretty commanding lead at this point.
Yeah, Nigel showing exactly how you play on closed boards. Don't worry so much about bingo-prone leaves. Try to stay flexible, sure, but cash as many points now as you can. So many players think so hard about bingos and Scrabble, but this is the way you approach a closed board. Nigel now ahead 332 to 291. Richard with a great rack, but no bingo lines means he's got an interesting turn here. I wonder to what degree Richard chooses to open this board, but I think he's got to do something. Now that Nigel scored 40, now that you trail by 41, you can't just sit on your hands and hope you draw a bingo eventually. That's not how it works against a great player like Nigel.
Yeah, but how do you open the board is the question. How do you do it without being completely transparent and having Nigel just law the board closed again? This is the question that Richard Okeshi has to answer for himself. How does he open the board in a reasonable manner, or does he just wait a little bit longer? Maybe you just play easier through the A and the ER, scoring points and just hoping for a good draw. Again, that X is going to be kind of important. We saw Nigel throw it back on the first move of the game, but now that the spot on the bottom right is gone, maybe the X isn't such a huge tile. Not sure. I think I would go with easier, but it's not a good, I don't know, it's not a good position.
Yeah, my gut initially said maybe play EAS through the A and mantling, but then once you see that, like, oh, I can just throw the I in there too and get a whole bunch more points. Easier does not have any front hooks. EAS has plenty, but I think EAS might be just a little bit too easy for Nigel to block. I think if you're going to play here, it's got to be easier. He's going to go with EAN,
Yeah.
Similar idea. I like it.
Yeah, keep both of those S's in tow. You might be able to set them up later. Something that Richard's going to want to do for the remainder of this game is think about unblockable or close to unblockable S setups. This is a way to start actually threatening something like that. And very interested to see how Michael reacts. Obviously, it would be paved through the V, but now that that lane was opened, I feel like Nigel's going to want claw close. Just play a 6-tile word and block. So Pauled is the idea, I think, in this spot. Does that take an S hook?
Paul does take a front S, and with two S's unseen, especially after a play of EAN, you can be all but certain at least one of them is on Richard's rack. If you're Nigel and you look at this unseen pool, very few racks make any sense to play EAN out of. You know Richard wasn't sitting on EENN to make that play. There are no N's left. So I think if I'm Nigel, I can almost certainly deduce one S and probably both on Richard's rack last turn. Nigel set up Paul. He wanted to play it, but you just can't set up that hook. Nigel looking for other options now instead. Oh man, what a complex position.
Yeah, I wonder where paled is going. But ladled also an option, which that feels very strong. That doesn't take any hooks. It doesn't feel like
really
Nigel's
good.
considering that.
I would say it doesn't feel like Nigel's considering that yet, but I think he'll see it, and that feels like the strongest option here. Holding the D, drawing into 10 vowels and 7 consonants is all right too. You've got to knock out the bingo opportunities in front of EAN, which takes about 1,000 front hooks. Ladled looks very, very strong for Nigel. I'd be shocked if he goes with anything else.
Yeah, but I feel like he sort of stopped looking for plays here. Now he's just focusing more on the unseen letters, seeing what there is to worry about lurking in the bag or on Richard's rack. It feels like his thought process is kind of just cut off for a second. He considered Paul, he realized the danger. Now he's reconsidering, going back to his thought process. He's going to play paled? Are you kidding me? What?
He just didn't see, I think. Either that or he knows a lot of vowels are coming right now and he wants to keep an extra consonant back. I don't know what to make of this. I guess ladled could give back big X plays like Cox or Cox could be big, 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 big. Maybe he didn't want to see those back. Paled was very interesting though.
This can't be right. There's no reason to do this. First of all, I mean, you could play plead, but that takes a U hook. That's not a huge deal, but you're setting up. I don't think Nigel's worried about the X after the play of E. I'm so confused by this play. I don't think I've ever been this confused by Nigel Richards' play. And he's made a lot of weird plays. What could be the reasoning here?
How does this lose? Like, what can happen after paled that's really bad?
Just two big scores. X, the M first, the X after. What?
But the X, like,
What,
can't really happen. Unless you drew it on the two-tile pull after EAN. Like, EAN almost never holds the X. So maybe that's it.
I am so confused. I mean, this is going to be analyzed, this play. And, you know, people might be thinking, like, that we're doing this for show every time Nigel makes a weird move, but it is absolutely bizarre sometimes when he makes a play. Richard puts Scute on the board. He's taking the E back, realizing there are only 5 tiles in the bag. He doesn't want to empty the bag completely. Any merit to playing just cut and setting up the S? I don't know. I think you've already committed the play.
I have, yeah. Gotta go
the
back.
score line.
Out.
I don't understand the play of paled at all. Lovely.
If you play ladled and he hits you with the X on the right side and then draws the case A and stacks it on the left side, that's really bad.
Nigel just draw a play on the top row so often. I feel like, I mean, there's no play that wins 100% of the time in that position. But It feels like ladled is so... Like, he has to draw the X mat in a 2-tile draw. He definitely didn't have the X with Ede. Then after drawing the X, he has to draw something massive as well. Not just going to have 1 or 2 tiles in the bag. He'll be able to deal with those positions.
Looks like there's a
I'm calling
scoring
this a
dispute. Like, maybe Nigel counted this play wrong because it just paused the clock and counted it for a little bit. Like, maybe Nigel just thought that this hit the double word and thought it scored a bunch more. I'm not ready to call this a mistake. I know better than to ever do that when Nigel Richards is on the stream, to the point where chat loves to rake me over the coals and call me a Nigel homer. But until somebody can show me that it was wrong, I am going to assume that the GOAT is just doing GOAT things. Will Anderson is in the chat. Will Anderson is definitely going to give us a breakdown of this turn.
Yeah. I'm just, I want to analyze this too. But honestly, we made mistakes. We know that he is not a perfect player, but he's better than everyone else. So when he makes a play like this, we tend to assume there's a very good reason for him making it. Just feels too low scoring, too dangerous. And it allows, the biggest problem, I think, Matt, is that it allows this top row to be forked open or set up by a number of plays.
All right, give me
You
one.
need specific tiles to be able to deal with that. I mean, right now, there isn't one that I see. But the play of cut, if Richard played that and Nigel didn't draw an O for Upo, seems pretty hard to block.
You can just play alongside the W if you have to, right? To the left side of it.
You need an A and you need an O and you need an E for those things.
He's
Nigel didn't
holding
have any of those.
DL, like either your opponent drew 2 vowels and isn't going to do anything, or you're going to draw a bunch of vowels.
Yeah.
Will, get your engine, get your video making machine. Will, do your thing.
Oh, there's no
Anderson.
engine that can determine the value of the play of paled. That's what's so great about some of the plays Nigel makes, is they're better than what an engine would do, and there's a lot of dynamics at play. But paled seems a bit crazy.
I can't
to
believe
me.
people wanted
I
to
feel
watch
like he would have at
12-year-old
least
Nigel
considered.
Richards.
What's that?
I can't believe people wanted to watch a 12-year-old instead of Nigel Richards. No offense to the kid Scrabblers out there, but this is what I love to see.
Yeah, it just feels like he never considered ladled. That's the thing. He considered it and then played paled. I would be more in favor of this play because at least he considered the play we all wanted him to make. But yeah, let's go back to him. He's going to play Scut as somebody said in the chat, hoping for the best draw ever. It just feels pretty much over after this. Feels like Nigel's going to win by just a few points, just often enough. But Scut for 28 is the play by Richard Okechi, who's still in the game despite losing a turn earlier.
So paled takes a front O?
Yeah. Lead takes a
and I
front
guess EAN, your opponent doesn't... no, paled, P-A-L-E-D, takes a front O, opaled.
Yep.
And I think Nigel was thinking maybe the O is never in my opponent's range after EAN, so I'm almost certain to draw it, so let me do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to take in with that play. So from Nigel's perspective, there are no playable bingos here. 6 vowels, an M and an S. So he's just going to go with a play that allows him to go out the most often, I think, or scores too much to be deemed Unacceptable. So, wow. We need to we need to commentate this game, don't we, Matt? Crazy.
Hey, I'm still so fixated on Paled right now and how brain breaking my that play was, but all of a sudden, like one turn later, and we're like, Nigel's 100% to win this game. So there's got to be some logic to it. If all of a sudden now we're in this situation.
Yeah, Cortex was mentioned as a possible response with Opold. That would have scored, I think, way too much. Richard had that rack, but yeah, there's a lot to do with what would Richard keep with Yan. Is a good point, but he is drawing 2 tiles in a bag of not so many.
I think, Cortex can't happen if you have Richard pegged on SS, as Nigel likely did. Man, I wish he talked more after the game, because I would love to catch some overhead mic, but I'm certain we're going to get nothing more than a slight head tilt, and then could you please put in the result because I don't have a phone, from Nigel.
Yeah. In this position, it feels like any scoring play is going to win. Nigel's up 12 points. He can score in the 30s, close to 40. You got to do the math. End games are complicated. He's probably going to take some time. The threat probably here from Nigel's perspective is Mavie, Mavie, through the V and Verge, setting up outplays next turn. But yeah, probably a bunch of winning options here at this point with that nice OX draw after Paled.
Yep, this is Nigel's game if he does almost anything. Engine suggesting his best play is actually COIR and Opal right now, holding back DILX, but a number of 100% wins here for Nigel.
Indeed. So Chord looks like the play Nigel's considering. That keeps XI in a variety of spots. If he draws the E, there's something he's going for. That's the likeliest draw. Exilic. In any case, Taxi would be available at the very least. This looks pretty good. I'll assume it's the best play. Now I'm just going to draw that final O.
All right, and at this point, it looks like Richard can score as high as 34. Mavie's Mavies holding back EE. That is going to be his best in game. I don't see any major threat Nigel has to go out. No major threat to score a ton with the X. So Mavie's looks like the play.
Yeah. Maybe or Mavies, but yeah, Mavies would not allow Nigel to come back with OX or LOX. Richard down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. What a fascinating game this was. You're taking a nice early lead, drawing both blanks, but unfortunate phony in the middle of the game. It's already hard to beat Nigel Richards. Try beating him after losing a turn on a phony word.
So as Richard's clock dwindles, this wraps up round 6 of the World Scrabble Championship. This, again, a 32-game event spread between today and Saturday. The top 2 players in the field will play in a best of 7 for the World Championship on Sunday. This is peak Scrabble content, the best time of the year. And in fact, this event only comes around every 2 years. So welcome, soak it up, and especially relish in the fact that Scrabble's greatest of all time, Nigel Richards, is here. Richard committing his play of Mavies. He trails by 10, and Nigel is going to be able to eke this one out. He's going to get 26 points for his X, or he's going to do this. 24 points for his X. Yeah, this just as good as Lux. And that'll be the end of this game as soon as Richard plays out.
Wow, incredible stuff. So, matchups for potentially the final round of the day. There's some interesting options. We are listening to you a little bit in chat. with your suggestions. Obviously, we will make the final decision on the streamed matchups. But let's take a listen at the overhead mic once this game is finished.
Can you use my phone? Trying to submit. Huh? I can submit for you. What are the correct words in the rack that I play the phone? What are the right words in the rack? I don't know.
Oh my god, the sass from this man.
Richard asking, what is the right word for my rack on the phony? Nigel says, I don't know.
So it's game 6, table 15?
Yeah.
And that's it. Nigel famously quiet after all of his games, win, lose, or draw. Nigel coming out in this one by 21 points, 403 to 382. Nigel getting up to find a computer to put the device in, but Richard opting to do it on his phone instead. We're going to cut back to the booth while we decide on our round 7 matchup. Josh and I will also work with the team on the ground to figure out if round 7 will be the last round or if they're going to play all 8 as scheduled today. It is already 7:13 p.m. Ghana time, and they're scheduled to play 2 more games today. We're running quite a bit behind schedule after a royal greeting for the players here at the WESPA. We'll let you know as soon as we have 7 or 8 games today, or as soon as we get any confirmation on that, but at least 1 more game coming your way. Before I let Josh speak, please click that thumbs up button. Like the video. The more people we get liking these videos and tuning in and watching us, the more momentum we build as this World Scrabble Championship moves along towards its finale. Thanks to each and every one of you for joining us so far. Josh, you may now speak.
Oh, thank you, Matt. I appreciate it. Yeah, you guys are watching the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. You just watched your favorite player, probably, Nigel Richards, take his 5th win out of 6 games, round 7 coming to you soon. This is Let's Play Scrabble. See you in just a few moments.
Adios. right, round 7 of the World Scrabble Championship coming your way now. And man, in Scrabble, when you're hot, but nobody has been hotter here in Accra than Tue Nov. Josh, we saw Timmy yesterday go undefeated in the last chance qualifier, and now undefeated today as well. 14 for this guy. You're quite familiar with his opponent, Neil Gann. Give us a little preview on Neil before we cut to the board.
Yeah, I wish I knew more about Oko, but he's been killing it. Feels like he's just a dark horse in this championship. He qualified with flying colors yesterday, but Neil has been up and coming, has been blasting off, gaining so many ratings in the last year or two, and is 5-1, only losing by 7 to Waven last round. So yeah, if these guys are ready, let's start things off. Most games have already begun, and they must be reeling to play this potential final game of the 2025 World Scrabble Championship Day 1. Timmy will be first. Neil will give the bag a shake, nice handshake as well. And we'll see what comes out.
All right, Neil, someone who has been up and coming from the U.S., hails from the Providence, Rhode Island area, just down the road from me. And man, Neil has been getting good fast. What a big test here for him in Tue Nov. AITU, the first 4 tiles out of the bag. Oof, OIO to go with it. And this went from I might bingo to I'm immediately exchanging for Timmy. The question is, what do you exchange down to? He's going to keep the I, throwing back OOIU, keeping the I a little bit non-standard here. But, Timmy's right in his gut. When you're hot, you're hot. And Neil probably going to hit him back with an exchange of his own, EENOORU, after an exchange for. Josh, you think Neil's back here?
Yeah, we're seeing the quick exchange back, keeping ENR. That looks very strong. AIT might be a little heavy, but we've seen this before. In game 1, I believe it was Chris Lipe exchanging down to AIT against his opponent. So Knive is going to come down, I think, here, or Knave instead. Or Timmy after the exchange. 4, and drawn to Verbena, but is that going to play anywhere? So Knave for 37, the play by Tue Nov, getting some points on the board for the first time, keeping IT out of play 5, but really close between the two.
So Verbena not going to fit for Neil. There is going to be one playable bingo for him, rather deep in the book. So word knowledge early on for Verbena. Welcome to World. Welcome to Ghana. Got to find a hard word on the stream now. Check for Neil. See if he comes up with it. 67 points. This is reward if he gets it.
And wow, what a draw for Woka. Wow, just drawing into this rack, quantize, will fit through the A that stays open. But yeah, this is a word knowledge check for Neil.
Oh man, if you don't see this, it becomes a pretty tough turn. If you know Knave, BEKNAVE, that's another option, but that's also not a word you're certain to know. BEREVEN 12,400 by probability. I'm not sure how deep Neil is in the book, but you have to read pretty deep to find that 3EPV8 on this turn.
Yeah, bereave, I mean, it is a hook for bereave, so weird past tense, but instead we're going to see they, Burgers will play. We could have seen Knave in response to Knave. That might have been a little bit better, scoring a little bit more, but we're not going to see the double Knave opening, unfortunately.
Oh, but VAE is going to give a mammoth play to Timmy. Quints, QUINTES, 1 of 2 sevens on this rack, now plays front hooking VAE with UVAE, 9 points, and it's coming down almost instantaneously.
Wow. Yeah, what a great option for Woko. It's going down very quickly. That nice pink canvas. And unfortunately, and not in the right spot for Neil Gann. Renminbi would have fit otherwise. Yeah, Quinte is coming down. Is that how you pronounce it? Quintes? Quintes, maybe.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Nobody can understand us anyway. We're trying to work on audio issues, but it seems like there's not much we can do. Apologies to everybody for what's coming through. It seems like internet at the playing venue is not the most ideal right now. It's that time of day in Ghana where everybody's getting home from their workday and popping on Netflix and checking their email and watching their TikToks or whatever it is that people do now. So we're going to do our very best. Apologies for the audio issues. We're aware. Doing what we can. We're just going to roll with it from here. No renminbi from Neil. This is a rough turn. I guess just mid. But do you play it above or below the ES in Quinn's?
I think you have to play it above, as sad as it is, but oh my goodness, what a great post-bingo draw for Timmy Woko. He's going to bingo again, and this game might be over as soon as it began.
Yeah, welcome to the stream, Neil. You're going to get crushed.
So Mib is lined up, and that is what is being played. I think this is the best play. But yeah, that missed bingo last turn really seeming to load on the damage in this game. 40 again.
Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, so like many tiles being upside down. Dentist for 74 is a high score here, but stinted, maybe a little bit safer. That would create the right angle here. Or stinted here. Stinted here makes a lot of sense too. I wouldn't have played just putting the E right here. So stinted looks very good.
All right, chat, time for you to do your thing. Neil can bingo turn 74 on this turn with a ridiculous-looking 9. Do your thing. Otherwise, Neil's topping out of his rank only 61 points.
Goodness, I can't believe it's a word I know from French. French word for that E. I very much thought Neil doesn't see this word, but it has surprised me before. Other than that, they could score 60 or less.
Yeah, I mean, the 9 is not something almost any player is going to see, except those who have actually studied 9s. I don't suspect Neil knows this word, and even if he knows it, I don't know that he knows it as an English word. So probably a more human play coming of inquired to the D and stinted, or Eurydinia to the A and knave for 61. Eurydinia does throw the board way back open, which is exactly what Neil wants to do. But it is going to be grasping at straws as he's fallen behind so much so early. We're doing what we can to adjust audio, so thank you for bearing with us. Going to do anything and everything we can on our end, but don't want to drop the stream, don't want to pause the game for sure and rupture the integrity. So we're going to roll with the punches and do our best. Here comes Neil playing Eurydine's. This is going to open a lot of the board at once. Not a bad idea either. Only 58 points, but you're not so much thinking about the points you can score this turn as what options can you keep open the rest of the game. This makes sense from Neil. All right, so Eurydine's Now, Timmy, on J and Z together, EHJOPRZ. He's going to have a lot of plays that have some warts, but also do some cool stuff. Josh Zoner plays through the N in uridine. Zip through the I in uridine, making ZE for 44. But both of those open the board. Josh, I think you can't play Zoner or Zip here. You're looking to do something totally different.
Yeah, that's a tough position. I think the play that looks about the play is that looks very, very good. It's the only play that doesn't own anything huge. That he not a very good balance in the triple lane. But yeah, I like this decision. The isn't great, but we might see a nice comeback play as well after this. We'll go. And looks like Neil is not going to have too much to do. It's supposed to be a draw. Dishful might be a word, but it's not going to the board. So you're not going to try that. So I see just a short play here. Flip. What do you think?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Lock what you can, don't do, and just keep sitting on your hands. This game makes sense from Timmy. He's up 246 to Neil's 103, but Neil has to replay at the bottom of this board. He's set up Dishful on his rack, but that's not the play for Neil here. Dishful is valid. It doesn't fit on the board, but FUD beneath your names, making if, new, and Z 39 points opens a brand new quadrant board. That feels pretty awesome.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. I think Neil's seen it. Like I said, additional testing. There's nowhere to tempt that play. But is a very nice way to stay in this game. You're Neil. You're down 143. You need to score big. You need to bingo soon. That's the only way to do that. It comes down. Very nice.
And if you can draw something awesome like Holiest, HOLIEST, Ifs, and Nut, scoring about 85, opening a whole bunch more on this board, that is the path forward for Neil. But you've got to draw bingo, and you've got to do it this turn or next turn. 39 points for Neil. He's down 104. Me back on turn. Still J from the last turn, along with some other stuff to go with it. HIJLOOR. The rack now. Timmy. I don't think he can play the J this turn, though. Maybe JOLES to the ES on the bottom right of this board, but maybe holding back one more turn. What do you think, Josh? Play the H, play the J?
Yeah, JOLES looks okay, but this looks even better. Keep the J to score with later. Usually you don't want to be keeping J's on track, but when you have such a big lead, it's a very nice tile to just guarantee you're almost score next turn. So I like this decision a lot. Be playing on purpose, playing very quickly, very strongly as well. Neil to respond with HLOIDS.
Yeah, this plays in two spots, 74 points, making US from the U in uridine, or 68 points, making IFS. But Josh, at this deficit, you need to take the points, right? And just open that left side of the board wide open?
I think so, but unfortunately, it's already been spotted in the chat. If Alloids comes down here, I can stop my design right now. Jailer. JAILOR will be the response, scoring almost as much. But maybe after that, Neil draws a triple-triple. Scrabble is unpredictable, especially so early on. And yeah, I think you have to take the points. I think you're right, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you draw something incredible out of the bag after Jailer. This one not quite done yet, but I would be surprised if we see Neil leave 6 points on the board and play the tighter option in this game. You've just got to try to create opportunity and pray that you get very, very lucky if you are Neil Gann.
So we did see the possibility of knave and knave if Neil does miss the bingo, which it looks like Neil has not spotted haloids. Will we see HOHO on different parts of the board? It looks like HOD is probably a little bit stronger. This is an unfortunate miss. This is a bingo you couldn't miss in this position, down 136 points. Don't think Neil's going to get another chance back in this game, Matt.
No, I don't think so either. Welcome to the stream, Neil. 2 tough bingos to find, be Reven, and now it just seems like Neil wasn't spotting those today. Maybe not quite that deep in the dictionary yet early on in his Scrabble career, but this one looks like it's going to get ugly now.
Yeah, we're back to Timmy Woka, who didn't draw very well. But he's just going to play COIR, which really does a pretty good job at eliminating a lot of the threats on the board, forcing bingos to play in weird parts of the board that are very bad for Neil in terms of what they give back. So I like this decision. Again, just playing so quickly. This is so intimidating to face Matt when you're down by so much and your opponent's just hammering. I mean, this is only 15 points, but a hammer. Anyway, you get played on by your opponent within like 20-30 seconds every turn.
Yeah, it's rough. If I nail, depending on how I feel, I might play Zeta and AIM and just be really annoying. If my opponent doesn't have an S, then maybe I can do something huge, and it's actually pretty hard to muck up that spot. I'm not scoring great on this turn no matter what I do, so maybe Zeta's an AIM? Is that too desperate, Josh?
No, I think that's a great idea. You really need to do a desperado type move in this position. We'll see what Neil does. It's hard to block, honestly. This is what we're looking at here.
If you want to, you can play SAIM. SAIM is 38 versus AIM is just what, like 21 or something. So a lot of points for the S, but I think at this juncture, just set it out and pray.
Yeah, claim also a great idea. Try to open a triple. That's kind of the way back into this also. But yeah, kind of sucks.
Thanks for hanging with us and our small audio delays, everybody, and especially thanks for the support and love in the chat. Josh Greenway flew all the way to Ghana from Canada to put together the stream rig, and things have been going so far without a real hitch, just a little internet hiccup. But Josh on the ground, he is the brains behind the Let's Play Scrabble operation, and I promise you, Josh doesn't take that money and put it in his pocket. He just reinvests it all in Scrabble streaming. So thanks to each and every one of you for some support and love, and those who are just hanging out and watching. You don't have to make financial contributions to be a valuable member of our Scrabble community. Right, SAIM, the play from Neil, scores points now, and the blocking from Timmy continues. JIRRE looks very strong for him. Neil has found vowels in the bag. 312 to 13 after that sequence, and still a whole lot here. And just create a whole bunch of randomness, maybe Odea and JA. Josh, is it worth even trying to open this board at this point, or should we just roll over?
I mean, Neil's only down 100 at this point, so maybe just playing it safe and scoring with a mole and hoping for maybe a bingo to the R, and maybe a threat to the E that gets blocked. I feel like you can still climb back into this game if you can. I don't think you want to go crazy at this scoreline.
Yeah, a mole looks pretty solid too. You're right, going crazy is not the way to win this game. Data's just going to get blocked like every single time. You can't do something like that. You'd love to fork the board open if you could, but I'm not seeing any plays to do that for Neil here.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe MEED is a playable idea as well. Set up a better lane ending in D. But there are a lot of O's left. Not really sure about that. Lots of A's left as well. But yeah, it's a tough position, but I think you take the triple here and you pray.
Yeah, putting either a D or an E in the bottom right corner of the board is probably the way you want to approach this. If you're Neil and just hope you draw 90 points out of the bag, it's unlikely so is winning this game. So take a shot.
So EO being separated, I wonder where those two tiles play. That's any good here. Do you know of any extensions to QUI and TES, Matt?
I don't, but let's fix that. Firing up ye old and grammar. And there are absolutely none of any length.
Okay. We tried. So Eco coming down for 10. Yeah. What can you do here? The S is coming down now, and it's pretty much over. SOU, too many points, man.
Yeah, just so many points. Catching that S, you're not going to get caught in this game now. Neil did set up his D last turn. Eco takes the back D to make E cod, but he did not draw the bingo. He needs to catch in that spot. He can play BEADLE right now for 25. He can try to open another quadrant, but there's not great ways to do that. If I'm Neil, I'm throwing in the towel right about now.
Yeah, now with the deficit at 131, it's looking pretty over. Maybe you play something now down from the MU and hope for something down the line. You play MULE. Unfortunately, you're separating that ABLE possibility, but there are still 3 L's unseen to Neil. So Mule for 18, potentially an okay option here. Neil's looking at Bay, BAE. Maybe you play Bade or a Bed in this spot with ECOD. Maybe you keep the D or later, but it's looking very, very tough.
I think at this point, I'm literally picking a very specific 10-letter double-double through the NET and just like aggressively fishing for it. If I can find one with a really high scoring letter in it that's still in the pool, maybe that's what I look for. Like maybe if there's one with an X, but there are like lots and lots of 10-letter possibilities through NES. You can find one that still exists in this unseen pool. Something like magnetizes or magnetites or planet-like, you know, I'll literally just find a thing and look for it and see if I can draw the perfect rack.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Planet area, stuff like that. That's really that's the sort of creative attempts that the top players are able to come up with, but they're down by so much so early in the game. So kudos to you if you found those by yourself, Matt. But I wonder if you used
I totally did not. I thought the idea and then used an anagram. Probably the one to fish for here is bayoneted, BAYONETTED. There are 2 Y's, 3 O's, 3 T's left, and with the BY, that's going to score over 100 points. Like, maybe that's it. Maybe you create some distractor openings and try to hit bayoneted as a double-double.
Yeah, that's
Maybe close to
114 if my math is correct. But E, a very desperate play, setting up an L, setting up. There are no S's left. L's, unfortunately, he does have the L. At a lot of the times he's needed this game. And, that spot is going away for sure.
I feel like we haven't talked enough about Timmy this game because it just got so out of hand. And generally, in these instances, I try to jump in the shoes of the player who's losing by a bunch and just see if there's anything I can scrounge out. But Timmy has played very good Scrabble. He's found the bingos when needed to. He's wasted very little time. Still has 17 and change on his clock. He's doing all the right things. He hasn't had to think incredibly hard. But you've still got to hit those easier positions. And he's done a very good job. He's shown why he's 6-0 in this tournament.
Yeah, I can't really point to anything he did that was wrong. I might have played Knive over Knave, but definitely a valid play. Every play has made sense. Every play has come down quickly. Yeah, huge kudos to this relatively unknown player for me. Probably not for a lot of people though. I'm sure that Timmy Woko has been wreaking havoc for many years in his local scene. Very strong player.
Yeah, he's doing it all right. He's about to move to 7-0 in the main event after being a last chance qualifier yesterday. So, I mean, you couldn't have scripted it any better if you're Timmy. Have a day, man.
Yeah, now for Neil, just another horrible rack. Bingo tiles, too many duplicates. You want to get rid of AL somewhere. There's nowhere to do that that's any good. I don't really have much to say anymore about the position. They just it's just over. But if anything, maybe you play lag and hope for something big, ending in A next turn. Delirium.
I can't even think of what you would do. Yeah, just can't find anything at all for Neil here. Sometimes you just lose. I'd play Mole and just try to get out of this room. I'm hearing it looks like there will not be an 8th game today due to the lengthy delays, due to the fact that it's already 8 p.m. in Ghana. I think this is going to be the final game of the day. I do know for certain that A, games are scheduled to begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. and B, they've warned that clocks will start promptly at 9 a.m. They're asking players to show up at 8:45 Ghana time. So if you're following along at home, that's 3:45 a.m. Eastern time in the U.S. You can play with the time zones from there. But 9 a.m. is the go start button time. 8:45 a.m. when players are supposed to show up. Clocks will start at 9. So we hope to see all of you there. I know I will be setting a 3:30 a.m. alarm to make sure I can jump on and do the commentary. And if that's what I'm doing, then you better not have an excuse.
Yeah. It'll be very early for us. It'll be a nice start time for the people in Accra, 9 a.m. We like when tournaments don't start before 9 a.m., especially us night owls, but it's going to be super exciting. Timmy Woko hugely in contention on this day one. He's going to play Wiry, just blocking that R in Jur. I probably prefer just Witty through this I and Uridines, but this play is fine as well.
Well, you have to you have to block things like block those double doubles, obviously.
Yeah, good point. Okay, over to Neil, AATL PRT, just under the 6-minute mark. Still able bingo. Now there's a target. You want a gun for that E and Mule. How do you do that? Well, you create another threat somewhere else. So maybe play over here, TAG, possible. Setting up the E hook for bingos. Maybe that's the distraction you'll need.
Yeah, I would just be looking to score points and get out of here if I'm Neil, especially with an entire afternoon or evening now ahead of me, some jet lag perhaps. A lot of my best friends all in Ghana together. And I've heard the venue is very nice, the area the players are in is very nice. Doug, I would get out and go explore and have a little bit of fun in Accra tonight. I'd be willing to shake this one off and get anywhere else if I'm Neil.
Yeah, good point. It's beautiful weather too. So Pally coming down, also Patty available. These plays make sense. I feel like Timmy's probably going to block E. He's also holding this PLI, which is, I think, a relatively four-letter word. He's challenging. Okay, so Neil gets 5 extra points for that. Very nice.
All right, so Polly's 24. Let me update the scores. A huge development here as Neil now only trails by like 140.
Thank you to OrJudge.me for sponsoring the Scrabble challenge camera, showing the players' validity/invalidity of their plays. Valid is a valid word. Yeah, another instance of a relatively new addition to the dictionary being challenged. I'll learn those new words. I'm trying to finally.
Yeah, I wish I could remember the new words. There's just so many. They keep adding more and more and more. Alas. All right, 5 extra points for Pally. What is Neil drawing? This looks good. Dragnet granted, not gonna fit. Degenerate has one too many E's. I don't think he's hit anything yet again. Oh.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe this is gonna lead to something next turn. I can't imagine that there's gonna make a play that allows Dragnet to play right now. Maybe COTE is the sort of play you could come to expect. FE, CDE instead. Okay. This makes sense. It keeps FOG fog for next turn. And that's going to score a nice 9 points to block the biggest crowd on the board.
All right, Neil, one last chance to try to do something in this game and salvage some points. I wonder if there's a bingo he can fish for down to the A in AGLY. If there is, there's not an apparent one-tile fish jumping out to me. Maybe a possibility for 2-tile fishes. Ooh, Josh, I like this. Tell us about it.
Yeah, GAD takes that E hook. So this is a nice way to potentially set up a tough line to block. I say tough, but all you need is an A or an E to block it, or just to play through the E. But you gotta do something. Cause your opponent to think a little bit, and it keeps really nicely too. So AENRT is a very nice loop, regardless of whether you're drawn to a bingo. But yeah, this game's going over. Neil just needs to work on not going overtime and trying to score a reasonable amount of points in the next few turns.
Man, if he plays GAD and gives up footage and EGAD to Timmy, that'd just be like the most appropriate way for this game to end. You do something that seems pretty smart, and then you just get punched in the face one last time.
Yeah, that would not be great, but it would be basically the story of this game, wouldn't it, Matt?
Yeah.
He's looking at it.
I mean,
yeah. Great play, Neil. Great play. Don't despair.
Timmy probably already knows
That was a
what's
good
going to
play.
happen. I think as soon as Gad came down, Timmy, you can see it on his face, just like, oh, well, all right. And, I mean, everybody's there in Scrabble. You can do no wrong, and even if you have unplayable windows, they just like, get opened up. You is immensely over the board. Here comes footage, 90-something points for Timmy. Man, ouch. ERT is such a great lead, but not when you draw the X into it, and the X doesn't spot on this board. Man, when it rains, it pours, and it has been pouring on Neil again. Hopefully, he can go out and enjoy some Ghana sun. If I can get out before the sun goes down here, get my run in if this is the last game.
So the best play for Neil here in the end game is Rat. Rat here. For 13 points, setting up Exxon here and Exxon here. Next move. That would be an incredible find. Pretty good at endgames. You're thinking probably to play the X first in the spot with something like Taxer or Oxer or just Exxon first. But that is the correct sequence. Neil with 2 minutes to try and figure it out. Matt, are you using your full 2 minutes here, or are you just slapping something down?
I would have been out of the playing room 10 minutes ago if I was Neil.
Fair enough.
But
so
I don't like losing.
Let's just let the game play out given the audio issues, and listen in to the overhead mic for the rest of this end game. Oh, this isn't a word.
31, ouch.
All right, that's something. Neil getting a turn back in the final throws of this game, Matt.
Now Neil's gonna win for sure.
If Neil plays AQR Knave Tra, does it get challenged? That's still lost by like 100.
I mean, Timmy only has 13 and a half minutes to think about it, so there is a chance.
24 and out.
All right, very nice.
You get 518372.
366.
Okay. Do you have 256 at some point for me?
Yes.
Okay. 280.
Yes.
292. Oh, yes. I'm missing something. 324. 348. 366. Yeah. Okay. Agree. Start the game. Yeah. Not too much to say there.
Hold on.
Well, that right there is going to conclude our coverage of day one of the 2025 WESPA, aka the World Scrabble Championship. Again, this event happens just once every 2 years. Coverage picks up again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Ghana time, 4 a.m. East Coast of the US, and I will let you do the time zone change for your time zone. But we do expect to see you there because it's the freaking World Championship. Where else would you be except watching Scrabble on the internet? Thanks to each and every one of you who joined in at any point today, for the beginning, for the end, for wherever you could poke your head in between classes or work. We appreciate having you. We hope to keep drumming up numbers and getting your support across this entire event. Again, day 2 tomorrow is at 9 a.m. Ghana time, and clocks are set to start precisely at 9. So hopefully few delays. Will be right in on the action. I think tomorrow will feature 9 games, not 8, because we lost a game today due to a lengthy opening ceremony. But more Scrabble coming your way tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and of course the best of 7 finals on Sunday morning as well. If you love Scrabble, check it all out right here on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Josh, it's been a crazy day. 7 games of Scrabble and a Will Anderson breakdown to come later on this evening. How do you feel through day 1 of the WESPA?
I'm ready for more. Let's hope everything holds up. Let's hope we get some more incredible games, just like the ones we've seen today. Yeah, can't wait for it. I will see you all back here tomorrow at 4 a.m. local Eastern time. Can't wait for it, Matt. Let's play Scrabble.
Let's play Scrabble indeed. Thanks, everybody, and see you tomorrow.